What's going on, guys? What's happening? Okay, I'm here. What's going on? How does my hair look? I can always tell my hair is a good hair day or is it a bad hair day? How's it going, guys? Long time no see. It's been a couple days. What's happening? I'm looking at my screen, though. I might need to fix this really quick. I just had some popcorn, so if I have something like all of a sudden pop up in my teeth here, it's because I just ate some popcorn. All right, let me just check this correction here. This is, oops, there we go. That should be good. I had a little bit of feedback there on the screen there. What's going on, guys? Loretta Commander, Mock the Freak, Penelope, BBLG, Paul Brick. It's good to see you all. Well, we're just going to be looking at some of the news, as we always do, and whatever else comes behind that. It's a pretty crazy world that we're in at this time. That does kind of taste like Dr. Pepper, you know? This is that stevia, Coke stevia. I don't know if you know what stevia is. It's kind of a sweetener, but it's supposed to be good for you. But who knows? I'm going to find out one day that stevia is killing everybody. Everything's killing everybody, but it does taste like Dr. Pepper. It's called Dr. Zavia. Dr. Zavia. And it has stevia in it. I don't know if it's natural stevia or organic stevia. Probably not. But hey, that's what happens when before you go live, you shouldn't ever eat anything because then you got stuff in your teeth and it doesn't work. And if you've ever had to try to talk a lot and you've just been in a conversation where you're really, going on the verbal tirade, you're going to have stuff coming out your mouth. Sounds Russian? Yeah, stevia. It does, doesn't it? Stevia. Stevia, or Dr. Stevia. Boris Yeltsin. So what's going on? What do we got going on in the news today? Oh, we got a whole bunch. A whole bunch of stuff going on in Iran. It looks like California is going to crack off into the Pacific Ocean as we always expected it to. But now there's supposedly real scientific proof that's showing that it's not just the San Andreas fault. There's a few other faults that are very significant, and one in particular where the Susanville earthquake just took place. And so there's a bunch of information coming out on that. And they're literally saying that there's it's the Palisades, I think it is, the Palisade area where they just had, I think that's where they had the big fire and everything, right? It's literally falling into the ocean. The Palisades. Oh, no, Palos Verdes. I'm sorry, Palos Verdes. So Palos Verdes in California. Let's see if is that where... That's not where that fire was it? I think it is. Let's see if it is. Palos Verdes? No, I don't think it is it? We were thinking more Ventura. Carpinteria. Yeah, I think that was farther north up in Ventura, wasn't it? Where the fire was, where it took out all those homes. Well, anyways, Palos Verdes. It's kind of like a little It juts out right above Long Beach. It's kind of like a little, I don't know, looks like a little part of the state that kind of juts out. Anyway, they're saying that that whole area is falling into the ocean. And they said if it does fall in and it does collapse, that it'll make a huge tsunami that will affect part of the coast of California. That would be interesting. You're talking about a huge displacement of water if that were to happen. And you're talking about a massive amount of, earth that just goes into the ocean. And if you look at the topography under the coastal area there, you'll see that it's like a cliff. And if you have that kind of displacement, you will have a massive tsunami. And it will go in a ring around because it juts out. I'll show you here in a minute. But I'm looking at a bunch of stuff. So we're going to kind of go through some news. I just wanted to right out the gate. I hope I'm not breaking your eardrums here. Does my mic sound okay? I want to make sure my voice isn't carrying too much here. A CS Drivers says, I got 36 cans of soup for the apocalypse. Really? Is that going to last you for a little bit then, huh? At least it'll get you through. Yeah, the Pacific Palisades. That's what we're talking about, is where the fire was, right? Pacific Palisades. Thank you, Bruce. I want to make sure you guys know that the app has been completed, and you can download it by going to Apple Store or the Android Store, whichever one you have. If you got an Apple phone or an Android, the best thing to do is throw that thing away. But I'm sure everybody's got one, so you gotta, just whatever. I guess it doesn't matter now. We're so far deep into the AI surveillance state, it doesn't even matter, I guess. But download our app. Just type in BP News, and you'll get connected to all of our notifications. How many of you guys got the notification? There's groups involved. You can get yourself involved in a group right off the app. You can find everything that you need to connect with us. There is evidence right now that they're starting to censor once again on YouTube. We know of a large channel that was just censored again for no reason. And it's reminiscent of 2020, going all the way back to 2017, because they did it once in 2017, right after Trump got elected, and then they did it again in 2020. They continued it was surveillance, but they were continuing the censorship from 17 on, but it got really intense again once COVID hit. And now that we've got all these new things happening that are threatening current powers that be, they're probably going to drop those mechanisms, those algorithms. The same thing that the left was using, the right is going to use. Don't kid yourself. They're going to do the same thing. There's no difference. If you really get down to it, it's just two sides of the same coin. If you haven't figured that one out yet, maybe there's not any hope for you at this point. If you haven't heard this yet, though, maybe there is. You just got to get versed on what this is. Hegelian dialectic, WWE, just go listen to Jesse Ventura. He was WWE and a politician, and he said it was exactly the same. Everybody loves each other after the initial theater is done. And everybody cheers and everybody hates each other on the stage, but behind the scenes, they all pat each other on the back and go out and have beers. Same thing with the Republicans and the Democrats. There's no difference. They all have the same agenda. That's why they're not exposing each other. They keep saying they're going to, people are going to jail. All this is going to be exposed. They go after people that they don't like. That's about it. And they're usually people that are not of any political consequence. Packing Heat says he got his first notification. Y'all got the app notification? Good. Get connected. Definitely do that. And you'll get everything that you need right there. If we get censored, You'll have everything that you need right there. And we'll definitely be still live streaming. It may not be on YouTube, though. If we get censored, we're not going to be on YouTube. We'll be somewhere else. But you'll know exactly where we're at. You won't lose us. So get connected, because we're telling everyone what's really happening in real time, breaking it down. All right, let's go and check out some of the things. You'll find some things out here that you're not going to find out anywhere else. And I'll tell you that for sure. You will not find out some of the things that we share. And maybe after the fact, maybe you'll find out after the fact, but you won't usually find out until, you know, some of the major news. Usually we break many of these big stories. And at least if we don't break them, we at least explain them where you can understand what they actually mean. Many times people don't have a clue what they're seeing. They're just looking at stuff and they don't know what it is. They're just kind of wondering, like, you know, they're taking the mainstream media's take on it and they're saying that's truth when they really don't know what's really happening, because they haven't looked at all the information that's coming in online. They haven't looked at everything else that's coming in to make sense of the big picture, because they don't know the history. They don't know history either. They know our revised history, or what we've been taught, which much of it is, if you don't know, is not true. There's a lot of truth, but there's a whole bunch of propaganda in there too. And you got to be able to take an unbiased view of history, and you have to have a big view, a wide perspective, looking at other, you know, this is why we look at different news sources. We listen to the Israeli news sources. We listen to Iranian news sources. We listen to Russian news sources. We listen to everything all around the world. We listen to what they're saying. And there's truth somewhere in the middle. Okay, everybody has their own form of propaganda and their own desire to control people's thoughts because of the interest that they have politically. But we're not looking at politics here. We're looking to find the truth. And that's what this is what differentiates BP News. It is unbiased, and at least as much as we can be. Now, obviously, we're biased toward the truth. But if you have your truth and someone else has their truth, and truth is relative, well, then you're not going to like our channel, because we believe in absolute truth. We believe that there is self-evident truth that is built upon a foundation of a person, the Creator himself. And there's no lies in the Creator. He is perfect in every way. And if you don't know what the foundation of truth is, we're going to let you know what it is. Jesus himself said it very clearly. I am the way, I am the truth, and I am the life. No one comes to God the Father, and the Creator of all things, unless they come through me, right? If you don't go through Jesus, you don't have any truth. Now, you can believe whatever you want to believe, but that's the honest to God truth. And I have to tell you, if I don't tell you the truth, then I'm going to get in trouble. I'm going to be promoting a lie. I'm going to be promoting a half-truth, which is ultimately going to have a consequence on your eternal destiny. And I want to make sure I'm completely and utterly free of any blood I'm not going to have on my hands. I know what it says. I need to tell you the truth. And I'm telling you the truth right now. Before we get into the truth, we're going to get into the truth. But I want to make sure my hands are clean. All right, so let's get into it. Okay, so what do we got here? This right here is Palos Verdes, I believe. Yeah, right here. Palos Verdes down here at the bottom. Let's see here. And this is what they're saying right here. See this? This little area right here. Palos Verdes. You see how it kind of juts out there? Now, just think about this. Let's just say this whole area right here falls into the ocean, right where you see that red dot surrounding there. Okay, that's what they're talking about. Now, I want to show you guys, this is a recent video that was just posted. I want to show you a little clip. And then we're going to look at the Susanville earthquake as well, and what significance that may in fact have geologically on the state of California, and the real possibility that a massive earthquake is fixing to take place, not just on the San Andreas, but we're talking about the fault line that is more inland. Now, could the whole of California crack off and fall into the ocean? I don't know, but I'm sure there's going to be a big shaking. And as we said, God is about to shake the earth, not only the earth, but the heavens. This might be a good indicator of that. Let's take a listen and see what they had to say here. This is real interesting info.
Is slowly betraying everything built upon it. Entire neighborhoods inch toward the ocean, not by inches of erosion, but by the quiet, unstoppable movement of a massive landslide system that never truly stops sliding. Most people standing on these scenic cliffs have no idea they are living atop one of the largest active landslides in North America, a geological giant quietly preparing its next move. What if this creeping motion suddenly accelerated? What if thousands of tons of earth tore free in a single violent collapse and plunged into the Pacific? If this happens, this beloved stretch of coastline would become the epicenter of a devastating tsunami. This is not a fictional doomsday scenario. It is a scientifically plausible future rooted in real data, real movement, and real danger. Every storm, every earthquake tremor, every rise in...
And by the way, there was an event, and I'm trying to remember where I saw this. It was some kind of an event that took place where literally a whole town fell into the ocean. And I'm trying to remember where it was. It was some kind of a real, during the cowboy days. I'm trying to remember where this was that I heard this. But I remember they were saying that there was a lot of, I don't know, they had a lot of brothels. It was a town that was built on gambling. And for some reason, this whole town was swallowed up overnight into the water. It just literally just sank. And many people said it was a judgment on the sin of that particular city. Does anybody know which city that was? Can you imagine if Palos Verdes just literally just fell into the ocean? I mean, seriously, look at that. That's pretty interesting, but let's continue.
Sea level adds new strain to an already fragile system, pushing Palos Verdes closer to a breaking point no one can predict, but everyone should understand. Today, let's explore the ongoing landslide crisis in Palos Verdes and the growing risk of a massive collapse that could trigger a tsunami along California's coast. Don't forget to click on that.
Now, you know, too, if you look at the actual topography here, if you're looking at like what it shows here, you see a cliff right out there you see how it's all cracked all around outside here in the ocean floor? Those are cliffs. Those are cliffs, and those cliffs could literally collapse. That's what causes tsunamis, underwater landslides. And if you have an underwater landslide or areas that are unstable, it's not just the land itself, but it would also be the underlying areas that are supporting the actual, earth that is above water. They always say that about what do they call it? An iceberg, that most of what you see is underwater, not the top. Well, it's a massive mountain underneath the water. And if this mountain happens to fail or collapse, you got a big displacement of water, which could cause a massive tsunami. And that's what took place in Japan when that big earthquake happened. And you had Fukushima, remember? And all those people got swept away because that was an underwater collapse of a mountain. And it literally displaced so much water that it caused this massive tsunami. It wasn't just an earthquake. It was a displacement of water underneath the ocean. And if that were to take place here, it wouldn't just be this area falling into the ocean. It would literally be this whole region collapsing underneath the water. And it would cause a massive ripple to go all the way around on both sides of California. That would be horrific because you would have a massive tsunami that would be so very quick that no one would be able to prepare for it.
Collapse that could trigger a tsunami along California's coast. Don't forget to click on that subscribe button. Luxury homes. Land rising above the Pacific just south of Los Angeles appears at first glance like a symbol of permanence. Its rugged cliffs, luxury homes, and manicured roads suggest stability, prosperity, and solid ground. Yet, what looks like a tranquil coastal paradise is, in reality, a massive body of unstable earth slowly sliding toward the sea. For decades, geologists have warned that Palos Verdes is not simply experiencing isolated slope failures, but rather an ongoing interconnected landslide crisis involving vast portions of the peninsula. Unlike sudden rockfalls or isolated mudslides, this crisis is defined by slow but relentless ground movement spanning miles, subtly deforming roads, cracking foundations, and warping utility lines. In some areas, the land has been moving for over a century, and signs now suggest that the system may be approaching a more dangerous phase.
All right, just so you know, in case you happen to live over here, you can say, hey, BP Watch. Why am I thinking BP Earth? Because I'm thinking of the Earth, and this is a watch because we're watching. But BP News let us know. Blazing Press was there giving us the heads up, like we always do. And if you're in this area, you need to be aware, and you need to be watching. And if you're anywhere along the coast, very close to this area, you should be aware of that too. Because if you're on the coast and you have a tsunami coming in very quickly because of a massive catastrophic collapse, you're talking about at least a mile inland. You should be aware, at least, I would say, because the tsunami that came in off of Japan's coast, from what I understand, didn't that thing go in like 5 miles? That was a very long and very large body of water that continued 5 miles inland. So just think about that, especially if you're really on the coast. You don't want to be just sitting there on the coast. Okay, so then we have this. This lady's video is going viral right now. She's posted this video 22 hours ago. It's already got 107,000 views, probably more than that now. Let me see. Yeah, 107,000 views. And she just posted that like not even a day ago. Now, some of the information that's coming out about this is very, very interesting. Her name is On the Pulse with Soliki. That's her channel. So if you want to go check out her channel, go check it out. But listen to this. I'm just going to give you a little clip so you can, a little soundbite so you can understand this recent earthquake in Susanville, California, which is kind of up there a little above Sacramento or to the east of Sacramento going toward the border with Nevada. There's some pretty big fault lines up there that people are just now, or scientists are just now understanding. And listen to what she has to say about this.
Nevada could be the next ocean front and California could be an island because this fault line could be the next boundary between the Pacific and North American plate. Does that sound like science fiction, guys? It does, but it is not. Scientists have made a new finding and it will absolutely blow your mind. I promise that. Hey guys, I need to tell you about something that I found. Basically as a coincidence, because I was reporting about the earthquake that was happening at the border between Northern California and Nevada. We had some earthquakes there. And I was looking into this. I'm like, wow, that earthquake was quite high in magnitude, and where the epicenter was, that's not the San Andreas fault, right? That's not the Cascadia fault or any of these other faults. What is it? So I was looking, yeah, okay, there's the Walker Lane that might be responsible for that, and the Honey Lake fault. So I reported all this in my previous video, but what caught my eye is the Walker Lane. So as I said it in my intro, Nevada could be oceanfront, guys. And I'm not kidding. You will not believe this, but But right now, under our feet, and especially under your feet if you live in California, something huge is happening that scientists say could reshape the American West. And forget what you think you know about the San Andreas Fault, because another even more mysterious system of faults that is called the Walker Lane is slowly stealing the thunder of San Andreas Fault, I have to say. But basically nobody knows about this. But of course, if you're here on this channel, you will know. And do me a favor, guys, give this video an early like and hype. It helps my channel and doesn't cost you anything. Thank you so much for helping me out. And now let's dive into this. Why Nevada?
Exactly. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, thumbs up the video, and comment in our comment section. You're helping the channel. If you can't help support us in other ways, that's a great way to do it. Share the video and thumbs it up, and make sure you comment, because that helps the algorithm. We want to get the algorithms up. We want to get some more videos that are going to be going viral, and the way they figure that out is if you comment. If you're commenting, our videos will go viral. So let it be. Comment now.
Nevada could be oceanfront and California an island. So Walker Lane, that doesn't even sound really like a fault system, right? So, but what if I told you that someday in the distant future, California could detach from the continent and float away? You would think I'm crazy. Maybe you already think that, guys. But no, really, this is happening. Reno might be one day on the ocean's edge. And that ground beneath Nevada and California could start ripping apart, not at the San Andreas, but over here behind me, Walker Lane. Let's have a look at it. What is it? Where is it? And how does it move that it can do that? And why do geologists say that it might one day become the new edge of the North American tectonic plate? That sounds drastic. It's big, guys. This is big. It's weird. It's basically slow motion geology that could rewrite the map of North America.
And really quick, just to add a little bit of extra thoughts to this, have you ever seen the map that the U.S., I think it's the U.S. Air Force, had put out about what they say would be the, what the future of the continent of the United States or the continent of North America would look like? Future map. Let's see if I can find it. I wanted to show you because they say the future map of the USA, and this is ex-naval office confirms this to happen in the next 2 years. Somebody said, but look at this. This is what they said. And this is coming from what is this? Instagram. Okay, Instagram. But watch this. That's what the U.S. Air Force, or no, wait, I think it's the it's one of the government, or one of the military projections of what they say will be the map. Ex-naval. Okay, so anyway, look at this. Okay, so this is not actually a video, but there's video on this too. But this is what the map supposedly looks like. look at the way it looks on California. Let's see if I can find the actual post on this. Let's get back to our video here. I wanted to just make sure I showed this to you. I'm doing this on the cuff here, so just let me see if I can find it here real quick. Okay, is this it, Gordon? Okay, this might be it. Okay. Oh gosh, that scared me. People are still lighting off fireworks. Okay, so this is Forbes. I don't know if you know what the magazine Forbes, shocking doomsday map of the world and the billionaire escape plans. This was dated 2017. And look at the way the map looks. Now you're talking about this middle area here, which they say is the there's a fault line that goes right through the middle of the United States, and it's called the, I'm trying to remember what the name of it is now, but there's a huge fault line here. And they say that in the past, there's been massive earthquakes that literally caused the Mississippi to go backwards. The whole of the Mississippi turned and went the other way. That's how big of an earthquake happened in history's past. I'm not sure if it was like the 1800s or maybe it was earlier than that, but they're saying that this fault line is so big that it can literally open up and crack our continent in half. Not to mention what they're saying could potentially happen here on the West Coast. Now, this is a Forbes article, but look at what it says. When I wrote my first article on billionaire bunkers years ago, I never would have imagined how quickly our world was changing. Our lives are in a constant state of flux. The political situation aside, our Earth is rapidly changing. Between the increase of bizarre weather patterns hitting the Earth and recent major volcanic activity, now more than ever, our focus is on the planet's future. In the early 1980s, spiritual visionaries and futurists provide clues to our changing planet, often dismissed as crazy prophets. Their thoughts for a new world were quickly ignored and laughed at. Gordon Michael Scallon was a futurist, teacher of consciousness studies, metaphysics, pole shift. Now, as I understand this particular map was not just somebody's idea of what they thought God told him or something. This was actually projections by high-level military people that understood what was happening to the actual planet itself, and especially the North American continent. Let's see if I can find that information on it. I don't want you to think that this is just some kind of esoteric information here, but like this one here. I spoke with Professor Donald Turcotte, an expert in planetary geology at the University of California, Davis. And he tells me that the predictions of earthquakes causing a planetary shift and coastal flooding is for the most part nonsense. However, he did say it is far more likely that an asteroid would hit and cause a polar shift. What? That's crazy. In light of all the stuff that's being talked about with, and by the way, if that were ever to happen, yeah, it would definitely reshape everything. The Bible does talk about mountains being cast into the ocean and things like this catastrophically. And if you look at the geological record, as scientists would say, it happened over millions and millions and millions of years. When Carl Sagan used to say millions and millions and millions of years ago, that's like saying once upon a time, a long, long time ago. They don't really know. Okay, when you look at the way that the Grand Canyon was formed, that happened catastrophically. That didn't happen over millions of years. That happened very suddenly. That was a very big displacement of water. Okay, you can go back to the flood of Noah and some of the accounts historically, and some of our, books that we would say are ancient documents, whether it's biblical history or any other tradition or ancient text, all talk about a massive flood, that happened very catastrophically. So, our way of thinking, the way scientists will try to interpret some of the phenomena that we see when we're looking at what we would say is science or geological record, is not exactly the way it should be interpreted. I would say that very clearly. But he said an asteroid would hit and it would cause a polar shift. He doesn't think that it's so much as much that, things could fall into the ocean from earthquakes, but, cataclysmic change doesn't just have to depend on one event from an asteroid. It says, with all this knowledge of future mapping, do the world's financial leaders know something that we don't? Consider how many of the richest families have been grabbing up massive amounts of farmland around the world. Bill Gates, right? He's like the biggest farm owner now in the United States. Bill Gates. All property is far away from coastal areas and in locations conducive to self-survival, farming, and coal mining. It appears that dry territories in the United States, such as Montana, New Mexico, Wyoming, Texas, are very popular regions for the wealthiest individuals. And the underground bunkers from billionaires is very real. If you haven't done any research on that, you should understand why is it that these people are doing this in places that are kind of really far out of the way. They might know something that we don't. I mean, look, Jeff Bezos, just look at Zuckerberg. I mean, I don't know why he's doing that on a Hawaiian island. I think that's probably stupid, but I'm sure he's got other properties everywhere in between because he's one of the richest people on the planet too. But these people can afford that kind of thing. They can build underground bunkers here and underground bunkers there, and whatever nice, beautiful home they want it to be seen on the surface. But the Bible says the rich men of the earth are going to go into the earth. They're going to be hiding. Now, a child of God, you and me, what are we supposed to do? We're supposed to see what's happening, and we're supposed to stand and look up, for our redemption is drawing nigh. We're not supposed to be afraid. We understand where we're going to be. It ain't going to be underground in a casket that's going to lead you directly to the pits of hell. Okay, you're not going to be trying to hide from the Most High God's judgments that are coming upon the earth. There's no way you're going to get past that. But these rich men, not only are they trying to get immortality through technology, but they're trying to deny the God of heaven and that he in any way is going to come back and return. Remember what Donald Trump said not too long ago? He was talking about his campaign to become president, and he said, you've heard it said that the prophets of old, that the end of the world would take place in the Middle East. And he said emphatically, I will not let that happen. I will not let that happen. He said it twice to give emphasis that he would not let the end of the world take place as the prophets had said would happen in the Middle East, because he's Donald Trump and he's the author of eternal peace. He's already said he's going to bring eternal peace. I don't know how many times. And not only that, he's been given the title Prince of Peace by the Jews. And not only that, he's building and pitching his royal tents right there between the ocean and the Holy Mount, and he's overseeing as the chairman of the board of peace with 10 other nations. They said this. It's all in the books. 10 nations. 5 of them are Middle Eastern countries and 5 other nations that are not. And they said a total of 10. Tell me that's not biblical right there. What does that mean? So you've got all this happening in preparation for what? Cataclysmic events on planet Earth? Is it going to be God's judgment? That's what we all need to be asking ourselves. Do they, in their spirit, because they do follow the spirit of the world, does that power and principality that rules these men's lives give them a heads up on what's coming? Because the devil knows his time is short, it says. He knows when it's getting close. He knows when the saints' redemption is drawing nigh and the Lord is about to return. And he does not want anything like that to happen, because that means his end is there. It is up, right? And so what does he do? He builds all these weapons, space-based weapons, all kinds of technologies that Trump says are very scary. I rebuilt them all. I know. I rebuilt them all. And by the way, he was saying that, and I want to show you exactly what he said, because this is in his own words. And this is not AI, by the way. None of this that I show you is AI. I do not show you AI videos. I am showing you verified information that's coming from sources that have been vetted, and we are not showing AI slop. We are not making up stuff to get views. We are showing you real events. And look, I want to show you right here. If you haven't seen this video, just watch this. On planet Earth was not the resurrection. It was actually warp speed, according to Donald Trump. But here, in his own words.
There are great philosophers that said the world will end in the Middle East. We're not going to let that happen. You've heard that expression.
Yeah.
They said the world will end someday in the Middle East. We're not going to let that happen. Okay.
Well, listen, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. President. I really appreciate it. Guys.
The Middle East is rapidly changing. You know, there are prophets that say the world will come to an end in the Middle East. You know that, right? And we have weapons today that are so scary. When you look, I rebuilt them all. And when you look at the weapons we have today, the biggest threat we have in the world today is nuclear weapons.
600
biometric entry-exit visa tracking system, which we need desperately.
This system is in place, and I will tell you, it will be on land, it will be on sea, it will be in air. We will have a proper tracking system. We will have a proper tracking system.
Okay, so that right there was 2016 running for election. He's a lot younger looking there. He has a lot more vigor, and he was really emphatic because he already knew the agenda, and the plan was to roll in the biometric tracking system. And that's why COVID ushered in and facilitated all of this new technology that we see now with AI. He already knew. He already been given the heads up. He'd already been chosen to close the deal. He's the closer. He's the guy that's the expert in bankruptcy. America's going through a bankruptcy right now. You know that the economic system is collapsing all around us, don't you? I don't care how much he puts a positive hopium spin on everything. The reality is everything is changing very quickly, and it's moving over into China, okay, and the BRICS. That's why Saudi Arabia and all the Middle Eastern countries, oil-rich countries, are now flipping over and becoming a part of the BRICS. And that represents Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. That's the hub nations. All the other nations that are coming on board now are very powerful and influential in the global economy, and they see where everything is going. And this is why you see what's going on with silver right now, because the silver market is actually reflecting everything that's going on economically, globally. They're cutting off exports to the United States of silver. So now you're going to have two separate markets, because that's based on, you know, when you back your dollar by oil, by precious metals, gold, silver, that's what engenders confidence, and that's what the economy needs, right? When you're basing your dollar on crypto or imaginary things, you know, like, oh, we're just the most powerful country in the world. We got a military that can break you if you don't go along with us. Nobody's going to want to go along with that dollar, because that's what it is. It's dollars create confidence. If you don't have confidence in an economy or in a system of government, then that economy does ultimately fail. And that's what they're trying to do right now with regime changing these different countries, is by undermining their confidence in their governments. Obviously, that's what's happening. Now, if there's no real confidence in the government and it's being undermined by some foreign power to try to bring about, you know, this rebellion, but it's based on a bunch of lies, then it will fail. But if it's based on something that's true, then there's already the seeds of destruction already inherent within the system itself, because it's built on a house of cards of corruption anyway. Then anybody that takes a match to it, lights it, it's going to burn down. It's going to burn down anyway. So, you know, people say, well, we're the most powerful nation in the world. There's nothing that can touch us. We've got a huge military. We've got all kinds of technology. We got everything else we need. Do we? We're dependent on a whole bunch of things from different countries to make all this work, you know. And I don't know if this whole strategic move of China right now, because silver is a very important part. You know, we got lithium batteries as well, right? All of our battery technology. This is why Trump, I think, wants to get away from the EVs. But if you look at what China is doing with battery technology, it is phenomenal. But we're talking about the building blocks of industry. We're talking about, and technology. We're talking about silver. Okay, silver is a very limited and finite material, but it's needed. It's like a rare earth mineral, right? But it's a metal that's very important. It's even more important than gold. I mean, even though gold is far outpriced, they always say the metal markets are manipulated by a lot of paper, but that's only in the West. That's not in the East. Now, what you're going to see, I think, is a big divergence. You know, this is such big news right now, this whole metal market with silver. This is more than what happened in the 80s with the, I forget what the name of the brothers were, the ones that manipulated the markets and made the price of silver go way up. Okay, I forgot their names. But this is so much more huge. This is so much more historic. The things that are happening right this very moment with the cutting off of our markets from China, I think this represents something much bigger than just metals. It represents something tectonic. This is a tectonic shaking of the global economy right this very moment. And maybe I should show you that other video. There's another video that kind of defines this a little bit more too. This guy right here. Has anybody seen this guy? Okay, this guy obviously is a cloned AI, but the guy behind it, the guy who's actually putting the script in there, is a real guy. Okay, he's basically making it so that people can. The information is something that you really need to understand. What is he saying here? A lot of people know these videos are going viral right now. This is all behind what's happening, explaining in detail what's going on economically. This is a literal this is like a tectonic shift in the global economy that's taking place right this very moment. And it's being, you could say the penny, the disappearance of the penny now is also representative of what is happening to our dollar, the US dollar, and how things like oil, precious metals, and everything else that support that dollar are failing. Okay, because all we want is paper, all we want is credit, all we want is service. We're not making anything. We're not producing anything. We are like those ghost cities in China. We just got a city that is just empty. Okay, we just created nothing. We created something, but it's nothing there. Okay, it's a mirage. Okay, and people are waking up to what's going on here, and they're thinking this is why they're running to precious metals. But the problem is that they're manipulating these markets. But listen to the information that explains what's really going on here. Listen carefully to what this guy is saying.
The data we have just pulled from the CME servers is not just a statistical anomaly.
And by the way, if you're not familiar with some of the technical information that kind of surrounds the metal markets, you might not understand, but it has everything to do with our economy. Okay, this is a reflection of what's happening with our stock market, with the health of our dollar, and literally where things are going to go, where everything is going to go from here on out. Okay, so you have to kind of get the gist of what he's saying here. So listen very carefully.
The data we have just pulled from the CME servers is not just a statistical anomaly, it is a historical event. We are looking at a delivery report that changes the entire complexion of the silver market. For the last 48 hours, we have been warning you that the China export ban would break the supply chain. We warned you that the banks were trapped. We warned you that the physical market was divorcing the paper market. But what happened today at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time goes beyond any warning we could have issued. We are witnessing the ghost of 1980 return to the trading floor. We are witnessing a physical grab for metal that we haven't seen since the days of the Hunt brothers. Ladies and gentlemen, Asian guy here, known as John A. G. from Currency Archive. I have the CME Group Delivery Report right here in front of me. Let's look at the raw numbers, because numbers do not lie. Today, Friday, January 2nd, the exchange issued 1,168 delivery notices. That is 5,840,000 ounces of silver demanded in a single session. But if you zoom out just 24 hours, if you combine today's report with the massive spike we saw yesterday on New Year's Day, the total number of contracts standing for delivery in the first 2 days of 2026 is 3,446. Let me say that number again, slowly, so you can visualize the mountain of metal it represents. 3,446 contracts. Multiply that by 5,000 ounces per contract. That is 17,230,000 ounces of physical silver, moved in 48 hours. To put that into perspective, the global mining industry produces roughly 800 million ounces a year. That means in the first 2 days of the year, before most traders have even returned from their holiday vacations, the COMEX has been forced to cough up 2% of the entire annual global production. This is not commercial hedging. This is not industrial flow. A factory does not order 17 million ounces of silver on a Friday afternoon. This is a run on the bank. This is a sophisticated, coordinated, and violent raid on the exchange's physical inventory. You have to understand the significance of the date. Why January 2nd? Why the rush? Because as of this morning, the China export ban is live. The China wall we talked about is now a reality. The supply from the east has been cut to zero, and the sharks in New York know it. They know that the 39 million ounces sitting in the registered vaults are the last easy ounces left on planet Earth. They know that once those ounces are gone, the price goes to no offer. So they didn't wait. They didn't dip their toes in. They smashed the buy button and demanded delivery of 17 million ounces instantly. They stripped nearly half of the available registered inventory in 2 days. If this pace continues for another 48 hours, the COMEX breaks. Mathematically, it cannot survive another week of this pressure. We are watching an inventory liquidation event disguised as a trading session. And the most terrifying part of this report isn't just the volume. It is the intent. When you see 17 million ounces move in 1980, it was two brothers from Texas trying to corner the market. Today, it isn't a couple of cowboys. It is the banks themselves. We are seeing a phenomenon that signals the end of the suppression cartel. We are seeing cannibalization. The banks are no longer working together to hold the price down. The truce is broken. They are now eating each other to secure the lifeboats. When you look at the issuer and stopper data, the list of who sold the silver and who bought the silver, it reveals a brutal war taking place behind the scenes. Usually, the banks pass the silver back and forth like a hot potato to keep the game going. Bank A sells to Bank B sells to Bank C, and nobody actually takes the metal out of the vault. It is a paper shuffle. But today, the music stopped and the potato was frozen. The metal stopped moving in a circle and started moving in a straight line. Out of one bank's vault and into another bank's fortress, one major institution was forced to bleed. One major institution was forced to vomit up millions of ounces of precious inventory that they desperately needed to keep. And another major institution, one that used to be their ally, stood there with a bucket and caught every single drop. This is what happens when a currency dies. The thieves stop stealing from the public and start stealing from each other. We are watching the breakdown of the gentleman's agreement that has suppressed silver for 40 years. There are no gentlemen left on Wall Street today. There are only predators and prey. And the prey is currently bleeding out on the floor of the exchange. So, who is the victim? Who is the issuer that just lost 3 million ounces of silver in a single day? And who is the blue whale that just swallowed 80% of the market? The names on this report will shock you, because it turns out that the biggest buyer of physical silver right now isn't a Reddit ape. It isn't a coin shop. It is the very bank that created the paper short position in the first place. They are flipping the script. They are switching sides, and they are destroying their competition to do it. Let's look at the combatants. Let's look at the blue whale raid. And while the giants are feasting on the carcass of Deutsche Bank in the wholesale market, sucking up 4 million ounces of industrial bars before they can even touch the pavement, the situation for the little guy, for you, for me, for the average family trying to secure their savings, has gone from difficult to impossible. We are witnessing a total blackout of the retail supply chain. If you think the raid on the COMEX was violent, you should see what is happening on the websites of the major bullion dealers right now. It is a digital ghost town. The inventory is gone. The shelves are bare. The buy buttons have been replaced with notify me buttons. I've been monitoring the inventory feeds of the big three online dealers, SD Bullion, Kitco, and Appimex, since the market closed today, and the data confirms that the retail Armageddon we feared is no longer a forecast. It is here.
Okay, so I know there's a lot there for someone that's not well-versed in all this to digest, and I personally have looked at this myself just as a armchair analyst of geopolitical events and how it connects. You know, I'm not an investor, I'm not a person that buys, but I understand kind of the gist of what is being said and what it means. And what it means is that there is no physical silver going to be available like in days gone by for the average Joe like you or me who might want to buy, 50 ounces or 100 ounces as a hedge, or as a part of your portfolio. Some people will buy it in paper And a lot of people do invest in silver that way, or gold. They do it in paper, but that's not really. I don't know if you're familiar with fractional reserve banking, but it's very similar to fractional reserve banking. They'll have $1 in the bank or 1 ounce of gold in the bank that represents 100 contracts. Really, there's nothing. If everybody decided they wanted that ounce of gold, and it's supposedly represented by this money, these paper notes, it wouldn't be able to be withdrawn because too many people would make a run on that one. Because what they say is that 1 ounce and this is just an analogy, it represents the 100 contracts that they put out or the 100 notes that they put out. The same thing with silver and gold. It's really just a scam, really. But what it does is it artificially keeps, and I'm trying to explain this correctly. If somebody out there knows better, then let me know. But the way it works is that they suppress the market by printing all of these certificates and saying, okay, you can buy 100 of these. We have the gold in our vault, but you can buy 100 ounces of gold and we've got it secure in the vault. But really, they only have 1 ounce of gold that represents those 100 contracts. They're just banking on the fact that you're not going to want that piece of gold in exchange for your contract or for exchange for your certificate, right? So if you ever said, hey, I've got 100 ounces in certificates that says it's backed by gold, I want my 100 ounces. They would never be able to supply your demand because it's not there. Remember, Trump was going to do an audit on Fort Knox. Remember that when he came in, and whatever happened to that? Never happened, did it? Okay, because there's nothing there. They've already depleted everything that was at Fort Knox. There's nothing there. But so when you have that type of scheme being played in the back where we're just creating money out of adding zeros to some computer screen and then just, loaning it out to banks and whatever, whether it's the Federal Reserve or whoever, then people start to wake up and realize that the dollar is not backed by anything. And then people realize I need something physical to literally hold my value. So they either buy property or real estate or invest in something that's tangible, like commodities, gold, but they want it in their hand though. And this is what the average Joe is doing. But the banks are now doing that. They're not playing the paper game anymore, okay? Because China knows, and these metals are very important to have stockpiled for their industry. They need silver and there's only a limited amount of supply, okay? And because we're going into a state of global war, these metals are very necessary to making that engine work. And because China was exporting, now they're no longer going to export. They're going to bring all that back home. They're going to keep it in-house, and they're also buying. So they're allowing these prices to go down a little bit again, and then there's all this buying taking place. And we're talking millions and millions of ounces are being sucked up like a vacuum. If you go onto the major sites now and you try to see if you can buy some silver, it's going to say, we got to wait. We're not going to be able to deliver. And that's something that anybody that knows about silver knows that that's not a good sign. Like, let's just see if we can go to one of the main sites here. JM Bullion. That's like a big site. Let's see if they have this at, as he said, American Eagles. Let's just see. Okay, so high demand will cause slight processing and shipping delays. So they're saying shipping delays. Let's just see what the Silver Eagles are doing, just out of curiosity. Yeah, they're all pre-sale. See, when you have something like this, it's not good. Let's just go over here and look at this really quick. I'll show you. So you see how that says pre-sale there? Pre-sale, January 30th. That's a month. That's a month away. A month away. Look at this one right here. Okay, so you got January 13th. But most of these are January, late January. You know what can happen in a week or 2 weeks in the metal markets? I'm telling you, they're not going to guarantee that they're going to ship these to you. This is like saying, hey, we got your note. We got your note backed. Anytime you want your physical silver, you can just turn it in. Okay, well, we want it now. Well, we're going to have to wait. We got another month before, we got to make good on this, but just wait. And by the time that month is up, are you going to get your metal? Not if the world goes into chaos. Not if there's nothing left. They're basing their inventory on what normally is there. But if these big banks are now taking possession of actual physical gold, they're not just playing that game with paper. Now they're wanting to back everything with gold and silver. They have to have it in their vault. Then it's no longer in the COMEX. You're not going to be able to get it. All right. They're not going to be making these collector type, denominations, because industry needs silver too. And there's only a certain amount. And when you got countries like China and Russia and all these other countries that are seeing what's happening, they know what's going on, and they're all starting to buy it up too. And I was making a speculation with a brother on the phone today. I was thinking, this kind of reminds me of what happened in 2020. Remember when Robert was the only guy on YouTube talking about PPE? He was the only one talking about China and everybody dropping dead. And he was showing these videos that looked scary. And everybody was like, this can't be real. Nobody else is talking about this. What's Robert talking about? This is around the 1st of January, 2020. Nobody was talking about it. And then a few channels started coming online. Then you started hearing news about it. And everybody was like, wow, that's kind of weird. And I was telling people in January that PPE was going to disappear. And that if you can get masks, you should get them now while they're still 25 cents a piece. People started laughing and making fun. And I kept telling people this is going to disappear. You're going to see all of these things disappear. Weeks went by, even a month, and then it started to disappear. But I told people it was going to disappear. You know why it was disappearing? Because there were people in the United States, and I'm going to say Chinese people in particular, that were going around to all the retail outlets, and they were buying it all up, and they were sending it to China because they already knew what was going on like I did. But a lot of Americans didn't understand what was happening before it happened. But the Chinese did, because they had connections to what was happening, and they understood. And they took all of this, and it was coming. This was a big deal. If you remember, they were going to all the retail outlets, buying up as much PPE as they could and sending it to China. There were videos and pictures of warehouses inside of China that had all of these boxes that were being sent from the United States, piled in big warehouses full of American PPE. And that's why there was so many shortages, because they were taking everything that was M95. Now, I'm saying that in relationship to this, because you know what? I have a feeling that there's going to be a big run and a buy, and it's going to be sent to other places in the world. But that's just my speculation. I'm just going to be saying that. It kind of reminds me of something similar. But like I said, here you go. This is a major outlet. Look at the delivery times. Do you really want to wait a month to get silver? That doesn't normally happen, okay? That doesn't normally happen. Just saying. So let's move on. I'm going to go to some other news here. Trump is now warning that America is locked and loaded. He's warning the Iranians that we're locked and loaded and that we're ready to go into Iran if any protesters are killed. Really? So is this a preparation for America's involvement in another war in Iran? Well, to help the Israelis, yes. The Israelis are talking to Trump about going to war. And are we going to do it? I think we are. I think we're on the brink of not only something happening in South America. Maybe this will be Trump's outlet. Maybe this will help him to blow a little steam. He just needs somewhere to do something. And maybe this is going to be the the theater. Maybe we're going to not invade South America, because you got Russia and China sitting there protecting them. And maybe Trump doesn't want a direct conflict with Russia and China, because they're going in and they're taking ships now out of Venezuela that are filled with all kinds of oil, and they have Russian flagged ships now. They're putting the Russian flag on them. So if we happen to commandeer those ships, we're in trouble. Same thing with China, putting China's flag on them. They've had ships come in and ships go out with all of our military just standing there as that embargo supposedly is in place. Nothing's supposed to come in and nothing's supposed to go out. But America is allowing these ships to come and go because they're flagged by China and Russia. Okay, so maybe that's not going to happen. Maybe this is where Trump needs to blow off some of his steam. So maybe this is what we're going to do, is we're going to go after Iran.
Now that the U.S.
So this is Dabu. I don't know if you guys know who Dabu is, but Dabu is a great brother. I've talked with him in the past. He's been around. If you don't know his channel, go check him out. He got this video that he just posted, locked and loaded. Trump warns Iran that U.S. military is ready to go if protesters are killed. Check this out.
All right, guys, Trump is warning Iran now that the U.S. is locked and loaded and ready to go, and he's now vowing to rescue protesters if Iran shoots and kills any of these people in the streets. So there's a lot of mounting social unrest in the streets. Some are saying that it looks like a color revolution is starting to spring up. Some are pointing the finger at the West on having people on the ground trying to kick this up and spark this. And of course, Iran is saying that they're in all-out war with the West, with us in Israel. This is like the pretext to striking them again. Trump warning that he hears whatsoever that any protesters have been shot. He's sending in the cavalry, so to speak. This is Iran, the last big bad boogeyman, so to speak, that they have on the list in the area, especially when it comes to Israel. And it's not over. We kind of seen this coming before when they struck these facilities, these underground nuclear sites, so to speak, and they immediately said they destroyed them, and then we seen satellite imagery and evidence that they weren't destroyed. Then they later came out and admitted, okay, maybe they weren't. After saying, oh no, they're destroyed. They're always back and forth, and it's whatever they say goes in their mind, whether it's the truth or not. Does Iran have some capabilities somewhere else?
All right, just really quick.
I'm sure they do. At this
really
point,
quick, I'm looking at the news. Some people are saying something's going on in Venezuela. Okay, I'm looking right now. I'm taking a look. It doesn't look like anything major is happening because I'm looking at all the information right now. You can see it right here. This is within the last, I put tools last hour. You've got one site here that says these are basically not saying anything. Venezuela holds out olive branch, but more Venezuelan oil ships U-turn amid U.S. blockade. 17 minutes ago, Venezuela's Maduro willing to hold serious talks with the U.S. This was just 17 minutes ago. Flash explosions heard in Caracas, capital of Venezuela. And we already know that the U.S. is already in there. They're doing these special ops. We know that. We already heard about this. And I'm sure there's things that are going on there that are being talked about, but nothing major in terms of, okay, there's an Instagram here as tensions in Venezuela. Okay, security force had to get, okay, so this is one thing 10 minutes ago. You got to be careful with some of these reports too. Let's just take a look and see. Because sometimes things are blown up out of proportion and we need to make sure that we confirm a lot of this stuff here before we do. Let me just see. Okay, so this is OSINT Defender. Okay. let's take a look at that. Now, he's a legitimate source, and 10 minutes ago, he did say something. Let me just see. See, I know what legitimate sources are, so they're just now reporting this just now. So there really isn't a whole lot of reporting going on right now, but let me look. OS. Okay, Defender. Let's just take a look. We're looking at his site right now on Twitter. He has 1.6 million viewers or followers, just so you know. Okay, so 5 minutes ago, he just posted this.
Okay.
Okay, so maybe there is something going on. You guys are right. Okay, because I didn't see anything except for this one post. So you are right. There is something going on. Okay, I apologize. But I'm usually I like to look at sources here before I vet stuff, but this looks legit. All right, let everybody know this is legit. It is going down. Wow. That's interesting. Honey, post that.
Okay.
All right, so let me just get this really quick and repost this really quickly. Yeah, this is pretty big news.
Okay.
Thank you for whoever put that out there. I don't know who did. My wife was just passing on the info to me, but thank you for putting that out there. It caused me to have to go look, so thank you. Sometimes sometimes I really am cautious about what I put out there because I know there's a lot of people that do sensational news, and I don't want to be caught up doing that. Okay, so my whole thing is I don't want to stir people up unnecessarily if nothing's happening. But this does look legit. Definitely post this right now. Helicopters are seen flying over Caracas, Venezuela right now. Let's see. Let everybody know. Put it up. Post it on your Telegram right now, guys. Post it on your Telegram or on your social media. Let me just pull it up here. We got some other info here on Telegram here. Like I said, we're going to be the ones that are putting stuff out there before anybody else. Disclose TV. Look at this. Hold on. Let me get another screen up here. Okay, look at this. Look at this one here. All right, let me just pull this up so that you can see it here.
Se escuchan helicópteros, son las 1:58 de la mañana. Están atacando el fuerte Fiuna.
That sounded like attack helicopters. That sounded like U.S. helicopters.
Se escuchan helicópteros.
Listen.
Son las 1:58 de la mañana. Están atacando el fuerte Fiuna.
Oh, wow. Look at that. That was those two, what do they call those? They're US CH-47 helicopters. Those are probably dropping off a bunch of troops, special ops, I bet. How much you want to bet those are special ops drop-offs? Look, you see those? If you look right here, you can see them up in the top, really close. Just look at the top there. Let me see if I can see that really quick. You see that right there? Look. The two propellered helicopter, which is called the CH-47, and there's about 3 of them. Look, 1, 2, 3. I saw 3 of them. Look. Yeah, those other ones went by and I didn't even see them because they came over the edge. Let me see. You can't see them on the side there because the tree's in the way, but then you see them pop out right at the end. You see that? There's one there, right underneath the tree. You see it coming out from underneath the tree. And then there's one in front of that one too. And then you got this third one. Can you see all those? There's 3 of them right there. Let's see. Can you see my cursor there? No, you can't, can you? Let me get my cursor on there so you can see what I'm seeing here. Wow, this is crazy. Capture cursor. Okay. Let's see if I can just do that right here. Okay. There we go. So, yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Escuchan helicópteros, son las 1:58 de la mañana. Están atacando el fuerte Fiuna.
It reminds me of like Vietnam or something, you know? Like, look at what the heck. Okay, let me just pull this up because this is wrong. Okay, there we go. All right, so look. So you see one there, you see one there, and you see one over here. There's 3 of them. And they just flew over this guy's position there. Crazy, crazy. I cannot believe this. This is it. This is it. This is going down right now. Let's see what else. We gotta keep up on all this. So here's some more. Oh my gosh. So we got a bunch of new videos. Come here. Look at this. Oh, whoa. Holy cow.
Ay, mamá, huevo.
Erga, se metieron los de la USA,
What?
papi. Se tienen 14 años, son más grandes que Kenia.
Ay.
All right, there's some more. There's some more. What? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh man. This is crazy. All right, so let's just kind of go through some of these videos. Look at this. I don't know what this is. Is that an oil? Is that something to do with oil? It looks like it's on some kind of water or some watered area that's circling it. I don't know what that is. Like, is that some kind of an oil field or is that... I have no idea what that is.
Ay, mira, mamá, huevo, ¿cómo sigue explotando? Mamá,
Ay,
huevo.
mamá, huevo. Ay, mamá,
He's
huevo.
laughing. He's
Se
laughing.
metieron los de la USA,
Look,
papi.
look at how
Se tienen
far.
14 años,
It's
son
far
más
away
grandes que
because the
Kenia.
sounds come late.
Ay.
Aye.
Mamá, huevo, se metieron.
He's like, aye. Chihuahua, aye. And then that's the one with the planes. Okay, so this one is the first one that we saw here. Look at this one. That's it. This is it. It's going down. Look at this. This was 11 minutes ago. At least 6 pillars of thick smoke can be seen rising from sites throughout Venezuelan capital of Caracas. Look at that. Wow. Siren raids. Listen. Wow. Okay. Here we go. We got that. Let's see. Is there anything else? This was 24 minutes ago. Smoke can be seen coming up. 28 minutes ago, explosions reportedly heard by residents near Fort Tiuna in southern suburbs of Caracas. So this was 30 minutes ago was when he first posted. 30 minutes ago. We've been on this for what, about 15 minutes. So yeah, we kind of came on this right as soon as it happened. That's pretty good. Thanks for alerting us, guys. Yeah, because, you know, sometimes I'm a little cautious because we've had people, you know, go crazy in our chat saying this and this and this, and it turns out to be nothing. So we always try to make sure we vet it before we go into it. Let's go over to Telegram and see what Telegram is saying. I don't see too many people reporting this right now. Nobody knows yet. I don't think people are really seeing this yet. Okay, so it has started. The U.S. Air Force has launched a series of military strikes on... Okay, so we have some new video here. Let's take a look. Oh, wow. Look at this. Oh, let me pull it up. Okay. Okay, I got some more video right here. Look at this. This is coming from look at that. It's all dark there too. Look, I don't know if they took out the... Oh, wow. Look at that. What? Take it easy. No crazy war. No. 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 Peace, peace.
Muriéndose.
Yes, peace. No crazy war. No. No. Okay, so that was that. Let me see. I think we got some more here too. Let's look. Let's see if this is it here. Let's see what this is.
Ignacio, otra vez en el aeropuerto, papá.
¿Para qué hacemos? ¿Para qué hacemos? Que se quede allá.
Okay. 1 second, guys. Make sure I got the right thing here. Okay. Okay. We're just sending out some alerts here. I'm just sorry. Just let me get the alerts out really quick. Oh, he looks mad. Look at that. He looks mad.
Mira allá, mira el quemado.
Okay, I'm going to be posting on here too, honey. You could just add the text. And if there's one in there that I did too many of, then just redo it. Or at least take them out.
Okay, señala.
You saw that. This is the one where it shows the U.S. helicopters flying in. This is it. It's 7, and there's 7 of them, 8 of them here.
Mamá huevo, qué locura. Moscaí. Mira esa mierda explotando.
All right, I need to change my title. I need to change my title.
Mierda, marico, se prendió el peo en esta mierda, ¿oyó? Marico, llegamos a tiempo a la casa, ¿oyó?
Marico, mira esa mierda.
Okay. All right, we got some more here. We got some more video here coming in. Hold on one second here. This is some more footage here. Okay, is it still loading? Shoot. Okay, I gotta wait till this loads. Okay, here we go. Look at this. Oh my gosh. Look at this. What? Oh my gosh. They're shooting at the U.S. helicopters. What? Look at this again. Or maybe that's just U.S. helicopters firing, huh?
Marico, vamos a moverla. Graba ahí. Espera.
Oh, we saw that there. That's some crazy footage too.
Marico, tengo el corazón mío.
Ya, marico.
Llama ya mismo.
No voy a ir al lado de Fortuna, weón.
Sí.
Marico, tengo el corazón a 1000, pues.
Marico, escucha, nuestros papás deben estar
Muriéndose.
A mi mamá le da un infarto. No tengo señal acá ni ver, ¿verdad?
Vamos a caminar, vamos.
All right, so let's see what else we got here. All right, CNN confirms multiple explosions in the Venezuelan capital and states that aircraft activity can be heard in Caracas. Authorities have not officially commented on the situation, so no comment yet in the U.S. media. So most of the video that we've shown you is all that's out there right now, but we will be monitoring all the sources as this unfolds. So we'll be here for a little bit. I already did. I changed the title. Didn't I? The title should be changed. It's already changed. Title has been changed. Unless I didn't save it. Let me see. Did I save it? War has broken out in Venezuela. Okay. Let's see if we can put up a different pic. We need some new images there too. Okay, there we go. We got some good images there. All right, guys, this is huge news, and I'm sure this is going to develop continually. As you saw everything happen here first, you're going to see everything that's new developing right here first. We've got all the sources, and we're on top of what's happening very quickly, unlike mainstream media, where they don't show you what's happening here. Okay, did that not go up? Sorry about that. Let's see. Is that? Hold on 1 second here. Okay, there we go. Make sure you get on our app. Our app is so important because we're alerting everybody on the app right now. Okay, so here's some more scenes from northern Venezuela. Look at that. Wow. Okay. All right, I'm looking at your comments. What are we saying? Lavrov has just been seen coming into the Kremlin. Okay. It looks like 2026 is going to be wild. Yep. Report of one American hostage. 86th? Oh, you're kidding. That's not good. American hostage in Venezuela? You're talking about? Because I think there was five hostages supposedly, right, in Venezuela. Is that correct? I think I heard a report about that just a little bit ago. And now one of them's been killed. Interesting. Is that what we're talking about? The app, if you want to go to the app, go to Apple Store or Android, type in BP News. There's the app, BP News. Just B as in boy, P as in Paul, News. You'll see our icon. Our icon will be right there. Download the app and you're on. And you'll get all of our updates. Everything that's emergency messaging will be put right there on the app. In fact, that's what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to alert everybody. Make sure everybody knows. Let's see here. Notify everybody. Uh-oh. Yep, they're saying that. Hold on. Okay. Okay, so we've got some more messages coming out here with all right, look at this. That guy's pretty bold to be driving around where there's all these bombs falling. That's pretty bold. Venezuela airspace completely empty right now. Let's see. Disclosed TV. Fox News pundit says that the unconfirmed U.S. invasion of Venezuela is for national security against Hezbollah and Iran, as well as Russia and China. What? Look at that. Wow. That's pretty crazy. All right, so listen up.
Venezuela has become a hotbed for every adversary of the United States to operate in the Western Hemisphere. Hezbollah has operations. The terrorist group Hezbollah, based in Lebanon, has operations that have been widely reported to be based in Venezuela. Iran is operating in Venezuela. Russia, China. It has become sort of the satellite state for the countries who we consider our adversaries and who are bent on trying to do everything they can to destabilize and undermine the West. So,
okay. All right, so that was just some reports on what is actually happening, why we're going into Venezuela. It's because of Russia and China. And not only that, but Hezbollah. So like I said, guys, this is a multi-front war. Everything is hitting the fan, as we expected, right out the gate of 2026. We told you guys all this was about to happen. Let's see what else is here. We're monitoring a number of sources right now. In fact, Fox News pundit says, so unconfirmed reports that there is an American hostage that has been killed. Now, I heard that there was 5 hostages earlier this evening in Venezuela. I don't know if this is confirmed, but here we go. The ground phase of the American operation in Venezuela is underway, and clashes are being reported. This is breaking news. Breaking news. Our sources are pretty legit here, guys. So, ground phase of the American operation in Venezuela is underway. Clashes are now being reported. Russian channel says the U.S. invaded a foreign country and sanctions should be imposed against them. That's what people are saying in other countries right now on Telegram. Let's see what else we got here. Okay, here's some more footage.
Sí.
Ay, coño, la negra se le fue la luz.
Mira, güey, ¿te escuchaste desde hace rato?
Y nos suban para allá. ¿A dónde está la explosión?
What was that? That was nothing? Just the sirens? Okay. So they just... Mira Flores? What does that mean? Okay, we saw that. Major secondary explosion. Look. Or it could have been. Maybe it could have been gas tanks. They have those tanks, those LNG. It could have been that. Who knows? we'll show you some of the older footage for some of you that are just getting here. Some of the footage that came in about 15, 20 minutes ago, we're going to show you guys. Yes, I updated the caption. Yes, I did. Didn't I? Hello?
Sí, sí.
Marico, tengo el corazón a mil, pues.
Wow.
Si es una bomba, las bombas caen donde sea.
Mira allá, mira el quemado.
Pues llamó a mi mamá. Vamos bien, Michi. Vamos bien.
Wow. Absolutely crazy. This is live feeds, guys. Live feeds going on right now. These are different angles of what was happening, different angles, seeing different visuals. There's like 7 different U.S. Chinooks. It looks like Chinooks. Or maybe they're attack helicopters. The ones that we saw earlier were Chinooks.
Mira esa mierda, explotaron allá toda esa mierda porque tú no estás explotando.
Mierda, marico, se prendió el peo en esta mierda, ¿oyó?
Wow. Wow. I don't think we have this one here. Dozens of Chinooks.
Marico, mira esa mierda.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy footage there. I just got to post that really quick. Okay, what else do we got here?
Guillermo está solo.
This is when they first came in, I think.
Ahorita a las 2:05 de la madrugada voy yo a la puerta.
Okay, so we got some more information. It says the entire U.S. Air Force has disabled virtually all flight tracking transponders. That's in the United States. What? The entire U.S. Air Force has disabled virtually all flight tracking responders. That means all of the U.S. That's civilian planes as well. Civilian. This is civilian planes. Let me go over to tracking radar. Let me see. I got to see this. You got to be kidding me. Let me see. Let's see. We can go right to it. We can verify this right now. Well, we can see him here. Let me see. No, we can see him here. Let's see. Oh, well, let's just go to military. If you do military, I think that they were probably saying military then, because right now these are civilian. He's probably saying all U.S. military. I can't do the military because I don't have the upgraded thing there. Flights. You have to pay for that. But hey, these flights are still up and running. But let's look at Venezuela. Look, this is Venezuela here. Look at how all the planes are flying around Venezuela. They're like, oh, there's something going on there. We ain't getting anywhere near there. So he's talking, I think this is a visual of just the military planes, because they have a way to turn on military planes. All right, let's see what else we got here. All right, breaking. We got breaking news here. Sky News Arabia claims that the home of the Chavista defense minister Vladimir Pedrino Lopez was bombed by the United States Air Force. Oh my gosh. That's pretty huge. Wow. So here's the updated info on this. Let's take a look. So that's a secondary explosion. This is a different view. Let's take a look at that. This was, okay, so this is Hurghada Airport, suggesting an American strike on a Venezuelan weapons shipment at the site. Massive secondary explosions. That just was put out there. Okay, let's see what else we got. All right, this one says all right, this says Venezuelan soldiers and civilians are fleeing the Fuerte Tiona military complex in southwestern Caracas. People are literally running on their running. Let's see. I'm going to try to get a closer up vision of this. Hold on. Visual. Let's see if we can make this closer up.
Viendo.
Yeah, people are literally running. Look at that.
Una locura esto ahí. ¿Estás viendo? ¿Ah? Bueno, mira.
Wow.
La gente está como loca caminando, mira.
That's pretty huge. It says panic reported at Miraflores presidential palace in Caracas, with vehicles lining up near the compound. Maduro may be attempting to flee in an undisclosed location, to an undisclosed location. Okay, it says Rodriguez Martinez and Hernandez Bueno on their way to Venezuela to fight. Rodriguez Martinez, what the heck? I don't get that. I have no idea what that means. Reuters, U.S. Army ground forces have begun operations in Venezuela. This is according to Reuters. So we are now on the ground with forces. As I said about 10 minutes ago, I'm sure our guys are now on the ground. So there is military operations now on the ground with U.S. forces engaged. What is this? There's just some different views, visuals. There's a lot of different perspectives that are being uploaded right now. So if you wanted to see a few other ones, here's some more.
Pues llámame mamá.
Let's just do it like this, honey. This is the way we should do it, like this. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. There you go. All right, so we got it. We got it. A little bit of this and a little bit of that. Intel Slav is saying that President of Colombia, amid the attack on U.S. attack on Venezuela, calls the public to intervene. Look at that. He says, right now they are bombing Caracas. Alert to the whole world. They have attacked Venezuela. They are bombing with missiles. The OAS and the UN must meet immediately. I'll post that. Okay, let's see. We'll just put a few visuals here.
Mira, pero ven acá, no se metan para acá, no sabemos qué hay ahí que se queda.
Yeah, the U.S. Air Force has struck the house where the Venezuelan defense minister lived. So they probably killed the defense minister. Buildings of the Venezuelan Ministry of Defense were also attacked, and a separate strike was launched against the General Staff building. Okay, so he said this, he said that in Spanish, and he also said it in English. So that's interesting. Wow. Well, I didn't get into all the news that I wanted to get into. There was a bunch of other stuff I wanted to talk about, but oh well, this is like huge. This is like, it's actually confirming a lot of what we were expecting. Get the message out, guys. Share on your feeds. Get it out there to your friends and family. Let them see what's happening. You can always scroll back in the feed and watch as this thing developed. I mean, this thing just broke out only about 50 minutes ago. So if you scroll back on our stream about 50 minutes, you can see when it first began. What I'll end up doing is clipping this and reposting. Do you think Maduro has been caught or got? Units of the Venezuelan military are now being deployed. Look at this. That thing is a sitting duck. Whoever's in that tank or in that armored personnel, is that a tank? It's kind of like a tank, but geez, it's probably going to be blown up. That's on the streets of Caracas right now. Okay, as we find these videos, we'll be posting. As they come out, we're monitoring a number of channels right now, so we will be posting everything as it's being posted, as it comes out. We'll get you all the new footage. So far, we've gotten everything out there, but we're monitoring a number of sites, along with forums and all the Reddits and Telegrams and Twitters. In fact, I got to get over to Twitter really quick and check. See what Twitter's posting here. U.S. troops are on the ground. Okay, we got some X footage here too. Look at this.
Oye, aparte de uno. Sí. Ay, no poder. No sé.
Okay, so They're saying a representative of the American Army refused to comment on the possible involvement of American forces in the explosions in Caracas. New York Times. All right, let's see what else we got here. I'm just going to show you all the new stuff. We're going to post all the new stuff as it comes out here. I don't want to keep showing you old footage here. Let's see. Repost on Twitter too, honey. Make sure you get it on Twitter as well. All right, here we go. Look at some of this footage. Look at that. That's pretty large explosions there.
Mira, huevón, durísimo.
All right, well, we got some of that. Let's just see what else is happening here. This is all current update stuff that we've already posted. Okay, this is brand new. Look at this. All right, that's new footage there.
طلع طلع ايه
فكرة التمرة.
Whoa, look at that. Oh my gosh.
ايوه 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 يا حبيبي ايوه 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 دمر الدنيا هون دمر الدنيا ايوه ايوه دمر الدنيا فرسلية نزل فرسلية ايوه فوق راسي يا عيال.
Those are air defenses, air defenses. The peace president. This is the president of peace. President of peace.
عملوا زي قطين تيلين.
This is all footage that just came out just now. Wow. All right, so that we got that. I want to get that footage there. Let me get this up here really quick. Let's get this really quick. was good footage there. All right. All right, let's get back over to that page there. Actually, that wasn't it. That was right here. Please, please. Is this it? Nope. With the B. Yeah, that's it. Okay. All right. Sorry about that, guys. I just want to make sure I get this before it gets away from me here. Okay, hold on.
Dios mío. Dios mío. Marico. Huevón.
Okay, we saw that. Whoa, look at that. That is some crazy footage there. I got to get that one. That was crazy. Did you see that? Look at this. Wow. That is absolutely crazy footage. Hold on, I got to get this one. Okay, hold on one second. I got some more here, guys. So hang tight here.
Ahorita se prendió en candela, weón. Viene otro, viene otro, viene otro.
What? That's crazy. Oh my gosh. What? Oh my God. That says that's an AH-64 Apache helicopter launching a strike in northern Venezuela. Look at this again. Oh, wow.
Mira.
Okay, this was forces of the Chavista regime detain every civilian on the street. Why would they do that? Hold on. Hold on. What the heck's going on there?
Mira. Mira. Ay, papi, también chorreado. Los van a... Mierda, qué desastre. Mira. 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 Bajando a la gente. Mira. Mira, parando carro.
They didn't shoot anybody.
Bueno, me imagino que están defendiendo la posición.
They're just shutting off the roads. They're just shutting off the roads. They're just shutting off the roads, making sure people aren't like terrorists or anything. Gosh, that was crazy footage. Hold on. I got to put this on the site. Hold on. Oh. What? Oh my gosh. Why is this not working? All right. I got that. Okay, so Colombia's president says they're bombing Caracas at the moment. He issued a stark, Gustavo Petro issued a stark alert. They are bombing with missiles. He called for immediate convocation of the OAS and the UN, stating that Colombia, as a new member of the UN Security Council, must urgently be convened to establish the international legality of the aggression against Venezuela. He also announced that Colombia's military power use is activated in Cucuta with operational plans in motion along the border. Yeah, that was the one I want. I was making sure I have that one. Do I have that one? That's absolutely insane. Okay, you do got that. Okay. All right, I uploaded that other video, honey. So let's just put that one on there too. And I'll just post it right now. All right, that one's also up. Hopefully there's a picture already. No? There we go. Yeah, this footage is crazy too.
Ahorita se prendió en candela, weón.
Look at how close. Look at how close. Look at how close the bomb comes to the car. Look at this. Wow. Okay, so Venezuela's media broadcasts a statement on the national network confirming that the country is being attacked by the United States and calls for popular mobilization of all Bolivarian forces. All Bolivarian forces. Let me look on the other site here and see what else we got here. Air raid sirens, okay. We've seen a lot of this already. Initial reports of fighter jet activity, military strikes. Saw that. What is
Okay,
this?
siguen las explosiones. Se escuchan helicópteros.
All right, we saw that. God bless our troops. Aquila says, a new dawn is upon us. Yeah, right. 11:41 p.m. A new dawn, huh? Okay. Whatever. Major blast at... Okay, we saw that. I'm just going to show you guys new stuff, so just hold tight. Let me get the new stuff up if we can find some new stuff. All right, we've seen all that. Oh, wow, that's interesting. Yeah. I don't think we saw that there. Let's take a look at that.
Mierda, what the fuck?
Wow.
Mamá, huevo, ¿qué mierda es esta?
So Aquila is saying American forces are, as we speak, assaulting the Venezuelan coast. They're assaulting the. Are they doing an invasion? Are we literally invading? Are we invading with ground troops right now on the coast? That's what he's saying right now is happening. Venezuela, we are. Our troops are storming their beaches. You got to be kidding. Venezuelan president has declared a state of emergency and called on all the population to mobilize against the United States. So we are literally attacking on the ground with troops, American troops on the ground. Guys, do you hear what I'm saying? Are you guys hearing what I'm saying here? This is happening on the ground right now. Paratroopers have been deployed. Honey, when did I have that dream? I'm trying. Was that this morning or was that yesterday? American helicopters are launching an attack on the fort. What is this? On the Fort Tuna military base in Caracas.
Están atacando eso ahí, no se ve bien porque es de noche, pero ahorita sí se ve y lo que pasa es que no están grabando. Papá, quédate tranquilo. Allá va uno, se ve, no sé si se ve.
Okay,
Allá donde se ve.
It says U.S. attack helicopters are continuing strikes against targets in Venezuela. Let's see. We already saw that. Oh, wow. Did you see that? Okay, so we had something else here. Let's see. This is the one. Let's just look at this
Atacando eso ahí, si no me equivoco. Me equivoco.
Those sound like those A-10 Warthogs with those big galloping guns or whatever they call them.
¿Cómo le disparan, weón? Venga por aquí.
Okay, so that's the full footage there. That was the full footage. We got this end part already. Okay, so here we go. We've got Trump orders. Let's see. The Russian embassy was not affected by the explosions in Caracas, according to the Russian ambassador. However, Venezuela has not provided any official comment so far. Maduro signed a decree declaring a state of emergency in response to the attack. Venezuela has been subjected to military aggression by the U.S., the head of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs stated. Let's see what else. The Venezuelan authorities are calling on all national forces to step up mobilization plans, it added. It says Maduro orders all national defense plans to be implemented in the face of U.S. attacks and also to step them up, whatever that means. Big news is coming in. Big news is coming in. They're in pursuit of Maduro himself, the U.S. military on the ground, paratroopers, special forces. Oh, they're trying to get Venezuelan personally? What? They're trying to get his head? Uh-oh. Let's see. Venezuelan armed forces are deployed to protect the country's sovereignty, the foreign minister said. So far, we have only seen unimpeded low-altitude flights of American helicopters. The Venezuelan regime under Nicolas Maduro official statement during declaring that the country was targeted by U.S. military attacks against civilian and military installations located in the states of Caracas, Miranda, Aragua, and La Guria, and called on all Latin American governments to rise against the U.S. And he said, independence or nothing, fatherland, socialism, or death, we will prevail. Somebody said I give Maduro 10 to 15 hours. Okay, so let me go back to the other feeds here. There's so much coming out right now. Let me just try to get it all. Venezuela. Honey, are you posting on Twitter? Are you posting on Twitter? We should be posting on Twitter too. No, you're not. All right, I'm going to post here, so hold on. Let's see. All right, I'm going to post here. So, yeah, Twitter is important to post on because a lot of people look at, Twitter and Facebook and things like that. All right, what else do we got here? Okay, so these feeds that we're looking at, like I'm looking at right now, pretty up to date on everything that's happening. Let's just see what else we got here.
Sour crude, which while some
Reuters confirms that U.S. Special Forces have landed in Caracas in Venezuela. Ground operation is about to begin. This was at 11:18. That was already a half hour ago. We did mention that. What is this? U.S. President ordered strikes on sites inside of Venezuela, including military facilities, U.S. officials said, as the administration early Saturday ratcheted up campaign against, Did Congress approve? This is something that Congress was needing to be informed on before it happened. Trump used a poker face, shifting attention yesterday toward Iran and then attacking Venezuela. Exactly. He did the same thing when the decapitation of the Iranian leadership. He focused in a different direction and then bam, it was over. Somebody said Americans are suffering under a terrible economy while Trump wastes another billions on another needless war. Well, all right, let's see what we got live here.
Fatherland.
Okay, so we have a live feed of Venezuela. Hold on one second here. Let me pull it up for you guys. right, this is the live feed of Venezuelan's city. So if we see any more operations, we'll see it right here. We will see the event happen and unfold right here. I'm going to get rid of all those other things we were going to talk about because this is obviously taking a lot of precedent. Okay, so some big news is unfolding here, guys. Stay tuned. U.S. Special Forces are already on the ground. Big news about to be announced. We should be seeing something here in the background. This is a live feed of the city. Game over, man. Thumbs up the video, guys. Thumbs it up. Share it on your social media. Get the word out. What's going on? Everybody should know what's happening here. In fact, I'm going to promote it on our text alerts here. I'm going to send out a massive text alert. If you're on our text alerts, we need to get some. If I'm missing anybody that has donated, I just want to say I'm sorry. I'll try to get back to anybody that's sending any super chats or anything like that. If you do send a super chat, go with the coffee one. That's the best one to go with. Get your message out there, send it on a super chat. It'll pop up on the main screen. Wildman, thank you very much. It says, I believe we seized the presidential palace already, says Wildman. Good job, Wildman. Thank you very much. Appreciate you, brother. Thumbs up the Wildman. Anybody out there that's behind what we're doing, please support what we're doing. I'm sending out a very large text right now, trying to get some more people here. And it costs a little bit to do that. So I'm adding some funds right now. We're putting the funding on this. We need it to get out there. Let's see. Oh, I hear something going on in the background there. All right, here we go. I am sending out a mass text alert right now. Okay. Incoming. How many of you guys out there getting your text? Let me know you're getting your text. I'm sending them out now. Mass mobilization of citizens in Venezuela immediately. Thank you very much, Thomas. God bless. Thank you very much. I'm glad that you were here too, Jose. God bless you. Thank you very much for hanging out with us tonight. All of you out there that are regulars. Make sure you download the app, BP News, right there on Apple Store or the Android Play. Just type in BP News and download. They're saying that Maduro is probably being hunted down right now if he hasn't already been captured. USA, USA. This feed just is choppy here, I guess. Okay, here we go. This is a live feed, so that's why it's kind of a little choppy here. Let's see if we can see anything going on here. It's awfully quiet on the streets. You know, I'm looking at the feed here, and I don't see anybody really walking around or anything. But this is a live feed, guys. This is right where everything happened. I'm interested to see if there's any air activity going on here. If there are troops on the ground, we should be seeing some kind of operations where you might see an incoming new attack as they go in. You can hear the guy in the background talking. He's filming from the top of probably an apartment.
Yo tengo una, pero que no sé si la aguanta esta cámara.
Obviously, they still have power and internet. Looks like they still have internet power. You can still see a little bit of the smoke from where the initial bombs fell. Let's see, we got another feed here. Let's see what this feed is here. That's the same one, right? That's the same one I've got. Is that not the same one? This is just showing a loop of what happened. We're kind of wanting to see. Hit the like button, thumbs up the feed. Feeds here, guys. cams. Look at how empty that is over there. Completely deserted up at the top left. The Caracas coastal area, you can see what's going on there. Basically loops. This is a live feed here. That was a loop. That's a loop of some of the footage. This obviously is real-time footage of different locations. This one up in the right-hand corner is basically your that's going to be your hold on one second here. This one here is your live feeds from the coast. Trinidad, flight radar, Caracas. A couple of different feeds from Caracas. Probably we won't see too much on this feed, but people are walking around there at the top left there, like nothing's going on. This feed here is a live feed though. All right, the White House is now confirming the U.S. is attacking Venezuela.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. I'm Eric Shawn in New York. We're at Chandler Painter, and we have the latest news. The White House confirming, according to sources, that the United States is attacking Venezuela in a military operation in these early morning hours.
Okay. I think this is the best feed right here. This actually shows a live overview of the city and areas that have already been bombed recently or right in this area. So if there is any more operations over the city of Caracas, this would probably be the best feed to be watching right here. So this looks like the city of Caracas here. Uh-oh. I think that feed is out. That feed is offline. Here's some better footage of the damage shown after the attacks. Let's take a look at that. See what this is.
Marico.
Yeah, I saw that already. Oh, this is still live? Is this one live? Less heat, the popcorn is burning. Just hours ago, Maduro met with China's special envoy sent by Xi for a 3-hour discussion. And it says, is the envoy still in Caracas watching this unfold from the front row? Wow. Wow. Look at that. Look at this. Could this be actually happening right now? Look, this was only 3 hours ago. Look at this.
Trae muy buenos recuerdos. Feliz año. El año del caballo, ¿verdad?
You see what he said? He said, good to see you. You bring back great memories.
Buenos recuerdos. Feliz año.
Happy New Year.
El año del caballo.
This is the year of the horse, right? Yeah, the red horse. The red horse of the apocalypse. Are you the horse? Yeah. Are you the horse? Oh, that's interesting. I'm a tiger. It's been so long.
Yo lo conocí a él muy joven.
I met him when he was very young.
Muy joven. Hace 20 años.
20 years ago. Asian people never age anyway, you can't tell.
Hace 20 años como traductor cuando estaba el presidente.
When the president was Gianto.
Ahora es director.
Now you're the director. How incredible. Time flies. That was just 3 hours ago. Oh boy. I wonder if they're still there. That's China. China was visiting 3 hours ago with their envoys from Xi Jinping himself, sending them to bring greetings and good cheer and to watch from the front rows. Front row seats. Once again. Are we going to see anything else? Look at this. I even wore my military shirt today. I'm a military dad. I'm like the drill sergeant, sir. My kids are all lined up. Whenever I come in, they line up like this. Yes, drill sergeant, sir. No, my kids aren't like that. They look at me as like, I can tell Dad whatever I want, and I get it. Yep, they know how to manipulate me. Sometimes I got to take on the discipline, though. So I'm looking at some of your guys' chat here. Let's talk. There's a wolf moon right now? Somebody said a wolf moon. Huh? A wolf moon? Somebody said there's a wolf moon tonight. Okay. We got a wolf moon.
Come on.
Portland Annie, he got live feeds? How did he get live feeds? Let's take a look at that one. We got some more live feeds. You guys want to see some more live feeds? All right, hold on 1 second here, guys. All right, here's another live feed here. Okay, so it says here, latest news here. U.S. confirms that they are carrying out strikes and military operations inside of Venezuela right now. U.S. forces are already on the ground in Venezuela, actively engaged in military operations. 2:21, that was just now. A few different sources. Okay, so we have some more video here. Let's see. We've already seen that. We already seen that. This guy's very late. We already saw all that too. You know, it's funny. Some of these channels are very well respected, and they're just now getting all this footage that we had for the last 45 minutes. But then again, they weren't streaming live like we were when it happened. You know, I had a funny feeling about today. I don't know what it was when I woke up today. I just had some kind of a strange... And I knew something was going to happen in the first few days of January. I've been telling you guys, something's going to happen in the next 48 hours. Did I not tell you guys that something was going to happen in the next 48 hours? How many of you guys out there heard me? I said 2 days ago, I said something big is going to come. A shaking is going to be coming here in the next few hours. And this is it. This is it. I thought it was going to happen yesterday, but here it is. Let's see. U.S. officials. Okay, so we have something else here. Images show the aftermath of an attack on the port of La Gurara, north of Caracas. A vessel of the port appears to have been the target. Let's take a look at that and see what that is there. Let's see. Okay, there we go.
No sé si fue un barco.
That's some new footage there. Secondary explosions. Yeah, secondary explosions. Now this feed here is live stuff here, so you guys can kind of keep an eye on what's happening there. This also is a live feed here. We kind of want to keep an eye on that. This might be this is a live feed too. So anything that really happens, we'll see it here. We should be able to see it here. And I'm also answering questions or comments or thoughts in the comment section of the video here. So if you have anything you want to say, you want to tell me something, you want to tell me you love me, you want to tell me whatever, you can say it and I'll respond back. Jana says, Trump knows what he's doing. Does he? Like Wile E. Coyote? Super genius. Wile E. Coyote. Super genius. Trump wants to steal Venezuelan minerals. Is this a happy new year? The gates of hell have been opened wide. Worldwide, Brad said. Brad, is this the Brad I know? Brad, is that you? Brad, is that you, Brad? The Brad that I know? Okay, ooh, listen to this. This is breaking. Venezuelan citizens now report hordes of low-flying military helicopters. Okay, let's look. They're saying it's happening right now. Is this true, or is this another false message coming from a channel that needs attention? Because this guy was way behind. Cuba denounces and urgently demands the reaction of the international community against the criminal attack of the U.S. on Venezuela. Our Zona de Paz is being brutally assaulted. State terrorism against the brave Venezuelan people and against our America. Homeland or death, we shall overcome. President of Cuba, Miguel Diaz-Canel Bermudez said. Okay, so they're saying, this is what somebody was saying. So let's just see, because we should be able to see something here if that's true. I would say this would be the best feed to see that, but I don't see anything really right now on the horizon here. Let's see. Oops, what did I just do? Trump had held a... Let's see, it says Trump... Trump held a national security meeting at his Mar-a-Lago residence on the eve of the strikes on Venezuela. This was reported by New York Times newspaper. That happened before the strikes. Venezuelan citizens now report that hordes of low-flying military helicopters. That means all air defenses are already neutralized. So they neutralized air defenses, supposedly. Is this true, though? Let's see if we see anything coming in. That means if this is a live feed, right here, we should be seeing something coming in right now. Because this guy normally doesn't report false information. So if he's got, some people say he's got connections to government sources because he seems to always have information before other people get it. And like I said, he was a little bit far behind what was going on. So I don't know. Maybe he's just saying this to get a little more visibility. I don't know. We'll see. If this is true, then this feed right here should be seeing some activity. Because he just posted that just now. After more than 2 hours, not a single frame of air defense systems that are working over Caracas. So we haven't seen any. I did see some air defense fire earlier. One of our videos had it. So this guy doesn't have it, obviously. At the same time, American helicopters are attacking Venezuelan military facilities, which is even easier to hit without a large number of air defense systems. Surface-to-air missiles, large caliber machine guns are enough. That's what I was thinking. Iraq 2003. That's exactly what I was thinking. A number of media outlets are mainly from the Middle East report that the Venezuelan defense minister was killed in an attack on his private residence, but there is currently no confirmation of this information. Based on available data, the U.S., in addition to attacking military targets, is also destroying oil refineries. Why would we do that? That would be something that we would want, right? Uh-oh, he's looking at something here. Does he see something? Okay, so something might be happening here. Let's see. Turkey is on the side of Venezuela. What? Serious? It says Turkey is on the side of Venezuela. Let me turn this down here. If something starts happening, we'll turn it up. Okay, so it says here, Turkey is on the side of Venezuela, which has been attacked by the U.S. and the chief advisor to Turkish President Erdogan said, "We are on the side of the people of Venezuela and President Maduro. This banditry should not go unpunished," he wrote on his page. See, people are going to turn on the U.S. right now. Countries worldwide are going to turn on us. The whereabouts of Nicolas Maduro after the U.S. strikes on Caracas are unknown, but some of his entourage are safe, the New York Times reports, citing sources. Wow. So that's just coming out. Let's see. We saw that. Multiple higher-up officials of Maduro have already been neutralized. Multiple higher-upper officials of Maduro have been neutralized. That's what Aquila is saying. But like I said, Aquila was late on the draw here, and he's saying things right now that he's not backing up here. Miguel Diaz Canel Bermuz. Let's see what he's saying here. They might be sensing. Oh, I thought I saw a flash. What was that? Is that their camera going out? What's going on here? Okay, this is the AP. Let me just see if I can pull up the AP.
Hey, how you doing, brother? Hey, how you doing, brother? Hey, my name is Joe.
Okay, renewed U.S. airstrikes now in Caracas are happening right now. What? They're happening right now. Okay, let's just see if we can find the live. There is no AP live. We need to see the live feed. Okay. So this is our live feed here. This really is our live feed, but I don't see anything going on here. I'll do some search on this, so don't worry. We'll find it if it's there. That AP feed is out, but that might have been just... Okay, here... Well, yeah. See?
Hey, how you doing, brother? Hey, my name is
Let's see. AP feed. Let's see if we can find it on here. Associated Press. AP News. Okay, so we have AP News here. They don't even have it on their main site. That's weird. It's bizarre. It just happened. That's why nobody has it yet. Okay, they're streaming media. It's not there. If you do see something happening, you'll see something coming over the sea there. It's a very clear night. You should be able to see helicopters flying over if it's coming in from the ocean. Okay, here we go. We got the, let's see, this looks like... Okay, so Aquila says there's an operation ongoing in Caracas with air cover. In time, all will come out. Till then, say a prayer for... See, I don't know if that's true because we did not see it on that feed, and we have a feed right here. Trump is still at his Mar-a-Lago residence. In recent days, many of his senior national advisors have been there. In Venezuela, according to a New York Times report, the location of President Nicolas Maduro is currently unknown. Some of his senior officials are in a safe place. Oh, there's something going on there. What is going on there? Oh, no, that's just... All right, so we do have another Caracas live stream here. Let's see. This is a... Let's see. The city camera. That doesn't work. American Blackhawks in Venezuela. Let me see. Hugo Chavez mausoleum in Caracas in Smothers. What? They attacked his grave? Hugo Chavez. Look. Supposedly this is Hugo Chavez's grave, right? Let's see.
Acaban de explotar el 4F.
No way. That ain't mausoleum. Hugo Chavez. Isn't that the former president that used to be running Venezuela? What? How did he get that footage? I didn't see that one yet. All right, so he got that footage somewhere. All right, let me post that. Okay. Well, I'm just looking for some live cams inside of Caracas, but the airport webcam, let's see if that one, it works. Usually you can see webcams and stuff, popular webcams. Colombia activates border plan and maximum alert. Yeah, is Colombia next? Really? We had reported on that earlier about what Colombian president said. Oh, let's see what else we got here. Maybe on X. Is it? Are they out on X? No. I'm going to do something here really quick here on a reshuffle this really quickly here. Why do I have Macarena in my head? Why do I have that song Macarena? Ah, Macarena. Is that from Colombia or is that from like Venezuela? I don't know. Can I just play it? Okay. Did we see this one yet? This is pretty interesting here. Let's see. Oh, Macarena. Ah. I don't know why I do this thing. Okay, here is this was an hour ago. Did we show this already?
Okay,
we
las
showed
explosiones, se escuchan helicópteros, son las 1:58 de la mañana. Están atacando el fuerte Fiuna. Siguen las explosiones, se escuchan helicópteros.
Let's see if we can find some 1 minute ago. Sites confirmed to have been targeted tonight in Venezuela. The military base in Caracas. The main air base in Caracas. Main signal antenna, main port of Venezuela, airbase in the state of Miranda, with many more sites likely to have been struck, though still unconfirmed by sources on the ground in Venezuela. The Senate Armed Services Committee was not notified ahead of any potential military action taken tonight in Venezuela. What? I don't know how that's going to go, how that's going to fly. Major diversions of civil flights away from San Juan in Puerto Rico, as U.S. forces likely use the island to stage strikes on Venezuela. Venezuela President Maduro's location is currently unknown. As we said earlier, that was basically what we said. It's relatively quiet now. 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment might have already went in and got out after completing whatever mission they carried out in Caracas, with the strikes appearing to be a cover for the operation by the 160th, possibly the assassination of Maduro and other officials in the Venezuelan government. What? Did you see that? Look at that, right there. They're saying that this might have been a cover for the operation. We did see those guys going in there. Maybe they knew exactly where Maduro was, and they went in there to go take him out. I wonder if they did it. I wonder if that's actually what happened. This obviously was not a full-scale or even a partial invasion of Venezuela, but just Special Forces mission with support strikes by U.S. Air Force and Navy. That's what I thought too. But yeah, they're saying that the mausoleum of former dictator Hugo Chavez has been bombed. So literally, the U.S. bombs a mausoleum of a former leader of Venezuela. Wow. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy they did that. I'm getting ready. I'm already getting reports that Caracas Airport is under American control. No flights outbound or inbound. So, is it true that America now has control of the airport inside of Venezuela? You want to stay up to speed on all of this information, you go over to Telegram, BP News on Telegram, get connected to our app, download our app, BP News, Apple Store, Android Store, just type in BP News, and then download. You will get all of our updates right there. Real-time updates directly to your phone. Make sure you have the notifications enabled. There's also a chat that we also are going to enable. Now, we might not turn on the sound because we don't want people being disturbed, but only for major news alerts will we enable the notifications. Now, that notification system is now being put into place, and all of the settings are being set. So if you're getting notifications right now, too many, just wait. We're going to set it so that it doesn't bother people. Only the major notifications will be going through. If you want to be a part of the different groups, you have to register. You got to register by going to the upper right-hand corner and registering, or you could just be a guest and just get the notifications through the app. And all the different functions of the app are there for anything that you need. On our social media, you can also access all that as a guest. But if you do want to become a member, which is got a lot of perks, got a lot of extra information, make sure you become a member. You have to put your phone number in, though, because that phone number is how we're going to text people as well. As I said, this is a live feed right here that you're looking at behind me. So if any other new operations are underway, you might see it right here. Yeah, I wonder, do you guys think that Maduro is dead? What do you think? You think he's gone? U.S. is going to go in and take over the oil fields. What's going to happen? They're going to install the new government? Is that what they're going to do? What happened? Did I just get frozen here? Okay, so this one got froze. This feed was frozen. What the heck happened here? Can you guys still see me over here? Uh-oh. I just took out my feed. Jose Costa says 200% chance that he's dead. U.S. airstrikes carried out against a communications facility. Let's see what that one looks like. Well, don't get, too excited yet until you hear what's really happening. You know there's going to be some kind of retaliation if that's true. You don't think that they don't have any ways, especially with the nature of warfare these days, and they may have anticipated this anyway and sent some people here or have people here already. You never know. And how is the world going to receive this? Whether it's Iran, Russia, China, how are they going to respond? Because they're going to respond. They're allies. It says chaos erupted in Venezuela's capital early this morning as U.S. forces hit key military sites. Okay, blah, 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 9 low. Yeah. Yeah, but see, the president of Venezuela supposedly ordered a national defense plan to be implemented in the face of U.S. attacks. So he was giving orders after this operation had begun and while it was happening. You have to wonder if he didn't actually get into his safe place, I'm sure that they prepared for an invasion or some kind of attack. Maduro wasn't out there doing, playing tiddlywinks. What is going on in this upper right-hand feed? Do you see that? Looks like there's a light out there in the ocean. I didn't see that before. Let me see what... Yeah, because see, that light wasn't there before. Look, I just scrolled back. Okay, so that's the moon. Okay, so it's the moon. Who can make war against... Who can make war with him? The Bible says that. Who can make war? No one. Who can make war? No. What I found was interesting is that right before these attacks took place, Maduro was talking about peace. He was asking, because I did a search on whether or not Venezuela was under attack. and I saw this come up. Look at this. I'll show you really quick if I can find it. He said something about now it's buried because all this new news has come out, but let's see, 53 minutes ago, Maduro condemns U.S. military aggression. He, if he's saying this, maybe he's still alive. If he 33 minutes ago. People are, some people are expecting him to be dead right now, but who knows? What about the Chinese envoy? Oh, there's video of him in a car. It looks like he's driving. What? You got to be kidding me. What? And look at this. I'm going to download this really quick. Hold on. I'll post this. I need to put this on here really quick. Please, please. Peace together. Peace together. Do. No crazy war. I like the way he tries to speak English. No crazy war. All right, hold on. Oh, let's see here. Why can't I find this? Media. Okay, there we go. There's my media. All right. Maduro. Elemental P. Hold on. Yeah, this might have been his last trip here. Let's see if this is it. I just have to make sure I got my logos on this really quick.
To combat drug trafficking, we're ready. If they want oil, Venezuela is ready for U.S. investment.
What?
Of all our territories, and our people are safe and at peace.
All right, so this was his last video. All right, let me just pull that up really quick.
Mom Donnie. The man
Okay. Wait for the official word from U.S. officials. Let's see. The Chinese envoy was a decoy. Trump will address the country later on today. I'm trying to make sure I got everything set up here. This is, like I said, this is a live feed in the back. If you see anything going on there, it's going to happen there. But I'm looking at still new footage here. Oh, wow. I didn't see that. No, I didn't see that yet. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Okay, look at this. Look at this footage.
Hímale. Hímale. Hímale.
Did I have the wrong page up? Did I have the wrong page up this whole time? Okay, there you go. Let's just put on some sound here and see what's going on here. Why does my feed keep getting stuck on this page? What the heck is going on here? What is going on here? I don't know what's going on. I'm stuck. Something's stuck. Alright, so I gotta shut this down. Sorry about that. All right. My screen is frozen. You guys can still see this though, right?
Amor. Ay, no. Mira eso. Amor. Ay, no.
Que si quieren petróleo de Venezuela, está lista Venezuela para inversiones estadounidenses como con Chevron. Cuando quieran, donde quieran y como quieran. Ahí estuve viendo.
There I was seeing speculations about a second conversation. We have had, ram in it, only one conversation. US President Donald Trump called me on Friday, November 21st, from the White House. He was there and I was in the Miraflores Palace. We spoke for 10 minutes and it was, as I say, a very respectful conversation.
Muy respetuosa, y el gobierno de Estados Unidos lo sabe.
The US government knows because we've told many of their spokespeople that if they want to seriously discuss an agreement to combat drug trafficking, we're ready. If they want oil, Venezuela is ready for US investment like with Chevron, whenever they want it, wherever they want it, and however they want it.
Chevron, cuando quieran, donde quieran y como quieran. Lo que yo sé.
What I can tell you is that the national defense system, which combines popular, military, and police forces, has guaranteed and continues to guarantee territorial integrity, peace in the country, and the use and enjoyment of all our territories, and our people are safe and at peace. I can give you a preview of something there.
Wow. So look at this. Look at this. This is the interpretation of Maduro's conversation that he had just probably hours before the attacks. Listen to this.
No.
Que si quieren petróleo de Venezuela, está lista Venezuela para inversiones estadounidenses como con Chevron. Cuando quieran, donde quieran y como quieran. Ahí estuve viendo.
There I was seeing speculations about a second conversation. We have had, ram in it, only one conversation. US President Donald Trump called me on Friday, November 21st, from the White House. He was there and I was in the Miraflores Palace. We spoke for 10 minutes and it was, as I say, a very respectful conversation.
Muy respetuosa, y el gobierno de Estados Unidos lo sabe.
The US government knows because we've told many of their spokespeople that if they want to seriously discuss an agreement to combat drug trafficking, we're ready. If they want oil, Venezuela is ready for US investment like with Chevron, whenever they want it, wherever they want it, and however they want it.
Con Chevron, cuando quieran, donde quieran y como quieran. Lo que yo sí te...
What I can...
The question I have is, why is a president driving a car and it doesn't look like he has any kind of security detail behind him? Like, is this even legit? I mean, is this AI? What the heck is this?
I can tell you is that the national defense system, which combines popular, military, and police forces, has guaranteed and continues to guarantee territorial integrity, peace in the country, and the use and enjoyment of all our territories, and our people are safe and at peace. I can give you a preview of something there.
Like, I don't know. That's just so bizarre. What do you guys think? What's your thoughts on that? Oh, man. Hold on. All right, so breaking news. The White House is about to release a statement.
Bing, boom, ba. Peace, peace, peace.
The White House is about to release a statement imminent statement from the White House. Let's go over and see if we can find the White House or Fox News or something. Let's see if we can get it here. Imminent release of information here any second here. Let's see.
Not specific, they didn't specify which areas were attacked or if they were casualties in those areas that were affected. So I'm assuming that in this case, the military will take over the city. But let's not forget that Nicolas Maduro has prepared civilians, militia, for this specific moment. So we don't know if Nicolas Maduro or any member of the government now is giving orders to civilian armed groups to take over the city. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know if it's going to be only the military. We don't know if it's going to be the police. We have no reports from local authorities, from the municipalities that were affected. So right now, we can confirm that I am not hearing any other plane. But we don't know if the city was already taken or what is going on because the government has been quiet about the next step. So we will need to wait a couple of more hours to see how the morning will come.
And Anna, we haven't heard directly from President Maduro.
Still yet to be discovered.
Thank you, Mimi Swaby, there with some more on that huge breaking news that's come through.
What a stunning, incredible move for this to occur by the United States of America to again try to bring an alleged narco-terrorist boss to justice. Your thoughts, Dr. Grant, on what message there is to those in Moscow and Tehran and the enemies of the United States that the U.S. and the Trump administration can do something like this?
Yes, it's just so swift and decisive, and it enables Venezuela now to have a legitimately elected government and to be on the road to prosperity. And I think that should really shake the Ayatollah and those leaders in Iran, and I think it should also make Vladimir Putin realize that Trump is absolutely serious about bringing the war in Ukraine to an end. Anyway, but a focus here on what Trump has laid out for us, which is attention to this hemisphere, the making good now on that extremely strong speech given to the UN right before Christmas, saying that Maduro was a fugitive from justice and America would do everything in our power to end this narco-terrorism. Hey, any other drug cartels out there, anybody else involved? Very, very serious. And there goes a shadow fleet oil source for China. Shame on China for having helped keep Maduro in power, just like he helps keep Russia fighting in Ukraine. But incredible development. Again, huge display of American leadership. I'm glad to see it.
And
that the US President Donald Trump has said that the US has captured the Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. It says the United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with US law enforcement. That breaking news that's just come through in the past few minutes. Let's speak to our BBC producer in Caracas, Vanessa Silva. Vanessa, how much has this breaking news filtered through to people on the ground there?
Well, for us, it's all rumors. It's a lot of messages around WhatsApp this moment, but we have not official confirmation of anything of that. Just a few minutes ago, the Minister of Defense, Vladimir Padrino, just made a statement, call it as a criminal aggression by the United States. And he mentioned that among the targets was Fuerte Tiuna, the main military compound here in Caracas. And there were also other objectives in at least other 3 states of the country. They say that they struck civilian residential areas within missiles and rockets. But for now, we have don't seen reports of civilians casualties or something like that. I live quite near the military air base here in Caracas. I just wake up almost at 2 a.m. in the morning with a huge bang. Everything was vibrating. My heart was pumping. I was shaking. I just jumped to the window, and I was able to see something in flames in the middle of the runway of this military air base. But it was, Caracas is a valley, so the noise was huge, was impressive for us. And after that, everyone started to call, to share messages, to share videos from different spots of the country. I was able to listen other explosions, not so near at the first one. And also I was able to listen airplanes or helicopters, I'm not sure. It was more like an airplanes flying over the city.
And Vanessa, just going back to the news of the capture of President Maduro and his wife that has been announced by President Trump, just tell us a little bit more about the presidential home. You touched on it there. Where did President Maduro live and how accessible would he have been? Because I suppose the question is, would this capture of him have relied on support from within his own government?
Well, where the presidential house is in the center of the city, is called Miraflores, but normally people have said that he never lives there, that he normally used to live in Fuerte Tiuna, but it's something that we don't really know where he lives or where he have been living all these times since the United States started this aggression or this situation with Venezuela. We don't know if they are moving around or where they are staying.
And of course, any president has extremely high security around them, but I imagine in President Maduro's case, it was even more so.
Yes, but even after the first incidents with the boats in the Caribbean, Nicolas Maduro was able. He was on the streets with not with announced concentrations, but he suddenly appears in activities that they call for, and you can see I was able to go to one of them, and I could easily walk very near to the stage where he was speaking. At that moment, it was very easy to be there, to walk around. And that day wasn't too many people around. And also the other days, he appears on demonstrations nearby Miraflores Palace. And he spent also during Christmas Day going to visit some slums and dancing with the people in the streets. So until the last weeks, all for them was quite normal in a way.
And Vanessa, how do you feel average Venezuelans are likely to react to the capture of President Maduro?
Well, this is all new for the Venezuelan people. We have never faced something similar. We only faced like inner demonstrations and political confrontations and in the streets. But this will be a Saturday very quiet and lonely in the streets of Caracas, I guess. I mean, I guess not everybody is going to work, but they publish a statement and they are calling to people to go to the street, the supporters. They are activated a plan. And so we will see when the days start to move around.
Yeah, because I suppose the interesting sort of dichotomy is that many Venezuelans were opposed to President Maduro as their leader and would have wanted to see him deposed, but then perhaps not all of those would have wanted to see that through this kind of US military intervention.
Well, there is also a law here that condemns with 30 years of prison anyone that supports or calls or finance any kind of military aggression from the United States. So I guess that even if there are supporters from what is going to happen or happening, it's not clear that people will be free and able to go. But the reactions are still very unforeseen. I mean, we don't know how it's going to be the day. There are also a lot of people, old people that live here in the country because we have had a huge migration. So these people will remain in their houses for sure. I mean, it will be a completely different Saturday that we have had in our lives.
Finally, before I let you go, Vanessa, because it's very useful to have a pair of eyes on the ground there, the Venezuelan Defense Minister, Vladimir Padrino, has said that some of the strikes carried out by the US hit civilian areas. We haven't heard any evidence supporting that, or so we don't know. What we do know is that some of the strikes have included military installations. What do you know about whether or not civilian areas were affected, as the Venezuelan defense minister is claiming?
Well, as I mentioned before, the videos that I have seen for now, sharing by people in WhatsApp and the social media, is only military compounds or places. The one that I saw with my eyes nearby my home was something in the middle of the runway of the military air base. Maybe is the runway. Few months ago, it was an anti-aerial aircraft there, but I don't see any airplanes in flames or something like that. I didn't saw people running or something like that. At least in this place nearby my home. I don't know, Puerto Tuna, if there were civilian casualties or from relatives of the militaries, or I don't know. I haven't seen anything of civilians for now, but we need to wait because it was in many places, not only in Caracas, in other states. So we need to wait and see how this news going to be.
And Vanessa, just one more, if I may, about what the situation is for civilians there now, because what we also know is that a state of emergency has been declared by the Venezuelan government, a state of commotion, as they call it. What does that entail? From what we understand, it means that civilians are not allowed outside. Just explain what that means.
Well, it's a new is a new designation. I mean, so for us, is a new designation on the law. So that gives special powers to the president, maybe include the suspension of the guarantees, but even during suspension of guarantees, there are guarantees that has to be followed. So maybe they are going to control the movement, and we don't know. I mean, it gives powers to the president to make decisions. So let's see if he appears, if he says something, or if the Minister of Defense has said something. He only said that he supports this announcement of this press release from the government of the commotion state, but we don't know the details exactly at this moment. But might include the suspension of guarantee, free movement. We lived something similar during what we call the Caracazo, which was a breakup of the population in the 80s.
And how is that normally conveyed to residents? When you get information like this that are sort of restricting what residents are allowed to do, does it get sent as a letter? Do you get notified through a different means? What sort of notification are residents expecting this morning? Because of course they're all waking up to a new world at the moment. But what we do know is that that state of emergency that has been declared is likely to affect residents. So what sort of means does that get conveyed to them?
Normally in these cases, what means is that only media or doctors or essential workers are allowed to move during the city in certain time. We don't know how people are going to react. I mean, maybe it will be people scared trying to buy food, that we haven't seen that, at least in Caracas in these days. I mean, supermarkets were working with normality, also the gasoline supply. So maybe, we don't know. They haven't said exactly that we cannot move from our homes. People will wake up and measure what is going around. Maybe go to near supermarkets and check if they're open or closed, or maybe will try to fill their tanks just in case. It is a long day for the Venezuelan people that already started, especially for the people that live in Caracas. So we need to see hour by hour how is this going to be developing and what exactly will be this measure for the society.
Vanessa, thank you. BBC producer Vanessa Silva in Caracas for us. And of course, a huge amount of uncertainty for Venezuelans waking up this morning with a state of commotion, a state of emergency declared, and waking up to the news that their president has been captured and taken out of the country following US military airstrikes. That is something that has been announced by President Trump in the past half hour. Well, let's get more on this from our correspondent in Washington, Will Grant. Will, one of the things that we have heard is that President Maduro was captured by the US Delta Force. Tell us a little bit more about what we know about them.
Well, I mean, the idea that it would be anybody other than US Special Forces with that kind of capability, the same sort of operations or sort of detailed planning and careful military precision that went into, for example, the killing of Osama bin Laden. I mean, you know, this is how these things are done by the US military when they choose to go after a major figure. And I mentioned bin Laden because of the fact that the bounty on Nicolas Maduro's head was twice that of the one on bin Laden's head, $50 million for information leading to his arrest or capture. So it is hugely significant. You've been hearing from Vanessa there about the sort of tensions and nervousness among Venezuelans as they, didn't wake up to this news. They woke up to the sound of explosions across the city, and you can imagine how frightening that was. Now add to that the uncertainty of the head of state being removed. That in and of itself might have been celebrated by those who wanted to see Nicolas Maduro removed from power, and that is the majority, in a sense, that voted against him, although they may not have wanted it to happen this way. Many might have had real misgivings about that. Nevertheless, we'll hear more at this press conference about what happened and how it happened, I think, a press conference being delivered at Mar-a-Lago. But what is interesting is that the Venezuelan defense minister, Vladimir Padrino, is basically saying they're hunkering down, they're going to fight, and that they're going to get out the forces that are set up from civil militias through to the armed forces, and basically getting on a war footing against this. Now, we have to again see exactly what that will mean in the context of all this, given that America's military might dwarf that of Venezuela, many, many times over. One suspects that this is really the only avenue open to Mr. Padrino, that he's not going to be in a position where he turns around and says, well, that's fine then, let's have elections, because he too is facing charges and indictment in the United States. But this is a situation that is unprecedented, really, certainly in modern Latin America. We've mentioned often the comparison with Manuel Noriega in Panama in 1989, but we have to think about just how different this is in terms of technology in the 21st century. As you say, the Delta teams, the involvement of that kind of force. When the US invaded Panama, it took days before Manuel Noriega was eventually brought to Panama, to Miami, to face drug trafficking charges. Nicolas Maduro is already on his way as part of the coordinated attack that involved those military installations in Venezuela.
And Will, in the past minute or so, we have heard that the Colombian president says that troops are being deployed to the Venezuelan border after US attacks. That has come from the agency AFP. What do you think we're likely to see then from neighbouring countries?
I think in a sense that, and I don't mean to say this the wrong way, but it is ultimately performative in a sense. It is, of course, a step to protect those borders in at times of heightened security tensions between Venezuela, Colombia too, and of course Washington. But this isn't really about Gustavo Petro and Colombia in that regard. This is purely about what's happening in Venezuela. Now, as it's a neighbor with hugely porous borders, as the left-wing guerrillas in Colombia, the ELN, are active in Venezuela, I can understand the logic. And there may be some dangers of as it were, an overspill involving the ELN forces, the left-wing guerrilla group, who do operate on Venezuelan soil and have enjoyed the protection of the Maduro government for many years. Nevertheless, as I say, right now, most minds are clearly focused on Caracas, what's happening there, and the possibility of further conflict in this situation, with the Venezuelan government not backing down, not accepting that the removal of the head of state and his wife is the end of the matter from Washington's perspective, and that this now turns into a more protracted and therefore much more dangerous for ordinary citizens kind of a conflict.
Will Grant, thank you. Our correspondent in Washington, Will Grant. Well, let's pick up on this further from our South America correspondent, Ione Wells. Ione, what remains of Venezuela's government and what options do they have now?
Well, as far as we know, there are no other significant figures yet that have been removed from the country, for example, or captured by US forces other than Nicolas Maduro, the president, and his wife. We've had a statement from the defense minister, Vladimir Padrino, who has said that Venezuela will defend itself and has also said that the government is working on trying to essentially count and collaborate figures for the dead and the damage that has been done by the strikes this morning. Now, that message from the Venezuelan government, at least publicly, is that they plan to fight this, that they plan to defend themselves. The big question, though, that remains unanswered, I think, is really whether they will be able to do that very effectively or not, because we don't yet know quite the level of damage that has been done to this defense infrastructure in the country, to its military infrastructure, what kinds of casualties we might be talking about, and, as you say, who else may be still remaining in the country, not sort of hunkering down. One thing that I think is very significant about this is certainly this capture of Nicolas Maduro is something that will be welcomed by the much more hawkish figures in the US government, some of whom have very much openly called for regime change in Venezuela over the years. Some, though, in the country, even those who have been heavily critical of Nicolas Maduro, had been concerned, I think, about the possible implications of US military intervention. Certainly its proponents feel that this would pave the way for regime change, for the opposition to take power, led by the Nobel Peace Prize winner, Maria Corina Machado, or perhaps the opposition's candidate in the 2024 elections, Edmundo Gonzalez. However, there are some who are critical of Maduro, critical of the Venezuelan government, desperate for a change in government, but we're still very nervous about the idea of direct US military intervention because of the potential further destabilization that may cause in the country. Part of the reason, I think, for some of that concern, even among Maduro's critics, is that he still has allies in the country. He still has government ministers who have, until this point at least, as far as we know, remained very loyal to him. The military, the heavily armed paramilitaries in the country have all remained heavily loyal to Maduro so far. And so there is certainly concern about what will those figures now be thinking? Will they want to now try and defend themselves? How could that go? And I think certainly there will be many of his close allies and inner circle very worried about their own futures right now, having seen what has happened to Nicolas Maduro.
And in the interim, of course, there is this power vacuum. What mechanisms does the government have to put in place in that interim?
Well, I think at the moment we will expect to hear further announcements from government coming from other members of the government, potentially the Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez, the Defense Minister, Vladimir Padrino, all of these key figures who remain, as far as we know, as I say, in the country for now. Certainly still wanting to show, at least publicly, that they are going to put up a fight. But as I say, what we don't know really is what their capabilities to do so will be, and also whether the US has its eyes on further allies. One kind of important piece of context to this intervention that we
all right, guys, so what's
very
up?
Recently, the US accused
all right, what do we got going on here?
An alleged criminal organization, which it said was being led by Nicolas Maduro himself, of being a foreign terrorist organization. Now, this wasn't a sort of cartel in the traditional sense. This was a name that the US used to describe, as I say, Nicolas Maduro and his inner circle, some of those loyal to him, who the US accused of being involved in criminal organizations and things like drug trafficking, in human trafficking, and illegal mining. Because of that designation, it was thought in the region.
So what's going on, guys? I just kind of am thinking that with all this that's happening, you know, this is a demonstration of of really our own national will. That's, it's kind of like the Minions. I don't know if you ever see the movie Minions, but it's kind of like Minions. They always are looking for the strongest boss. Are you familiar with that movie, Minions? Boss! Anyone that's stronger, they look and their eyes get all big and gushy, and they're like, boss! Whoever's the strongest boss, it becomes the one that everybody follows. To me, there's always a backlash in the end. But if this is truly what we have told you guys, according to the biblical predictions, then this strength and power will continue to increase on planet Earth, consolidated in one man, and or with technology that accompanies him and all the demonic forces at hand, it will continue to increase. And it will continue to knock over other horns. Other horns will fall, and there will continue to be a consolidation of that power, even as we've told you. And it will continue until the very last moment where the toes are smashed by the power of the Almighty that returns to the Middle East. Ain't nothing going to stop the Lord from coming back. Okay? He's coming back to the Middle East. He's culminating the age with wars. All of these wars are going to end up taking place just like the Bible said they would. Now, I suspect that the powers of darkness continue to increase in their abilities, but there is resistance all the way to the very end. But he's still, the power that will continue to dominate planet Earth will be the devil, right? What does it say very clearly in Scripture? Scripture says very clearly. And by the way, whoever that was that said I was eating nuts, that's exactly what I was eating. I was eating almonds. So you got the prize, whoever said that. It is almonds. Who said that? Most known unknown. The most known unknown had he got it right. I am eating almonds. Toy Story. Toy Story what? No, Minions is not the Toy Story. What are you talking about, Toy Story? What do you mean, Toy Story? Oh, you're more of a Toy Story guy. Oh, okay, I got you. My kids love these stories. That's why I know them all. I have to sit down and watch with. I have to. It's mandatory when you're a dad. You just got to sit down and watch with the kids. Actually, I love them. I love those cartoons. I love the Toy Story cartoons. I like the Minions too. I like the Despicable Me. Despicable Me. Wild Man, the almonds, they mess with your stomach because there's a lot of lectins. There's a lot of lectins inside of, in that shell. What you got to do is peel the almond of its, what do they call it? That skin. It's called lectin. Yeah, I love almonds too, but yeah, almonds can have a problem. People can have problems with almonds if you eat too many. It's a lectin, what they call lectin, and if you got too much of a lectin in there, it's not good. So you want to make sure that if you're eating a lot of almonds, that they don't have the skin on them. But yeah, they're all like, boss. They're like, Trump's like, everybody's like, boss. Trump is like the T-Rex. Rawr. Remember the T-Rex? He gets to the very edge and he's like hanging on. And then one of the minions falls down and hits him. He falls into the volcano. You gotta be there. You gotta have seen it in order to understand what I'm talking about. Okay, so there's a lot of breaking news here. Did Maduro work a deal with the Chinese? Is that why the Chinese were there? Were they trying to work a deal financially right before his demise? Maybe there was some kind of negotiation going on there. Who knows? Caracas International Airport is reportedly under the control of U.S. military and is ready to accept transport aircraft with military equipment, according to media. It is reported that the explosions in the capital of Venezuela have stopped. However, American aircraft are still circling over the city. Is there really going to be resistance? Seriously? I don't know. I don't think so. I think that there's already, if there's no real resistance right now, then I think it's all done. Did you know that exactly a year ago today that Iranian General Soleimani was taken out by Trump? Let's see. He was killed on January 3rd, 2020. January 3rd, 2020. He was taken out by none other than Trump. He was on the Baghdad Airport Road, Baghdad, Iraq. January 3rd, the anniversary. What do you think? Do you think it was to capture Maduro? I don't know what you mean by that. Do I think what? Soak them? Yeah, soak them. Yeah, that's a good idea. What did you say the quote, Aussie girl, was the quote from December 11th? What did you say? Not sure exactly what you're talking about. Happy anniversary. Yeah, really, huh? Venezuelan, let's see, Vladimir Padrino Lopez, Venezuela's defense minister, it says, is now the de facto leader of the country.
Buenos días, pueblo heroico.
All right, honey, hold on one second here. Hold on one second. All right, hold on. I'm just uploading a video really quickly here. Why does it take so long to download this video? What is going on here? Let's put on, I'll let you listen.
His responsibilities to any post-transition government in Venezuela and to the Venezuelan people, as well as to his own constituency, which remains very skeptical of this operation.
Christopher, good to speak to you as always.
Thank you.
That's Dr. Christopher Sabatini there. Well, let's pick up on that point that he was saying with our correspondent Will Grant in Washington. But first, Will, I just want to mention some breaking news that's just come through, that Venezuela's vice president says the government doesn't know the whereabouts of President Maduro or the First Lady, and says the government has demanded immediate proof of life for both of them. So just give us the latest on that, Will.
Well, exactly as you've been saying, it comes from Delcy Rodriguez. She's the vice president. she wants, and on behalf of the Maduro government, is demanding proof of life. The Maduro supporters want to see that he is alive, and so is Celia Flores, his wife. But I don't think we're going to get any updates along those lines necessarily until we get to a press conference in Mar-a-Lago at 4 p.m. London time. So I think that is probably the likeliest outcome, that we'll get the information then. It does put into context the idea that there were helicopters, US military helicopters, over Venezuela, over Caracas's skies, in the midst of those attacks on the military bases. If those things are related, if this was all a coordinated operation, then those helicopters could have been either carrying in or out the Delta team that took Nicolas Maduro and took Celia Flores. It is extraordinary, and that Venezuelans will be digesting this news, figuring it out, and with each update that comes from the defense minister, from the vice president, it's more, if you like, of entrenchment.
Venezuela, soldados.
You know, the military chiefs and the defense minister talking about continuing to fight, mobilizing the military, mobilizing the civilian militias, and basically remaining in place, not accepting that Washington has somehow, by decapitating Nicolas Maduro from the government, has removed the socialist revolution from Venezuela. So there is potentially a long road for this still to go.
Yeah, as you say, this is extraordinary because while many were very aware that President Trump was wanting regime change, it was expected that it would take the form of a building of pressure, as we have seen over the past 6 months. How historic is it, the way that this has been carried out by going in with military airstrikes and capturing the leader of another country?
I mean, it is truly historic, I think, in terms of the Americas. There's been obviously the repeated reference made to Panama in 1989, which is the only other example that we have in recent history of the US swooping in and taking out a military leader or a head of state in the country and bringing them to the United States to face drug trafficking charges. So there are a variety of parallels there. But what I think is fascinating in this instance is that you know, the government of Nicolas Maduro isn't universally popular. That much is clear. They do have a hard core of support who didn't want them removed. But as Chris Sabatini was saying just before I came on air, that actually there is a big constituency here in the United States who didn't want to necessarily see the Trump administration committing to, as it were, another foreign adventure. I wonder if the fact that this appears to have been so quick and clinical and sharp will work in Mr. Trump's favor. But of course, while this has been building, this pressure that you were mentioning, that pressure sort of had to go somewhere. That's the way I was seeing it. That Donald Trump couldn't have moved all of this military hardware, created this major naval build-up in the Caribbean, and then simply sort of sailed back to the United States or sent those assets back around the world without some form of result, if you like, in Venezuela from his perspective. This is that result, certainly from his point of view, and we will see it played as such by him, by Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, by Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, and of course by all the supporters of Donald Trump's actions within the Venezuelan opposition.
Will Grant, stay with us if you can. Some breaking news that's just come in this second. The US Deputy Secretary of State, Christopher Landau, says the Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, who was captured by US Special Forces earlier, will finally face justice for his crimes. That statement from the US Deputy Secretary of State that's just come through from according to Reuters. Let's return to Will. So, Will, a little bit more information there about the capture of President Maduro.
you can expect to see Nicolas Maduro in a court in New York or in Miami. I believe it's New York where he's facing drug trafficking charges before too long. And I think that will be an extraordinary moment for Venezuelans who wanted to see him removed from power. Let's not forget that there is a relatively recent, or a very recent parallel in Juan Orlando Hernandez in Honduras. Now, he had just left power. Obviously, he was a Trump ally and not a Trump opponent, as Nicolas Maduro is. But Juan Orlando Hernandez was the president of Honduras, was a case was brought against him in the United States for being a co-conspirator along with his brother for bringing 500 tons of cocaine into the United States, that he was also considered a drug trafficking president. Donald Trump just pardoned him. And there will be people watching this situation wondering, well, hang on a minute. How, on the one hand, can you pardon Juan Orlando Hernandez from a 45-year sentence on drug trafficking charges while also removing Nicolas Maduro from power for ultimately the same thing? It feels to many critics of Donald Trump like a double standard. Nevertheless, Donald Trump accepted the argument from Juan Orlando Hernandez's supporters that it was all somehow politically motivated against him, even though the US prosecutors had been working on the case against Juan Orlando Hernandez for many years, including, in fact, under Donald Trump's first term. And he accepted that, or he decided to grant him a pardon, and makes a very...
Okay, so it's they're saying right now that Maduro's capture by the U.S. was a negotiated exit, according to Sky News. This is exactly what someone I was listening to just a little bit ago was telling me. And I was like, what? You think so? It's just, it doesn't seem too, like, it just seemed too easy. Sky News and Disclosed TV is now saying that Maduro's capture was a negotiated exit. Sources inside the Venezuelan opposition tell Sky News they believe Nicolas Maduro's capture was a negotiated exit. That's what I think, too. I know others that said the same thing that I know. But, yeah. So what do you think?
To our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette. Lise, when we were speaking a little earlier, we were talking about the international reaction, and I've just got a couple of news lines to bring you that have just come in the past couple of minutes. Russia says that US military action in Venezuela is deeply concerning and condemnable. And the Spanish Foreign Ministry says Spain calls for de-escalation and moderation and respect for international law in Venezuela. So, Liz, just talk to us about what we're likely to be hearing and what the international community's reaction is likely to be.
Well, we're certain to hear more of these denunciations of this military aggression in Venezuela. But quite frankly, there have been criticism and condemnation in recent months as military pressure built up on Venezuela, as the United States declared Venezuelan networks as terrorist organizations, described Venezuela as a national security threat to the United States, started attacking vessels said to be used by drug traffickers, but turned out to be fishermen in the waters of Venezuela. Condemnations that this was a violation of international law in the United States. The officials kept pushing back, saying, no, we have the right to do this. So this is a threat to us. And I think they will continue in this vein. They have redefined their rights, and they see it as their responsibilities in terms of U.S. behavior in the region. And this is not a new story with the U.S. vis-a-vis its neighbors to the south. Many will now be reflecting on the times of decades past, where it was called gunboat diplomacy, where one American president, administration after another meddled in South America. President Trump had come to power saying that he wanted to put that in the past, that all of this kind of forever wars and intervening in countries to topple their regimes, that was all in the past, and this was not going to be his approach. Well, He's certainly upended that today. And given the mounting pressure on Venezuela month after month for the past several months, what we are seeing unfolding in Caracas today had seemed to be all but inevitable.
And Lise, how likely are we to see US involvement continue? Because, as you say, President Trump has previously eschewed the idea of the US being involved in forever wars. However, can you go into a country and remove its president like this and leave it without further involvement?
Look, this is the question. The day after, as it's called. First of all, we have to emphasize that we have only heard from President Trump on his Truth Social post that Nicolas Maduro and his wife have been flown out of the country. We're still getting reports from the region, from the Venezuelan defense minister and others, that they are fighting back. So the situation on the ground remains deeply uncertain. But if it is all confirmed, if this is the end of the Maduro area, and don't forget, it didn't start with President Trump. There was also tensions with President Biden's administration. It goes back to the time of Hugo Chavez as well. This has been an issue for the United States for a very long time. But the question is always, when one order is toppled, it's what is the day after. And many will remember the lessons of the US-led invasion of Iraq in 2003, the US-led intervention in Afghanistan in 2001, where there, in the days after, there was ambiguity, confusion, and contradiction. Was it just a military intervention for security reason? Was the United States going to get involved in nation building? Again, President Trump has specifically said he wants to avoid getting bogged down in nation building. This is going to be yet another test of America.
And how do you feel that this latest action is going to be viewed as part of President Trump's legacy?
It's quite extraordinary because when he began his second term, you'll remember his address on Inauguration Day. He said he wanted to be seen as a peacemaker, a unifier. Then he made his first foreign trip, going again to the Saudi capital, Riyadh, made what was billed as a major foreign policy address, and to a very, very enthusiastic audience said that the days of forever wars were over. And yet we have seen month on month President Trump upending what was seen as his foreign policy doctrine. You've seen in recent weeks what was being widely described as a new version of what's called from a very long time ago in the Monroe Doctrine, where the U.S. has the right to get involved in its spheres of interest and influence. And I think this is what we are seeing playing out today. A president who has been inconsistent, to say the least, on how he views America's place in the world. But I think, as we say, judge not by the words, but by what they say, but by what they do. And a lot of people will be watching what's happening in Venezuela today, including, of course, Iran, where President Trump has also made it clear that he has his eyes on Tehran too.
Yes, how does this shift the geopolitics? Because up till now, it was a threat. It was an anticipation of the buildup of tensions and a call for regime change by President Trump. But now that this has actually happened, how does this change the geopolitical view on things?
Well, look at what has been happening ever since President Trump returned to the White House. We've seen his very open meddling in the elections in Honduras and Chile, and the candidates that he backed came to power very narrowly, but they came to power. He continues to speak out for Jair Bolsonaro in Brazil, and then there has been this intensifying military pressure on Venezuela. This is very much what many have observed, that President Trump sees the world as spheres of influence, and he sees his backyard as being a place where America has the right to intervene, again, casting it as an issue of America's national security. Let's see how this will go on, not just internationally, but in the United States, because, of course, his MAGA base, this Make America Great Again base, they have been making it absolutely clear they don't like this intervention in foreign lands. They've not been happy about U.S. intervention in Iran. And now this is exactly the kind of development that they wanted the U.S. to avoid so that the U.S. could concentrate on its significant domestic problems at home.
And Lise, it's interesting that point you mentioned about how other nations may be looking at this, because if I were the leader of another country, I'd be feeling quite nervous right now, seeing how the US is able to do this with the means and seeming political support to effect regime change.
Yes, of course, the country, as I mentioned, countries like Iran will be thinking, are we going to be next? But there are others who will watch with satisfaction. We began this conversation with you mentioning the statement from Russia condemning this action. Russia, of course, has always criticized the United States for its regime change policies. But we are in a time where you've already had the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022, and no real sign that President Putin is ready to stop this war. He wants to keep advancing militarily. You've seen the military exercises of China around Taiwan, widely seen as a dress rehearsal for what's widely anticipated to be an eventual well, China is very clear on that it sees inevitably that Taiwan will become part of the Chinese mainland. And again, back to that point, to use the language that's now being used to policy in our time, that these are spheres of influence
where do you
with
land
strong
on this
men
idea
in power.
that the US
and
can now
President Trump
go in and capture any leader
month on month
they
is
want?
making it clear this is how he sees the world.
Well, I think that, as a matter of fact, I think what the U.S. is doing is a kind of massive show of force. I mean, the way in which it's attacking Venezuela by air, probably, if Maduro has already been captured with his wife, using special forces. But it's not a typical invasion, as we saw, for example, in Panama, that you just mentioned. This is not exactly, I mean, from a military perspective, it's not really an invasion with boots on the ground. It's an attack by air. It's an attack using, the Air Force, using missiles, long-distance missiles, and avoiding, which is a big issue for Trump and for his constituency, avoiding the implication, avoiding the invasion, as I said, with boots on the ground. At the same time, I said that it's a show of force because what it's trying to show to Latin America and showing to the world is that the U.S. has not only hegemony, but has the power, a very powerful coercion capacity to impose its willing on the continent, and particularly on the Atlantic area, from Greenland to the Patagonia. It's trying to show that this is an area that it is and will be under the control of the United States. Because at the end of the day, although many analysts has been said that oil is the key issue, or trying to bring democracy to Venezuela, the fact is that the U.S. had already access to all the resources in Venezuela. Maduro in the last few days offered already everything to the U.S. It's not only economic, it's a kind of, I think it's a matter of ideology, and it's a matter of a kind of legitimacy from a very authoritarian perspective.
Mariana, thank you very much. Just stay there. We will come back to you in just a few moments. Lucia Newman joins us now from the phone from Santiago in Chile. Lucia, I want to talk to you about the regional reaction to all of this. In the days coming up to this, you had Gustavo Petro, the Colombian president, saying that he wanted diplomacy. But you had people like Javier Milei, the Argentinian leader, who was very much more hawkish about this and wanted something like this to happen, possibly not this, but, he was very much hawkish about this. But post the capture, where do you think the region sits now? Are they going to be able to get united and come up with a strong statement, or do you think those regional kind of rivalries are going to play out once more?
I don't think it's a matter of regional rivalries. I think that I find it difficult to believe that they will all get together and come out with one strong statement or position. And it's not just because of Argentina and Javier Milei. It's because there is very little love lost with President Maduro. in Latin America. However, there are many, many countries that will want a very, very strong statement of condemnation for what has just happened. But in order to get consensus, they will probably come out with something far more wishy-washy. I would say that having a president poked out of his country with his wife, the way Maduro has apparently been taken out, is something unprecedented and embarrassing for the region as a whole, because it shows that there is very little, if any, respect for sovereignty in this region, in a country as large and as important as Venezuela. Where does that then leave other smaller countries that in the past were periodically invaded by the United States or had their governments overthrown by the United States, the CIA, etc. So I think this is definitely not what many countries expected. They were hoping that there would be enough pressure from the U.S. government to force Nicolás Maduro to step down or to hold new elections or to do something else. But this wasn't what they were bargaining for.
Lucia, thank you. Stay there. We're going to bring in Shihab Rattanzi, who's in Washington. Shihab, you've got some news to share with us.
Yeah, we have a bit more light now on what's going on, at least according to Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who spoke to a senator from Utah, Mike Lee. Mike Lee, actually, when this all first began, said that, expressed a great deal of skepticism about how on earth this could happen constitutionally, what could constitutionally justify this action without any declaration of war. Mike Lee has now just posted on X that he just had a phone call with Secretary of State Rubio. He informed me that Nicolás Maduro has been arrested by U.S. personnel to stand trial on criminal charges in the United States, and that the kinetic action we saw tonight was deployed to protect and defend those executing the arrest warrant. This action likely falls within the president's inherent authority under Article 2 of the Constitution to protect U.S. personnel from an actual imminent attack. Thank you, Secretary Rubio, for keeping me appraised. But then he adds, he anticipates no further action in Venezuela now that Maduro is in U.S. custody. So a lot of information there. It is being presented as a law enforcement operation, and that the reason why Donald Trump was allowed to bomb Venezuela without any legal authority internationally or nationally was because they were protecting the U.S. personnel who were carrying out the arrest warrant on Venezuelan territory. So therefore, he feels that there is a legal justification there. But that is it, according to Rubio, to Mike Lee. No further action in Venezuela now that Maduro is in U.S. custody.
I'm going to come to James for just a second, but Shihab, I'm going to stay with you for a second. Do you think that statement suggests that there's going to be a trial on U.S. territory? Is that your reading?
That's exactly what he said. Yeah, I mean, he said it's a stand trial in the United States. So that would be it. And I think, as James was suggesting there and alluding to, that raises so many difficult potential questions and so much interesting. I mean, the whole process of being able to see all the documentation and the U.S.'s contacts with various drug cartels in Latin America, and who knows what. The discovery phase will be very, very interesting, I would imagine, if this
well,
is
let's talk about that with James. Yeah. Stand trial. There it is. Stand trial in the U.S. This is going to be unprecedented and incredibly difficult.
Yes, and it may well take a long time before he actually appears in a court. And of course, it may not go the way that the United States wants. We have, as Shihab said, there a Republican senator seemingly convinced now that this was the right thing to do. And of course, that's important because MAGA had this idea of no more wars, and Trump has said he wasn't going to get involved in foreign entanglements. But of course, I don't think Democratic senators are going to have necessarily the same view. And it may be in the view of US politicians legal. It's certainly not legal in view of the international law that's involved. The UN Charter makes it clear that you can only act in self-defense. Well, I don't think that there was any threat to the United States. So many questions ahead. And I think the biggest questions, even though this was not an invasion, as we said, it was simply an extraction. What is going to happen in Venezuela now? Because if Venezuela, and it's already a very, very dire situation economically, if it becomes a dire situation politically and in terms of security, if potentially units start fighting each other, if this descends into a civil war, then that is really going to hurt President Trump. Certainly, my suspicion in the coming days is that an action like this, a very, very daring action by the US military, brave special forces, that is how not just President Trump, but how the US media is likely to present this, is going to be popular among the American people. As it plays out, as it goes into court, as problems emerge in Venezuela, as international criticism mounts, maybe that's not how it's going to be seen in a few months' time.
Sultan, this is going to go to the UN Security Council. I mean, that's almost guaranteed. Now, this is a problem for the international community because there are no rules-based order anymore. There are no norms here anymore. We were just talking about that earlier. So what does the UN do here now? And we'll come to you. I know you were the UN correspondent. We'll come to you in just a second, but I'm interested in what Sultan has to say.
Well, there's very little that they can do at the moment because the United States is in the Security Council. They will veto whatever decision the rest can come to. But what is really worrying is the few months before the mobilization of the American forces into the Caribbean, under the leadership of Richard Grenell, who's the special envoy from the United States, the United States was negotiating with Maduro. They were negotiating about oil contracts. They were negotiating about the release of prisoners. They were negotiating about relief and sanctions that the United States has imposed on Maduro. And I think the way it has moved suddenly from mediation, negotiation to confrontation reminds us a little bit with what they've done in Iran. And that brings really bad reputation to the whole business of conflict resolution around political tables, including with the UN, that it appears as if that has again been used to gather more intelligence, to understand better the system within the country, and then to take a violent action to reach the objective. And this, I think, will have implication to the UN and to the general diplomatic culture, if you like, globally. And this is something that we will still see in the days to come. And finally, I think, you know, as I was saying earlier, it will really now improve the appetite, particularly of China and Russia, to take action similar to the US. If the US does not 100% frame this within an international order, then what's there to stop the others? And it will also worry nations across the globe. I mean, he's not the only dictator that exists. He's not the only rich country that exists with a lot of oil reserves. Every other nation with similar situation will now worry about this possibility that the United States will go as far as taking unilateral action in the way it did.
But this is about power, Sultan, as well. No one's going after Netanyahu, despite the fact that he has an arrest warrant against him in the international court. I mean, you've got to be, if you're friends with the US, you're going to be okay.
Of course. I mean, that is the irony in the whole situation. This is why I think the international order is discredited globally, particularly amongst the global south. In fact, if you read what is now being reported, there are some suspicion that Israel also has a hand in what's been planned in Venezuela. And the way they're trying to link it to Iran and terrorism and so on to justify the action, it makes it very clear that this is the law for some, not for everyone.
James, you covered the UN for a very long time. Russia and China, we've just been talking about them, permanent members of the UN Security Council. What's their thinking right now in terms of what they can actually do in the Security Council?
In the Security Council, no one can do anything because it's the action of a permanent member of the Security Council. There are 5 of those. The US is one. It has a veto. That means the Security Council can talk, but there is absolutely no action that can take place, even though there is absolutely no doubt in anyone's mind that this is illegal under international law. This breaches the UN Charter. It also breaches the spirit of diplomacy. I agree with Sultan with the comparison to what we happened in June last year in Iran. Iran thought it was negotiating, and yet it was a ruse, and there was an attack by Israel, and then the US joined in. Well, Maduro has been offering to talk. He did it in an interview a few days ago. He did it in the last few hours. He said he's willing to talk, and yet the US didn't offer to talk. I think a real headache, we mentioned Russia and China, real headache now, and again, the same problem we've seen NATO and whatever. what do the US allies do? They know this is wrong. They know it breaches international law. Do they want to speak out? Question whether they will, really, and how they'll even vote in the Security Council, because they are all terrified of the reaction of Donald Trump. And we are in an era, and Trump is pushing this, where might is right, where the 80 years of the UN Charter do not count. And as Sultan says, Russia in Ukraine and China thinking about invading Taiwan, they will be recalculating as we speak.
I mean, that's the Monroe Doctrine, right? That's the doctrine that says this is our sphere of influence. That was almost the exact same argument that Russia had. Ukraine is it within our sphere of influence. So just stay there because it's an interesting thought. I want to bring in Javier Farge, who's a journalist and historian. He's been with us live from London. International rules-based order, has that now completely gone away with the events that have taken place right now?
But it's not the first time that the United States has broken those laws. I mean, it happened in Panama. It was mentioned in 1989. The issue is the justification that Trump gave to these actions was drug traffic led by Nicolás Maduro. Now, it's very extreme. It's going to be very difficult for Maduro to justify that in terms of for Trump to justify in terms of international law the kidnap, because that's what it was, of Nicolás Maduro, especially because the DEA report on drugs this year didn't mention Maduro at all, and the DEA is attached to the Justice Department in the United States. There's no mention of Maduro as a head of a drug gang. The UN report on drugs 2025 doesn't mention Maduro at all. And he's not part of any kind of network of drug traffickers, according to official organizations that have studied this case. So how is Trump going to justify the situation in terms of international law? Now, Maduro, regardless of what anybody can think about him, has been kidnapped. There's no other way to describe what has happened in Venezuela at the moment. And as it's been mentioned before, the Security Council could endlessly discuss the whole issue, but nothing is going to happen because Trump, the United States, has veto power. So now, within the context of the drug traffic, because we know now that the drug has nothing to do with it. It's very clear now. But Steve Miller, there's an investigation by the Washington Post about the role that Stephen Miller, this far-right guru of the Trump administration, how he had to roll out an invasion of Mexico and decided to swap his interest in fighting drugs in Venezuela without any evidence that Venezuela was involved in drug traffic. So in terms of international law, Trump could say, yes, but this guy was the head of a drug gang. Yes, but how are you going to prove that? They haven't proven, for example, that the boats that they bombed were carrying drugs. They could have captured the boat, seized the cargo, arrested people, the crews there, and showed to the world that there was drug traffic. There's none of that kind of things have happened. So international law has been clearly broken here. Even critics of President Maduro, which is the case of, for example, President Petro of Colombia, whose country gets affected whatever happens in Venezuela because they share 2,200 kilometers of border, has really denounced that this is an illegal invasion, an illegal capture of Maduro. So international law has been broken, but again, they did in 1989 when they arrested General Noriega in Panama. They're done in other parts of the world. I don't think Trump will be particularly concerned about what international law means in terms of what they have done in Venezuela. The justification, again, is going to be he's a drug dealer, he's the head of a drug gang, he cannot prove it. The only source he has is the discredited former head of the intelligence services in Caracas, in Venezuela, Hugo Armando Carvajal Barrios, who is in the United States, who faced charges of drug trafficking.
I want to just jump in there because I want to pick you up on a point you've just made. When it comes to the region, when it comes to Latin America, Maduro was pretty isolated. Venezuela was generally quite isolated as well. Yes. Very few friends in the region. So what do you think the region is going to do next? It has to give a statement that comes normally from the Organization of American States. But we've talked about this earlier. That's not going to be a statement with any kind of teeth. But backstage, back channel diplomacy. What are people going to be what are people going to be talking about?
The right-wing governments of Latin America, Ecuador, now Chile, Uruguay, Argentina, they will applaud There hasn't been a reaction yet. I've been checking all the media organizations in this country. There hasn't been a reaction yet, but they will probably approve the invasion. And they will repeat, because they've done that before, the mantra that Maduro was the head of a drug network. So it's going to be there's going to be a division within Latin America in relation to how they are going to react. We don't really know what they're going to need to call all the ambassadors of the OAS in Washington to get together and meet and issue a statement. It's going to take probably days until they reach something which seemingly looks like a statement which can be taken seriously. So the OAS at this moment is irrelevant in many ways. So in that respect, Latin America is divided. Had it been like 10 years ago or 20 years ago, you would have huge condemnations in Latin America, because Latin America was ruled by left-wing governments in almost every country in the region. Not today. The situation has changed a lot. And Milei, for example, President Javier Milei of Argentina, he advocated an invasion of Venezuela for a long time. The new president the president-elect of Chile has been saying, yes, we agree with that. And of course, once he takes over, he will probably endorse the invasion of Venezuela or the bombing of Venezuela. So in that respect, Latin America is very divided, and it's going to be very difficult for the OAS to come up with a statement which reflects sort of the sentiments of every country in the region.
Let's bring in Ernesto Ernst here, who's an Associate Fellow for the International Security Programme at Chatham House. He joins us now from Madrid. We are talking about international rules-based order, which has been thrown out effectively by Donald Trump. We were talking about the United Nations Security Council. Clearly, there will be some sort of United Nations reaction, but the US, as my colleague James pointed out, is a permanent member of the UN. So what does the UN do here? Is there anything that they can do, do you think?
Well, unfortunately, I don't think that the UN will be capable of doing anything. As you just said, the US will veto any kind of initiative, any kind of resolution against this attack on Venezuela at the UN Security Council. On the other hand, all the different agencies of the UN that are already operating in the country, they have different mandates, but they don't have any kind of mandate that could, I would say, avoid or resist an attack as the one that is already carried on by the US. So the UN has, it's almost impossible, except probably, the UN's General Secretary, the Secretary Guterres will say something against that, probably some other countries, and probably at the Assembly there will be some declaration. As we know, the Assembly has not any kind of political power to deter a country as the US to stop it.
But I wanted to ask you about the idea that we've heard this tweet now suggesting that, firstly, the trial is going to take place of Maduro on US soil, but there will be no more action on Venezuela after this. This is what Secretary of State Marco Rubio has been suggesting, but that's not going to satisfy the Organization of American States, Latin America generally, because the genie effectively is now out of the box.
Well, exactly. The problem with an attack as this one is that Venezuela is really a very conflictive, I would say, country and territory in itself. We have the army that we don't know yet how the army could react, or part of the army. The US has been, guessing and wanting. The idea of the Trump administration has been that some of the military, some of the highest ranking of the military forces in Venezuela will react against Maduro. We don't know exactly what is going to happen now. There could be a split, for example, in the armed forces, some in favor, some against the invasion. Another possibility and another problem, I would say, no possibility, another problem is that there are weapons already in the hands of different paramilitary groups that has been created by the Maduro government and Chavez before him. And you have also criminal groups organized and operating, criminal organizations operating in the country. And you have also the ELN, a guerrilla, political guerrilla from Colombia operating also in the country. So although it's completely different, it's very different from Iraq or from Libya. One of the problems that we have seen some of the researchers that we work on Venezuela is that there will be some kind, not exactly a civil war, but that could be a very high level of violence, a very high level of even of chaotic violence in the country, generating by its attack in terms that different groups has different interests, economic interests, illicit interests, for example, on minerals or exploiting, for example, the forest in the Amazonian. And they will resist or could resist, or some of them could align with the US, some others could align with part of the armed forces. So the scenario is completely unpredictable, but unlikely to be peaceful, I would say.
Thank you so much. Sultan, I want to come to you. The scenario is going to be unpredictable, but unlikely peaceful. That's what we've just heard there. But there's precedent for this, isn't there? I mean, every time regime change has happened in the Middle East, where we are, it's not gone well.
No, the only time maybe it has gone relatively well is now with Sharia in Syria that he's taken over. The United States have had to make major interventions for him to succeed. And this is why I am concerned when the US says this is the end of it and we're out now, but we've taken the president out of the country. That doesn't mean it's the end of the chaos in the country. They need now to start taking responsibility and own up to the responsibility of making this a peaceful transition. To start with, the economic situation in the country is deteriorating and has been really bad for the last few years, largely because of the sanctions the US has imposed in Venezuela. So that's one area that they need to make action. They need to think of who will take over from him. And is it really about regime change or is it about ideological change in Venezuela? Are they going to push the whole country to move away from socialism and bring Maria in and try to support her vision? Or are they going to adapt to whatever the military and others that survive now and compromise to a level where they can still be on board? And these are the questions that they faced in the Middle East, and they failed to answer. You know, they ended up with a chaotic situation that ultimately has affected the whole region and not only the one country that they started with. And this is, I think, the lesson that Latin America should look at very, very carefully. It may be now, it looks like attractive to some leaders that we get rid of Maduro, but you won't. If it's a chaotic situation in Venezuela, it's going to come and catch up with you as well. To start with, at least at the level of drug trafficking and drug cultivation and so on, this is going to be the wonderful scenario that drug dealers were waiting for, that it's going to turn closer to what we saw in Afghanistan rather than what they're hoping to have happened or is happening now in Syria.
James, the cliche has always been the British had an empire, but the Americans don't have an empire, but they have the guys that they can rely on. And that was always been the case in South America. And when those guys are no longer useful, violent regime change happens. Sometimes it happens covertly, CIA operations across South America, for example. But this is really overt. They're not pulling any punches anymore, right?
Very, very overt. They have done it in a way that is very unusual. An extraction of one man, okay, yes, his wife as well, but one man, and the rest of the government, the rest of the apparatus, the security apparatus, all is there. We know that it's a very tense situation already in Venezuela because of the economic problems the country's facing, because of an opposition that feels it should be in charge. Which way will the army and the different security services go? Will they all go in the same direction? I think there's a real risk that we could see unrest on the streets of Caracas. That is the nightmare scenario right now. In the US, this will be seen as a wonderful, daring move by President Trump. People will be waking up at their breakfast table. Look at our brave president, what he's done. I suspect approval ratings of Donald Trump will go up. But I think you'll have to judge this several months down the line, whether this is actually and maybe even several years down the line, because it sets, as Sultan says, all sorts of precedents about the international system and the way you operate. Yes, the US has broken those rules, the UN Charter, several times, many times before, but I think, again, other powers will be looking, and I think we might now be in an era, not the last 80 years after the World War II, where people did play by the rules. We might be in a new era with no rules whatsoever.
Well, we'll get into that, but let me just bring you the latest on our extended coverage of developments in Venezuela. In a dramatic turn of events, the US has captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, flown them both out of the country. It follows a large military assault on parts of the Venezuelan capital, Caracas, and other regions. Here's what we know. Just hours ago, 7 powerful explosions shook Caracas, with reports of low-flying aircraft seen in the sky. Explosions have also been confirmed in the southern regions near a prominent military base, and several airports were also attacked. The Venezuelan government accused the US of targeting both military and civilian buildings across various states. The Venezuelan defense minister strongly rejects the presence of foreign troops, warning the country would resist any foreign intervention. With Maduro now being captured, Teresa Bo takes a look at his political career.
Nicolás Maduro started out as a bus driver and union leader, but his left-wing activism soon drew him close to his mentor, former Venezuelan President Hugo Chávez. Maduro rose quickly through the political ranks, first to President of the National Assembly and then to Foreign Minister. Unlike the fiery Chávez, Maduro earned a reputation for being more diplomatic and conciliatory. What he lacked in academic skills, he made up for with mild manners, while rarely leaving the side of the popular president. But all that changed when Chávez became gravely ill with cancer, and Maduro was thrust into the role of head of the Council of Ministers. Shortly before dying in 2013, Chávez made it clear that Maduro was his chosen successor, and he was elected president by a slim margin. Either from the pressure of filling the shoes of the charismatic Bolivarian revolution leader, or because of a sudden steep drop in the price of oil, Venezuela's main export, Maduro's personality seemed to change dramatically. He became louder and more eccentric. As the economic crisis escalated, opponents overwhelmingly won control of the National Assembly. Opposition demonstrations were met with brutal force and the imprisonment of their leaders. Hyperinflation and acute shortages of food, medicine, and basic goods fueled a mass exodus of Venezuelans. Maduro announced he would rewrite the constitution to give himself additional powers, and he survived at least one assassination attempt. Despite pressure to ease economic sanctions if competitive opposition leaders were allowed to contest the presidency, Maduro refused. Opposition leader María Corina Machado was banned and chose Edmundo González Urrutia to run in her place. In July 2024, Maduro was re-elected in what were widely described as uncompetitive and non-transparent elections. The Electoral Council failed to show the tally sheets that proclaimed him the winner. A new wave of mass protests and repression began, followed by an unprecedented challenge to the president's power. Already tense tensions with Washington worsened, leading to crippling new economic and diplomatic sanctions. The US also offered a $50 million reward for information that led to Maduro's detention. President Donald Trump accused him of being a narco-terrorist and deployed warships and fighter jets in the Caribbean, attacking boats allegedly transporting drugs to the US. Maduro denounced the US strikes and resisted all calls to step down.
Cici de Flavis is a journalist. She joins us from Caracas. Cici, you've been with us for hours now, processing not just the initial round of explosions, then this shocking event that the US has captured Maduro. We were talking earlier about how people in Venezuela felt about Maduro. Just another question on that. Certainly, a lot of people that I've been kind of seeing and speaking to from Venezuela and outside of Venezuela, one person said to me a very interesting thing. They said, actually, it might be better the devil that you know. That we knew what Maduro was about, and we knew how to deal with him. What comes next is so unknown that it's very scary. Do you share that thought?
Particularly on a personal level, I don't share it because I think what we know so far is that the Venezuelan people have been suffering for years. We've been forced to exile. We've been jailed, persecuted, killed if we speak against the government. We know that people don't have access to basic health care. So even though it is true to a certain terms that we already know what we're getting, it was not good. It was not safe. It was not basic humanitarian needs being met. So although I do understand the sentiment of like, well, we already know what we get, we already know how to manage with this government, we already know how to like pay for things and whatnot, it is still not good. And I think that mentality is from people who haven't really left Venezuela, so they just kind of lingered in this place of complacement, if I could call it that, and they just kind of stay like, okay, if I don't have power for a few hours or a few days, that's okay. If I don't have water, that's okay. If I cannot access the medicine for my grandma to be okay, then that's fine. That's just the way it is. But they don't understand that their basic needs were not being met. And like, it doesn't have to be that complicated to kickstart your own business if you want, or go to the doctors if you need help. So I think being in the state that Venezuela has been over the last few years, even though sure it is something that people were getting used to it and kind of comfortable with within, for lack of better words, then I understand that it comes in a period of uncertainty. We don't know what's going to happen, but genuinely the state in Venezuela was so bad and so diring that I think I don't know, like, I don't know who would want to stay in that state.
So, Cece, effectively what you're saying is that anybody else but Maduro, may well be, Machado, who has been talked about as a future leader of Venezuela. There's going to be a power vacuum right now. People are going to be jostling for position. Faces, names that you perhaps haven't even thought of or you are very scared of are going to come to the fore. This is new for Venezuela. You've been under a faux dictatorship for so long that this idea of democracy taking root immediately and that being okay and easy has never really happened in any country that's been in your situation. It's always been bloody. Aren't you worried about that?
100%. And I think everyone's on the same path and sentiment. I think everybody knows.
For China, physical advances in the region. But I think they need to realize that the world has moved on since that doctrine was first introduced. We now rely on each other in a global economy. And the network is way beyond the ability of any country to curtail it or to decide this is my area of influence. It is maybe what they have in mind, really. Again, we go back to the issue of oil. That is what they are most worried about. They understand that Venezuela has the largest reserve of oil in the world, and they want this to be guaranteed for the United States and only the United States. And they will take it at the price they require it and when they need it.
But just 24 hours ago, Sultan, remember that Maduro said, we can do a deal on oil. If it's about the oil, we can do something about that.
Well, they've been talking to him for some time, I think. And this is what I was, again, saying earlier, that it is concerning that the mediation may have been abused. The process of mediation, this track 2 diplomacy has been abused in a way to make him feel relaxed, similar to what happened with the Iranians when they were negotiating over the nuclear deal. Those nations, they understand the power of the United States and they would like to reach a political solution if at all possible, but they don't want to do it at any price. People have now, education has moved in, they have greater recognition of the opportunities globally, and they want to have access to the global market as a whole.
But this is the thing, if you've got access to the global market, if the world is working as it should, then America should be part of that. But we have an incredibly unpredictable US president who not only pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal first time around, but then ripped it up completely second time around. There is no trust with the US anymore. What you're suggesting is that the US needs to get back to that trust, but this is not a president that's going to do that.
Well, he needs to go back to that trust, not only with the rest of the world, but with the states within the United States. I mean, he's used the same threats of regime, the world is moving forward. I think more and more space for dialogue is needed, and we hope that...
The question I want to ask you is about trust. Now, Tamir, we're just going to bring you up. Can you hear me? America, for decades, you've got to take Donald Trump at at face value of what he says. So what is Venezuela going to be looking for post-Maduro?
Well, again, reflecting on what has been said before, trusting a Secretary of State on military actions, coming from the U.S., we have seen in the past U.S. administrations invoke any argument to justify an invasion, even though those arguments have been proven false. In the case of Latin America, of course, when we are speaking about trust, that trust has never really existed, to be honest, since the onset of the modern republics in the region, which, by the way, go as far as the early 19th century. Relations between the United States and Latin America have always been tense, and the reason why there has been peace around the region has been because the Latin American societies somehow have tried to build their own path, their own institutions, and remained harmless militarily towards the United States. It has always been, the willingness of the United States to impose their model upon Latin America, and it has always been the United States the factor of destabilization of the region, just because, their vision of the region, as it has been explained through the Monroe Doctrine, America for the Americans. When they say America for the Americans, they don't speak only about the United States, they speak about what they call the Western Hemisphere, meaning the American continent. And they see any non-compliance with their own political decisions as a defiance. And this is the source of tensions in the region. So this is why it is so important to insist on the existence of a world order that is regulated by law. Some say by norms. I prefer the idea of international law prevailing, because countries like Venezuela, as it has been shown, cannot face militarily with their regular forces, if you will, a unilateral decision from a government like the United States to go and impose this type of Western type of military interventions to just impose their will. Is that will, align with values? Is the leader they're removing good or bad? That is a matter of debate, but that doesn't give the right to the United States government to go in and impose their willingness. The fact is that they do. And what I'm concerned, once again, is that in the long term, this will not facilitate the relation between the two regions. It will destabilize the Colombian-Venezuelan area, where, again, violence has been endemic for decades. And I fear that a resurgence of this type of irregular violence, which is the only way, a weaker country can face a hegemon, will resurge. And it will be very difficult then to condemn or to call for those groups to disarm if anyone not aligning with the United States policy is subject to removal in the way that we have seen it this night.
We've been talking about the big picture for a very long time now, but obviously this is about the people, the Venezuelan people, who are now waking up to this news. Now, Venezuelans living in Spain have reacted to the explosions in Caracas. In Madrid, members of the Venezuelan community say they worried about their family back home, but they are hopeful of what they see that might be possible change.
Con nervios, pero a la vez
nervous but happy at the same time about what is happening. All Venezuelans want freedom, and although what people are going through in Caracas is tough, I believe that beyond that there is a light that will lead us to freedom.
It's surprising because we have been waiting for this news for years and never believed it would happen. At least I was one of those who didn't believe it.
It was bound to happen. Perhaps for many people, it's not the most ideal or correct way. The peaceful route is best, but unfortunately, the regime we have there in Venezuela said many times that they would not give up peacefully, that they would rather die than relinquish the power. The United States always warned that there could be an intervention that could help us. The time has come and we must celebrate, because they are helping us to escape from all this tyranny.
Tabir, there seems to be a bit of a disconnect between Venezuelans living outside of Venezuela and Venezuelans living inside. There seems to be a lot more criticism of Maduro from people outside. Now, do you think that's a fair assessment? And the reason I ask that question is because outside of Venezuela, people are much more free to talk. And that's why they seem to be welcoming the news that he's been captured.
Well, honestly, I believe people inside and outside Venezuela voice their disagreements. That doesn't mean they have inside Venezuela necessarily the means to influence on the direction of what the government is doing. But criticism of the current government has been, in my opinion, a permanent feature within Venezuelan society. But you're pointing out to something that is absolutely true. And sadly, the Venezuelan diaspora, especially the diaspora sitting in the United States, in Florida, probably in some European countries, because of their social and economic background of opposing Chavismo in general, the fact that they live outside the country seem to be less, see with less empathy the fact that, for instance, tonight, whatever the political means of this military aggression, where officially people were killed on the ground. So there were bombs falling on Venezuela, most probably civilian casualties. I've seen, cars blown away and attack on ports. This is civilian infrastructure that was built in the case of the port that was announced that was bombed, that was built way before Mr. Maduro was in power. And what does that have to do with the achievement of political goals? Just bringing Venezuelan infrastructure to pieces. Again, being insensitive to that, I just believe that people are short-sighted, and that they might express, some sense of relief because Mr. Maduro has been removed. But the reality remains that nobody can tell what the future of the country will be, even if these people, would favor one person in particular. What is the route for that person to take over? That will not happen automatically. Again, saying now that people need to align for a negotiated and peaceful transition after dropping bombs, right, I believe is a relatively weak argument.
Now let's bring it back to the Venezuelan political scene. Venezuela's Vice President Delcy Rodriguez say they don't know the whereabouts of President Nicolas Maduro and the First Lady.
We, at this moment, do not know the place in which the President Nicolas Maduro is, along with his wife. So we are demanding President Donald Trump approve of life of President Nicolas Maduro and also the first combatant Celia Flores.
Now, Paul Dobson is a journalist and political analyst. He joins us from Mérida in Venezuela. The news broke just a couple of hours ago now. Time is seemingly flying by as we're talking to so many different people from inside and outside of Venezuela. The general theme is one of shock that the US has actually captured Nicolas Maduro and flown him out of the country. What was your reaction when you woke up?
Well, first I had about 1 million messages to attend to on my phone. But of course, first and foremost, to check that friends and family in the areas that were bombed were safe and sound. But many of us here in Venezuela were very surprised not just that the US pulled the trigger. I was very skeptical, in fact, that they were going to do this. But secondly, with the efficiency and the cleanliness of this operation, effectively, they removed a president from power within 15, 20, 30 minutes. 4 areas were bombed. I think around 7 bombs were used. One strike helicopter. This is a very minimal operation compared to what we expected. So questions are now being asked, essentially. Maduro has said in the past that he would never go freely. So we can rule out perhaps that he handed himself over to US forces on the ground. But questions are now being asked. Did somebody betray him? Why were the US anti-aircraft missile batteries so quiet? Why was there seemingly so little response from the US forces after so many months of build-up of rhetoric, of threats, of expectation? So today, at this point, it's now 8 o'clock in the morning here. Still many questions left. To be answered.
Questions that we're going to get into. Paul Dobson, stay there. We will come back to you. But let's bring you the latest in our extended coverage of developments in Venezuela. In a dramatic turn of events, the US has captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife and flown them both out of the country. It follows a large military assault on parts of the Venezuelan capital, Caracas, and other regions. Here's what we know. Just hours ago, several powerful explosions shook Caracas, with reports of low-flying aircraft seen in the sky. Explosions have also been confirmed in the southern regions, near a prominent military base, and several airports were attacked. The Venezuelan government accused the US of targeting both military and civilian buildings across various states. The Venezuelan defense minister strongly rejects the presence of foreign troops, warning the country would resist any foreign intervention. With Maduro now captured, Teresa Bo takes a look at his political career.
Nicolás Maduro started out as a bus driver and union leader, but his left-wing activism soon drew him close to his mentor, former Venezuelan President Hugo Chavez. Maduro rose quickly through the political ranks, first to President of the National Assembly and then to Foreign Minister. Unlike the fiery Chavez, Maduro earned a reputation for being more diplomatic and conciliatory. What he lacked in academic skills, he made up for with mild manners, while rarely leaving the side of the popular president. But all that changed when Chavez became gravely ill with cancer, and Maduro was thrust into the role of head of the Council of Ministers. Shortly before dying in 2013, Chavez made it clear that Maduro was his chosen successor, and he was elected president by a slim margin. Either from the pressure of filling the shoes of the charismatic Bolivarian revolution leader, or because of a sudden steep drop in the price of oil, Venezuela's main export, Maduro's personality seemed to change dramatically. He became louder and more eccentric. As the economic crisis escalated, opponents overwhelmingly won control of the National Assembly. Opposition demonstrations were met with brutal force and the imprisonment of their leaders. Hyperinflation and acute shortages of food, medicine, and basic goods fueled a mass exodus of Venezuelans. Maduro announced he would rewrite the constitution to give himself additional powers, and he survived at least one assassination attempt. Despite pressure to ease economic sanctions if competitive opposition leaders were allowed to contest the presidency, Maduro refused. Opposition leader María Corina Machado was banned and chose Edmundo González Urrutia to run in her place. In July 2024, Maduro was re-elected in what were widely described as uncompetitive and non-transparent elections. The Electoral Council failed to show the tally sheets that proclaimed him the winner. A new wave of mass protests and repression began, followed by an unprecedented challenge to the president's power. Already tense tensions with Washington worsened, leading to crippling new economic and diplomatic sanctions. The U.S. also offered a $50 million reward for information that led to Maduro's detention. President Donald Trump accused him of being a narco-terrorist and deployed warships and fighter jets in the Caribbean, attacking boats allegedly transporting drugs to the U.S. Maduro denounced the U.S. strikes and resisted all calls to step down.
Now let's bring in Shihab Ratansi, who's in Washington. Shihab, let's do a recap. Begin with the news breaking and tell us where we got to right now.
Well, we first heard about this from a Truth Social post from Donald Trump. He wrote that the United States of America is successful with U.S. law enforcement. Details to follow. There will be a news conference today at 11 a.m. local at Mar-a-Lago. So that's 8, 9, 10, 11, 4 hours' time. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. We did actually see, though, key members of the Venezuelan government then on television and on social media. First, the vice president, who called for proof of life of Nicolas Maduro and his wife. They said they didn't. She said they didn't know where he was. But then we also saw Diosdado Cabello, who's a very key figure in the administration, the interior minister, very powerful, also has an indictment against him from the U.S. for alleged drug trafficking. They didn't go after him. Very interesting. But the fact that he's there and the defense minister and the vice president suggests this is an operation simply for Nicolas Maduro. This wasn't, at least for now, an attempt to try and install Marina Corina Machado, perhaps, and we had heard in recent weeks there was a realization, frankly, that she didn't have any base, and it could lead to utter chaos, even more chaos than may transpire in Venezuela after this operation. So it would appear then that the government of Venezuela remains intact, other than Nicolas Maduro, that this was a limited operation, and that the U.S. will now present it as a law enforcement operation. So that will succeed potentially in quelling the uproar that would have been likely if there had been another all-out regime change war, an endless war in Venezuela mounted by Donald Trump in Venezuela, because that was one of the things that he'd campaigned on. No more regime change operations, no more endless war. However, it does also raise questions about the other side of his coalition who do want regime change. So that, it's not actually necessarily all sorted out neatly with a bow for Donald Trump either, but we await his press conference.
But it does beg the question, if there's a court case in the US eventually, then that's a whole other set of problems for Donald Trump, because it's not guaranteed that the United States wins that court case.
Yeah, but who knows where Donald Trump will be by then. These things could take a very, very long time. The discovery phase of this will be very interesting because, most observers of the narco-trafficking context of Latin America see no evidence whatsoever, really, that Nicolas Maduro is in charge of a cartel of the Suns. Cartel of the Suns was, in fact, a CIA operation that was mounted before Hugo Chavez, Nicolas Maduro's predecessor, took power, where they tried to infiltrate Colombian gangs using a US-friendly Venezuelan government. It was a terrible failure. Lots of cocaine went into the US as a result. But I don't think that's really his concern. I think maybe he's looking for, this is the way, this is now his way of saying, look, mission accomplished, we're done. We don't know what the end goal will be now for Donald Trump, whether this is it or whether there'll be more to come. But for now, at least, Marco Rubio said that the military action is over. We'll have to see what happens to the blockade and other elements of this. We do know, though, that the military forces of the U.S. are very stretched thin now in the Caribbean, and the USS Gerald Ford is in deep need of repairs, and the crews and personnel, the military personnel there, are in need of some sort of crew rotation.
Shihab Ratansi there from Washington, D.C. Now we go back to Paul Dobson, who's a journalist and political analyst. He's in Merida in Venezuela. You're waking up to all of this news. when it comes to Nicolas Maduro, we've had guest after guest from inside Venezuela and outside Venezuela suggesting that actually things were pretty bad in Venezuela when it came to isolation, when it came to sanctions, when it came to poverty, fuel shortages, food shortages, medicine shortages. So a lot of people suggesting that there is a silver lining to all of this. A lot of other people suggesting, well, maybe it's better the devil that you know. So where do you fall on that side of the debate?
Well, I think both sides, in essence, have some sense of justification. Here in Venezuela, it's impossible to turn a blind eye to the economic turn of this current government, or the outgoing government. I'm not quite sure how to describe it now. But when you look at minimum wages at less than monthly minimum wages at less than $1 a month, when you look at health and safety in the workplace being rolled back, when you look at 85% dollarization of the economy, when you look at all of these issues combined, you look at poverty going up, you look at the basic family food basket estimated somewhere around $600 to $700 a month compared to wages, you look at people having to work 3, 4, 5 jobs just to put a plate of food for their children at the end of the day. When we look at all of this, it's impossible to not understand, to some extent, the disenchantment with the current Maduro government. And when we add in the rollbacks of its predecessors' policies, so Hugo Chavez nationalized great sectors of the economy and Maduro privatized the same sectors. Hugo Chavez handed out land to the small peasants working it, and Maduro returned it to the large landowners, for example. So this has to be understood. And this, I think, is one of the main reasons that great sectors of the Venezuelan population today, while opposing the foreign attacks on the country, the violations of our sovereignty, the illegal actions of the US government, without a doubt, will also be very hesitant about joining a rallying cry for this current government and backing the reinstatement of it, due to the fact that they have been living in extremely difficult conditions created by this government over the last 2 to 3 years.
Paul Dobson, thank you very much. Let's bring in Sultan Barakat. Sultan, you know, Donald Trump is going to take a victory lap in probably about 3 hours' time when he gives his speech at Mar-a-Lago. He won't be talking about the illegality of capturing a foreign leader on foreign soil, a military action that didn't go through Congress. He's not going to be talking about all of the details. He's not going to be talking about the international community and their reaction. That falls for us to talk about. And the question that I have for you is, what does the international community do to put pressure on the US to make sure that this doesn't happen again? Is there a effective forum? We talked about the UN Security Council earlier, but is that it?
No, there's no one single effective forum, but there are lobbies and groups that will be extremely concerned. To start with, for example, Europe. Europe has not forgotten what happened in Libya as a result of the failed attempt of regime change and the chaos that created. They lost their supplies to energy that were there and stable. They've started to have to deal with migration, refugees, crime, drugs, etc. So they will be extremely concerned, and we'll try to explain to the United States that if you break it, you need to fix it. You can't just decide that I will take the president out and we have nothing to do with it. It's really your problem now, you need to fix it. And the other, I think, area of concern for the Europeans will be an eye on Russia. That this is actually the argument that Russia has been making for the last few decades, that this is our neighborhood. We do not want NATO to come into our sphere of influence. You must respect that this is where we are, etc., etc. And now he's giving them the full justification. He's giving Putin the clear bill that all what you've done was fine, and it could actually be interpreted in legal terms. And this of concern to the Europeans. And then I think the other region will be concerned is China and the Southeast Asia. China is being pushed. They were pushed in Iran, and they were getting a lot of supplies from Iran. Now Venezuela, Nigeria. It's clear to them, I think, that this action fits within a pattern of trying to make it more and more difficult for Chinese economy locally and globally. And at the same time, it gives them, again, the green light to think of Taiwan as a legitimate move, that if they decide to do the same as smartly as the Americans have done it, then why not? They should have the possibility.
Really is a very interesting conversation. We're going to keep it going with Tamir, who is a former Venezuelan diplomat. He's in Montevideo. We are talking about this idea that, you know, countries are sovereign. They can do deals with anybody that they want to do deals with. They can have diplomatic relations with anybody that they want to do deals in. Not so, says the US. Now, if you broke it, you bought it. That's what Sultan said. It's a very famous quote from Colin Powell, the former US diplomat. Is there a positive US role after Maduro that you can see in Venezuela?
Again, I believe that, as you mentioned, countries are, in theory, sovereign. That is one of the great questions of our time. A while ago in the show, the issue, for instance, of sanctions was mentioned. Sanctions, in principle, legal sanctions under international law are decided by the United Nations Security Council. What we know as sanctions, these OFAC designations that are issued by the United States, are unilateral decisions that, for instance, prevent a country from transacting with other countries because the international financial system is not international, is US-based. You know, everyone who is performing a trade transaction throughout the world has to go through the US-based financial system. So the challenge for exercising sovereignty, in a way, is that we do not have the infrastructure to support it. So although those claims about sovereignty are somehow relative, if your country doesn't have the means to impose its will on the international arena. So I see a very, very difficult for a country that has the power that the United States has, that has decided that its internal legislation is sufficient to justify foreign policy actions. We have seen Secretary Rubio invoke the designation of the government of Venezuela as a narco-terrorist organization. That is a decision from the United States government. It doesn't have a basis on international law. The fact that there is a search warrant, again, this is an internal decision from the United States. So the problem when you have that approach to the international relations is that the rest of the world has to navigate through your rules, through your own organization, and just hope for the best.
But
so you need to somehow want to have a United States that decides on its own merits to.
But could that backfire?
Really have seen that at play.
But can that backfire? You talk about this, you know, and the United States that needs to engage. But there is a chance here that Venezuela falls to pieces politically, at least it becomes even more divided than it already is. And there's a faction that goes to Russia and there's a faction that goes to China. And then all of this becomes worse than it was under Maduro.
Well, there is indeed, of course, a risk of fragmentation, of further fragmentation of Venezuelan society, because you have not solved it. It would be an illusion to imagine that Venezuelans' problems are summarized in, you know, President Maduro or Nicolas Maduro. That there is just one person that justifies the fact that this is a very polarized society for at least 3 decades. So you have solved no problem whatsoever. What you have shown is just, again, how unilateral action can, yes, dramatically change the course of a country, but who knows what lies ahead. And again, this is almost an invitation. People are surprised, and I'm myself also shocked by the ease of this operation and how little resistance there was on the Venezuelan side. Well, the fact of the matter is that Venezuela would not have the military power to oppose the United States. But this is almost an invitation. If people are talking about non-proliferation, this is almost a signal that the only way to ensure your sovereignty is having a weapon of mass destruction, having a deterrent that prevents a power from imposing its will. So how can you build a peaceful world on those bases? This is also an invitation to powers like China or Russia. And in the case of China, for instance, that has exercised great economic and commercial power around the world, but that has not engaged in, I would say, a geopolitical military deployment as the United States has made in the past. So what if China now decides to be more assertive and to secure its own geopolitical interests through the building of military capabilities? How can that be a guarantee of a peaceful world? So I think this is a very worrying sign beyond Venezuela, beyond the opinion one can have of the Venezuelan government. And it signals once again that we're in a very, very unstable and dangerous world today.
Sultan, I want to pick that up with you. Is there an opportunity for China and Russia here to say, actually, the world has been shocked by this particular event, the capture of Maduro. We have influence in Latin America. It's time for us. Just this person that's going to, satisfy demand. So when it comes to the war on drugs, that was how this was sold. But we're now knowing that it's not about the war on drugs. And that's what you're saying, in effect, right? This isn't about the war on drugs.
Yes, absolutely. And if you're accused that the flow of drugs to go outside, you need to think that there are also borders in the United States that are supposed to be guarded by the Coast Guard. A military operation on the grounds of allegedly, the complicity of a government in drug trafficking is already a very, very weak, or a manipulation, if you will, of the international law. And coming back to your question, again, the designation, in this case by the United States, but by any foreign power, we have seen that happening in countries that were subject to colonialism, that the former metropolis have historically favored a individual or group of individuals that were, well, of course, not surprisingly favorable to the interests of that country, have always been willing to impose that type of leadership. But again, societies are complex, and those impositions never last long or produce necessarily good results. So in the case of Venezuela, that is not going to be different. The problem, once again, being that even imagining of imposing somebody from the outside, the pro-U.S. Opposition that lives in exile, needs to deal with the fact that, again, as we have seen, Venezuela's military is in place, that the Venezuelan other Chavistas are still in place. If the idea was to change the course of the Venezuelan politics, how does that change in any way by removing the president and leaving the rest of the government in place? So again, this is poised to be a very, very tense and very unstable situation. Should the new leadership, de facto leadership now in Venezuela, just comply with whatever the United States wants, or else face a new bombardments? Again, this is a very, very dangerous, unstable situation that, once again, has been unilaterally decided by the United States, and the rest of the world should be wary of the shape in the international arena is taking with this type of reckless actions.
A question has just come to me, Sultan, listening to Tamir there, listening to Alan Fisher, our correspondent. Trump is going to see this as a victory that he can sell. He's a salesman, right, at his heart. He's going to sell this. But Tamir, and both Alan and Tamir have both said that there are knock-on effects that are going to happen, that perhaps Donald Trump isn't worried about because he might not be around, for the court case, he might not be in power. So does this point to short-term thinking? There is now, short-term thinking by Donald Trump that is now shaping long-term implications in Latin America.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen short-term thinking from even the previous term with Trump, and now it's a kind of combination of short-term with excitement about technology and espionage and what you can do, by taking a shorter route and so on. I think where they're going to be hit first is with the rise of oil price globally. I mean, now we're entering the weekend. By Monday, markets will start reacting. Venezuela is one of the most important reserves. The oil price will go up. The American electors we're celebrating now the Trump victory will suffer the inflation in the United States. So there will be consequences, and they will be, I think, closer than they think on the United States. Also, any chaos now created in Venezuela will increase drug trafficking, not necessarily generated from within Venezuela, but transported via Venezuela. Then his whole agenda on immigration will multiply now. People will actually be leaving the country, given the circumstances at the moment, and they will head towards the United States. It's not going to shoot every single boat. And I think all of these consequences, someone must have advised them that these exist. But the way they've went gradually over the last few weeks, he's not only shot the boat, he's then captured, if you recall, the oil tankers. Those were practically kidnapped again, taken off Venezuela, and they declared that they now own the cargo and the ship. Then it led to what we saw today happening. All of this, I think, it's been introduced gradually, which makes people feel that this is like a course to victory. But I fear it's going to be a course to a disaster if it's not followed immediately with a plan to transform Venezuela genuinely from Maduro and his regime to something totally different.
Well, the Chavezistas are still in power, as many of our guests have still told us. Yeah. Now, stay there, because we want to talk about the actual military assault. Now, the military assaults on part of Venezuela is the latest in a century-long list of interventions in Latin America. Mariana Sanchez takes a look back.
It is a common saying that Latin America is the United States' backyard. One, however, with a wealth of interest for the powerful northern neighbor. For more than a century, the U.S. profited from the sugar and fruit trades and other commodities in Latin America. By 1920, it's estimated that the U.S. had 1/3 of its worldwide investments in this region. And the Monroe Doctrine poised to defend it with military interventions, occupations, and regime change agendas. Military invasions in Cuba, Haiti, the Dominican Republic, and Nicaragua seemed a prequel to the following decades. Then the Cold War brought about a new discourse. A series of Marxist insurgencies flourished, inspired by Fidel Castro's revolution in Cuba. Throughout Latin America, leftists took power. The U.S. backed right-wing dictatorships in South America with covert operations, military tactical training, and financial support to silence those on the left. Operation Condor left thousands dead and disappeared during the repression or dirty war.
With Reagan, an argument emerged as to why it was morally permissible to support repressive anti-communist dictatorships. It said right-wing dictatorships are temporary instrumental dictatorships. On the other hand, communist regimes would be virtually immovable once established. So it was better to have a period of right-wing regimes which would also be US allies as opposed to left-wing dictatorships that would most likely remain in power without any US influence whatsoever.
The defense of freedom and democracy were reasons the U.S. used for its military occupations in Panama and Grenada. The rise of a socialist movement with Venezuelan President Hugo Chavez and his allies in Bolivia, Brazil, and Ecuador also saw China's growing influence in the region. Analysts say what the U.S. wants now is to prevent any extra-regional powers' influence growing.
What has been a constant for more than a century in U.S. foreign policy toward Latin America is to ensure that it is not used by any extra-regional power against U.S. interests. That was first the European monarchies, then Soviet communism, and now Chinese capitalism.
President Donald Trump says he authorized covert CIA actions in Venezuela, looking for ways to undercut Venezuela's Nicolás Maduro's regime from the inside. Some analysts say drug trafficking from Venezuela to the U.S. may not be the only reason for Trump ordering a military buildup in the Caribbean. Recent amphibious assault drills are part of a broad troop deployment in Puerto Rico. Once again, U.S. assets in the Caribbean on show in a display of military might and overt political pressure. Mariana Sanchez, Al Jazeera.
And let's bring in Sultan. Sultan, we were just talking about short-term thinking, long-term implications. I want to slightly widen it out to trust in the American system. Trust has been broken in this region with a lot of countries, and people have dealt with that. Governments have dealt with that by adapting. You know, this is what you do as a government. But and it's a cause of democracy, right? Every 4 years there's an election, you have to deal with somebody else. It's just a symptom of democracy. But this feels like it's slightly different. The extrajudicial kidnapping, illegal kidnapping of a foreign leader on foreign soil from his own country feels like trust might get broken in a different way.
Yes, and it's also a trust that has been affected within the United States. I think we should remind ourselves that this particular administration has attacked the legal system within the United States first and supported a genocide in Gaza as well and attacked the international system that has defended the Palestinians and so on. So this whole pattern is of concern not just to us. I think it should be concern to everyone, and to start with, to the average American citizen, that this is not going to go and land kindly anytime soon. It will lead, I think, to further complications. As we were saying earlier, any instability or instability in Latin America will reach the United States first before it affects the rest of us. Whatever has happened now has given, I'm sure, ideas to China and Russia to deal similarly with contexts of their own, within their own domain, and that will have a greater effect on the rest of us. So it's not a simple act, and if it won't be long-lived in terms of celebration of a victory.
Now, I want to come to Tamir next. Tamir, I want to just run you through some of the reaction that we've had. You know, we've talked about the Colombian president, Gustavo Petro, calling this an assault on sovereignty. The Spanish have come out and said we are willing to make, diplomatic and mediate and give a peaceful solution. But all of these people have to deal with the United States of America and an unpredictable president. So how do you deal with that? He's doing things that have never been done before.
Well, honestly, I think that first, this is an administration that needs to hear the truth directly. For a long time, the Western world, as it is called, the rest of the Europeans and some other leaders in the world, because it is the United States, pretend that everything that comes from the United States is rational, is welcomed, and beneficial for the rest of the world. Sometimes you need to set the tone and put an end, but try to put limits to whatever the United States can do. An example can be given of recent actions taken by the United States against former European commissioners because of their opinions, to be honest. They imposed legal actions on U.S. companies, U.S. social media companies, and the immediate reaction was to add those officials to the OFAC lists, which means these people cannot have bank accounts, cannot, live normal lives and just, engage in commercial and economic relations with each other. We're talking about European commissioners or justices of the United Nations. This is a United Nations body, the International Criminal Court. that had been subject again to unilateral sanctions. So this is a very clear sign that even though, of course, you need to engage with the United States, you need to be aware of their capacity of acting unilaterally, sometimes you need to stand, and you need to stand for principles, and you need to put a stop to their actions, maybe through retaliation, maybe also through unilateral action, because that's the only way you can act. This is one of those moments where, at least in Latin America, decisions like that of President Petro are welcome, because you need to be a voice of reason in a moment where the unilateral government of the United States seems to, decide that they can shape the political landscape of Latin America as they please. So there needs to be a collective action, just reminding the basic principles of international relations, which shouldn't be, a harmful statement or an offensive statement to any country, and not especially to the United States. Yes, we need that type of responses that at least recall the principles and mobilize the public opinion, even within the United States. This is an administration that was elected, very, very importantly, on the principle of ending foreign interventions. This is a president that has advocated for being awarded the Nobel Peace Prize.
As to how things develop.
Yes, they certainly have. I mean, I think many of the comments we've had have been split very much on ideological lines. Several leaders echoing the views expressed by the president of Cuba, Miguel Díaz-Canel, that this was a criminal act, that the United States had no right to intervene in Venezuela, and condemning it in very, very strong terms. Primarily Inácio Lula da Silva, the president of Brazil, who said this was a criminal act that would only open the door to more violence, more instability, not just in Latin America, but around the world. Comments also echoed by the president of Colombia, Gustavo Petro, who has sent troops to the border to shore up that border, but also to monitor the number of migrants that he fears will be crossing the border into his country. Many millions have already done that over the last 5 or 6 years, escaping economic and political difficulties in Venezuela. They fear that those who have supported the Nicolas Maduro regime will quite possibly be leaving the country, seeking some kind of sanctuary outside. So watching that very, very closely. But as I say, along political lines, there has been a fair amount of support also for the actions of the United States in Venezuela. The president here in Argentina, Javier Milei, on social media said liberty, freedom advances, praising the actions. The president of Ecuador, Daniel Noboa, called Nicolas Maduro a narco criminal whose time had come. The former president of Ecuador, Rafael Correa, expressing those kind of ideological difference, said that the current president was the narco criminal. So again, very clear who does what. But it must be said, it's very difficult to see what Latin American countries can do in response to this, apart from express angry words, call for an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council. We've seen in recent months in relation to US actions on migrants, for instance, on Donald Trump's tariffs against Latin America, they could protest, but in the end, most countries end up bowing to the United States will, shouted angrily, but really couldn't do very much. So I suspect we'll see a similar scenario developing here in the next few days, weeks, depending on what the next move of the United States is in Venezuela.
Right, and Daniel, you've talked about the many millions who have fled Venezuela, fled the dire economic conditions of Venezuela over the years, and they will be watching very closely from exile to see how things develop.
Very closely, certainly. I mean, there's large communities in pretty much every town and city across Latin America. Here in Buenos Aires, it's very common to see Venezuelan shops, restaurants, cafes have opened in the last few years, a large Venezuelan community. It must be said that most of those, not all, but most, were opponents of the Nicolas Maduro regime. They left because they couldn't tolerate it any longer, either for political or economic reasons. So they, in some way or other, will possibly support support the UN actions, or they might have wanted to see Nicolas Maduro go, but not in this way. They would still, they're proud Latin Americans don't like to see a foreign nation invading sovereign territory. So there will be a whole spectrum of opinions on this, but certainly watching very closely to see what happens next. Is this the right time to go back to Venezuela? Some will be deciding, is it safe? Do they have a place in whatever the new Venezuela turns out to be? So again, I think a lot of watching and waiting, ears glued to phones and laptops, waiting to see what happens next.
Now, of course, there may not be an open border to cross, might there? Because as we're seeing right now, Venezuela has closed its border with Brazil, for one. That's according to the head of Brazil's federal police. How do you read that?
Again, precautionary measures. I mean, it's been difficult to get in. I mean, as journalists, we've not been able to get into Venezuela without special permission for some time, and have had to do our reporting from outside. So those borders, very sensitive areas, because the Venezuelans quite often didn't want people to know what was happening there. Had to do the reporting from outside. But certainly with that border with Brazil closing, it's a very long, very porous border. So quite how effective any security measures along both the Colombian border and the Brazilian border will be. We'll have to kind of wait and see, because very easy to cross if you just avoid the checkpoints. There's jungle, there's desert, there's all sorts of terrain out there, making it very, very difficult to police.
Daniel, thanks for that. Daniel Schweimler reporting there from Buenos Aires. Thanks very much. Well, Maduro's capture by the United States triggered strong reactions in Latin America, as we've just been hearing. On X, the Argentinian president and strong Trump ally Javier Milei posted freedom advances, long live freedom. Brazil's president Lula da Silva called it a flagrant violation of international law, which sets a dangerous international precedent. Lula has long warned against US intervention in Venezuela. The president of Cuba, another US adversary, as we've also been hearing, accused Washington of a criminal attack, adding our zone of peace is being brutally assaulted. Excuse me. Mexico's foreign ministry said the actions were a clear violation of the UN Charter and said it's willing to help facilitate dialogue. And the outgoing leftist president of Chile, Gabriel Boric, condemned the US military actions in Venezuela and called for a peaceful solution. Boric leads office in March and will be replaced by Jose Antonio Cast, a far-right leader who supports Donald Trump. Excuse me. Now, let's speak to Mark Chadwick, who's a principal lecturer at Nottingham Law School. He joins us now from Nottingham in the UK. We know that the US has formed in this region, shall we say. Let's look at what's happened this time. A US Special Forces team have entered Venezuela. They've taken the president of the nation and his wife prisoner. Is it legal?
So international law is very clear on this, and I think the quotes that you just read out from the leaders of states in the region reflect essentially the position in international law. So the UN Charter is very clear that it is impermissible for any country, any state to use force against any other country, any other state. There are some very small, very tightly defined exceptions to that. So, for example, if there is authorization from the United Nations Security Council, for example, to use force, but that's not the case here. We can also use force in self-defense, but that would require evidence essentially of an imminent armed attack coming from that other country to justify the use of force to repel that attack, essentially. So certainly there appears to be no lawful justification in international law and what would appear to be, by all indications, an act of aggression by the United States.
So it appears to be no lawful justification. So what can the international community do about that?
It's a difficult question for international law and for international lawyers. There are ways and means in which we can apply pressure in certain circumstances. Could that be through lobbying? Could it be through sanctions? There's already been discussion about convening the UN General Assembly, the UN Security Council. So although there's no obvious and easy way to enforce international law, certainly in such circumstances, and certainly when we're dealing with an actor like the United States, we have to look at the existing procedures, I think, that do exist to apply those kinds of political pressure through existing mechanisms and organizations, essentially.
Just while we are talking, Mark, I just want to bring everybody up to date with what we're seeing on our wires here. Apparently, Donald Trump has been speaking to Fox News, saying that the United States is going to be very strongly involved in Venezuela's oil industry. He says that the Maduro operation sends a signal, and he said that he spoke to Maduro a week ago. But this line about the United States is going to be very strongly involved in Venezuela's oil industry sheds quite a light on what we've just seen in the last few hours there, Mark.
So on the face of it, it appears that the justification is not rooted in any kind of legal justification, and certainly any ongoing occupation of Venezuela would be an extension, essentially, of that initial unlawful use of force.
And what about the indictment that we're hearing about in New York, facing charges of drug trafficking? What about the legality of that?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question. There's not really a clear answer under international law as to whether or not, even if we unlawfully apprehend and detain somebody, whether or not the trial that comes out of that can still be lawful. There's a principle in international law, male captus bene detentus, and the question is, even if the seizure, the taking of the person is unlawful, can the trial still go ahead? Can the trial still be fair and right and just? If we look at some precedents, for example, from the European Court of Human Rights, it will tell us to look at all the surrounding circumstances. So even notwithstanding the initial illegality of that seizure, does that necessarily impact in a significant way Maduro's future right to a fair trial? So it's not necessarily an easy question to take on an answer. It will need to be, I think, looked at and considered quite carefully as to whether or not his initial illegal abduction actually undermines his fair trial rights in the US. But the US may well have a jurisdictional claim here. So we have a principle called objective territoriality in international law. So even if a crime starts in a different country but has impacts on another country, that other country can claim jurisdiction. And if there are concrete effects in the United States, then even under international law, there may be a claim to jurisdiction which it bases that right to prosecute Maduro.
Right, and as we're speaking again, there's more lines are dropping here on the wires. Donald Trump saying that the US is now deciding what's next for Venezuela after the Maduro capture. Will be involved in it very much, he says, and indeed says going to look at now with Maria Machado, who won the Nobel Peace Prize, of course, to lead right now. But right now they have a vice president in Delcy Rodriguez. So again, we heard from the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, saying that there's not going to be any further action on the ground. But still, the United States very much involved in, or seemingly involved in, trying to orchestrate what's going to happen next.
Yes, so certainly this initial use of force would appear to be an act of aggression and very much unlawful. And then it remains to be seen, I suppose, what any intervention in Venezuela that is not invited, that is not consensual, would still be a violation of international law more generally. So it remains to be seen, I think. Being alleged here. So I'm not an expert in US procedure and US law itself, but generally what you'd be looking for is a question as to whether or not Maduro has some kind of control over the crime, or does he make a significant or essential contribution to the commission of that crime. So there will need to be evidence of some kind of close involvement with the charges that have been suggested, the narco-terrorism, cocaine importation, and so on and so forth. So there will be a technical probably line of inquiry as to what his involvement is there, essentially, and clear kind of connections and correlations to the crimes that are being alleged here. So that's by no means an easy point to work through for the court system.
Okay. Very interesting talking to you, Mark, to get the complexities understood of the legalities of this whole situation. Mark Chadwick speaking to us there from Nottingham in the UK.
Thank you.
Let us now whip across to Moscow, capital of Russia, of course. Dmitry Medvedenko is standing by for us there. And we've been hearing from the Russian authorities about this. Tell us more.
Yes, there was a rather delayed reaction from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They ended up coming out several hours after the US president had said that Nicolas Maduro and his wife had been taken from Venezuela to US custody. So the reaction was Moscow called it an act of armed aggression, condemned it, supported the idea of hosting an emergency Security Council meeting, and basically called for a diplomatic resolution of the situation. And the first statement that Moscow made, the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs made, there was no mentioning of Nicolas Maduro being taken anywhere. But 2 hours after that first statement, and again, this was already after the US president said that Nicolas Maduro has been removed from Venezuela, another statement came out from the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs saying, "We are extremely concerned by reports that Maduro was forcibly removed from Venezuela during today's aggressive actions by the United States. We call for immediate clarification of the situation." Russia's foreign ministry, on the forcible removal of Maduro from Venezuela, says such actions, if they took place, with a little bit degree of doubt here, constitute an unacceptable violation of the sovereignty of an independent state. So that's the statement from Moscow, which has been an ally of Venezuela and, vice versa for the past 2 decades.
Dmitry, thanks for that. Dmitry Medvedenko there in Moscow. Let's take this on now with Brian Finucane, who's a senior advisor with the US program at the International Crisis Group and former legal advisor to the US State Department on the use of military force. Joins us now from Washington, D.C. And your expertise here, Brian, very much valued, given its specific nature. How do you read what's happened here from a legal point of view and the advice that the US administration might have had as they assess whether or not to carry out this capture of the Venezuelan president?
Well, as one of your prior guests and several of the international leaders that you've cited have mentioned, this appears to be a flagrant violation of international law, Article 2.4 of the UN Charter, which prohibits the use of force. Unfortunately, under this presidential administration, it appears that the sort of legal advice that the president would be getting is likely to be highly enabling. And so for the purposes of undertaking this military operation, it's very doubtful that the lawyers were telling the president no.
But then they may argue, the administration might argue that Article 2 represents the right for them to act in the way that they have, which gives them powers to defend themselves against an imminent attack of this special forces team that went into Venezuela.
No doubt the Trump administration will likely cite Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution, the president's role as commander-in-chief, as the supposed domestic law authority for this operation, because there's no congressional authorization. Congress has not declared war on Venezuela. Congress has not enacted a war authorization against Venezuela. So the only source of any sort of domestic authority would have to be Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution. But that in no way, shape, or form changes the fact that this intervention is unlawful as a matter of international law, and I would argue even unlawful as a matter of U.S. domestic law, including because of the president's duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, and those laws include the UN Charter.
All right, and what about the defense from the U.S. administration that Maduro was not legally elected president, that the election was fraudulent, and he was a threat to the United States, so therefore that makes what's happened legal?
Well, the claims that Maduro represented a threat to the United States are laughable. They often are associated with the supposed flow of fentanyl from Venezuela to the United States. Fentanyl is not coming to the United States from Venezuela. And so a lot of the justifications that the administration has tried out over the last several months for military actions, both in the Caribbean and the saber rattling towards Venezuela, just don't withstand any sort of scrutiny. And I think that the marketing around military intervention in Venezuela has been not just for the benefit of the American public, but also for the benefit of the president himself. It really does seem that the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has been driving the train on U.S. Venezuela policy and ultimately succeeded in talking the president into this intervention.
Right. The Trump administration has always been talking about countering the narcotics trade from Venezuela and citing the fact that they believed that the Venezuelan president was head of the cartel that made this happen. But now we're hearing from President Trump himself that the United States is going to be very strongly involved in Venezuela's oil industry in the wake of the operation to capture the Venezuelan president. How do you read those two points of view?
Well, the administration has cycled through a number of sort of justifications for the intervention. Again, I think that it's often been as much for the benefit of the U.S. president as for the public. That is, the Secretary of State trying to talk the President Trump into authorizing military action against Venezuela with the goal of regime change. We started off with referring to drug trafficking, oil rationale, so to appeal to President Trump. None of it, like say, withstands much in the way of any sort of a scrutiny. The facts don't add up, and public opinion polling reflects that there's very little public support in the United States for military action in Venezuela.
Not only that, the Venezuelan government has accused the United States of targeting both military and civilian buildings, and the Venezuelan defense minister has warned the country would resist any foreign intervention. Well, Venezuelans in Caracas have been reacting to the news of the attacks on the country and indeed Maduro's capture.
If they took him away, I think they shouldn't have done so, because this will create an even worse conflict than the one we have now. And as for the bombings and all that, we have to go out. We all have to go out into the streets to defend our homeland, to defend ourselves.
There should be a positive change for all Venezuelans because it's been 28 years of government, and now is the time for transition in this country. Now we have to wait for government officials to speak out and see what they have to say. Everything should happen now, and we should get out of this situation.
We want to be at peace, move forward, and for Venezuela to have, like any other country, the right to choose its own destiny and its own leaders.
Well, Donald Trump has said the United States is going to be very strongly involved in Venezuela's oil industry in the wake of the operation, as we've been discussing already. Venezuela has the largest proven oil reserves in the world, about 303 billion barrels. That's nearly the same as the reserves of Saudi Arabia and the United States combined. Most of Venezuela's oil sits beneath the Orinoco Belt in the east, a 55,000 square kilometre region where extraction is complex and costly. But despite its vast reserves, production remains low. Sanctions, mismanagement and aging facilities have left Venezuela ranking just 17th worldwide in oil output. Let's speak now to Andrew Lippo, who's president of Lippo Oil Associates, joins us now from Houston in the United States. Great to have you with us, Andrew. So Donald Trump says the US will be very strongly involved in Venezuela's oil industry. How do you think this is going to play out, and how much authority does the US have, indeed, over Venezuela's oil?
Well, thanks for having me. If we look at the Venezuelan oil industry, nearly 30 years ago, they were producing over 3 million barrels a day of oil. Today, it's less than 1 million barrels a day. And the oil production facilities, as well as the infrastructure, is in such a state of disrepair that it'll need billions of dollars of investment just to maintain production. And we've seen that production continuing to decline. So the first question for the U.S. is who is going to spend the money in Venezuela, and how quickly will they spend the money, given that there might be a significant period of time that we really don't know who's in charge on the ground.
What is the current U.S. oil corporation presence in Venezuela, and how is everything that's happening now going to force a realignment or not?
Well, the U.S. presence in Venezuela is really limited to Chevron, who is producing about 150,000 barrels a day of oil. That's all coming to the United States. They've gotten a waiver on sanctions. Back in 1976 was the Venezuelan nationalization of the oil industry. And then several decades later, they nationalized ExxonMobil assets. And ExxonMobil then took them to court for remuneration. So we have very little U.S. presence. We have some European oil companies, Repsol out of Spain and Eni in Italy, that have some presence. But by and large, American oil companies are absent from Venezuela.
Given the uncertainty right now, what do you think it's going to mean in the short term for oil exports and oil production in Venezuela?
Well, in the near term, I mean, the U.S. Imports of Venezuelan oil from Chevron are likely to continue. It's unclear whether China will be continuing to buy Venezuelan oil, especially as the U.S. has imposed sanctions on the Shadows fleet. But to whom does China send the money when they purchase the oil is another question that needs to be answered if there's going to be a regime change. So in the near term, we actually could see exports fall off. But with oil prices at around $60 a barrel in a well-supplied market, I think that oil prices might only drift up about $3 a barrel based on this geopolitical tension.
Ultimately, Andrew, do you think this was all about the oil then, not narcotics?
Well, it certainly seems the recent statements from the Trump administration indicate that it's all about the oil. And there certainly is a lot of debate about how much drugs or how many drugs are coming through Venezuela. And really, is it coming through Colombia or Mexico for the cocaine supply, or from China supplying chemicals for fentanyl?
Andrew, great to speak to you. Appreciate that. Andrew Lippo there, speaking just there from Houston in Texas. Thank you. Well, the US was able to launch the large-scale attack on Venezuela's capital after months of amassing military assets in the region, not seen for nearly 60 years. Al Jazeera's defense editor, Alex Kotopoulos, has more now.
The US military buildup in the southern Caribbean is the largest since the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962. It includes 3 missile destroyers, an attack submarine, and the Marine Iwo Jima Amphibious Ready Group, or ARG. The ARG is made up of a helicopter carrier with at least 6 fighter jets and 2 landing dock vessels, each carrying landing craft and hovercraft. They're manned by 4,500 sailors and Marines. And the fleet is reinforced by the USS Lake Erie, a missile cruiser, along with the MV Ocean Trader, which has been converted from a commercial vessel to a Special Forces command post. Most of the ships in this fleet carry Tomahawk cruise missiles that are able to attack targets deep inland. The CIA is being given the green light to carry out operations within Venezuela, and Air Force assets have been activated. 10 F-35 stealth jets have been sent to Puerto Rico, while B-52 and B-1 bombers have patrolled near Venezuelan airspace. But perhaps the most important of all is the arrival of the USS Gerald Ford aircraft carrier, the largest warship in the world. It has 75 fighter jets, early warning aircraft and helicopters, and sails with its own protective fleet of 3 guided missile destroyers, which are also capable of striking targets far inland. This is a significant boost in US firepower on top of what is already a major military force, the size of which has not been seen in the Caribbean for more than 60 years.
Let's hear now from the former Venezuelan diplomat Tamir Porras. He says that military force will not bring democracy to Venezuela.
The history has shown that foreign interventions rarely, if not ever, bring stability, that you cannot impose democracy, through weapons and military violence, that advocating again for a limited military intervention, who knows what the future will be in Venezuela. We have seen this operation. Others could happen. I have seen at least this morning 3 very important members of the Venezuelan government call for resistance. I don't have the elements to tell you that they will move into I would say, low intensity type of conflict. But what this shows, in my opinion, is that you can remove, one of the leaders of the country. Still, Venezuela is a more complicated country. You have a large military, a large diffusion of weapons among civilian population, and as I mentioned, a history also of armed struggle. So what I'm concerned about is that this would spark a cycle of violence within Venezuela and instability that could affect the rest of the region. And any reasonable person would seek a more reasonable resolution. But again, I don't think that starting with throwing bombs on a country is in any way a reasonable or measured action.
Well, Maduro's capture by the United States has sparked a strong international reaction. Colombian President Gustavo Petro announced the deployment of military forces to the Venezuelan border, calling US actions an assault on the sovereignty of the region. Spain's foreign ministry offered to mediate and help find a peaceful solution. And the EU is calling for restraint. Its Vice President, Kaja Kallas, says the principles of international law and the UN Charter must be respected under all circumstances. And Russia has condemned the US move as an act of armed aggression, expressing concern over its destabilizing effects on Venezuela. Let's get more on that last point. We can cross to Moscow now. Our reporter, Dmitry Medvedenko, is standing by for us there. Russia, of course, has close ties with Venezuela. Tell us more.
Well, yes, there's been several reactions coming out from Moscow throughout the day. Most recently, Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov held a phone conversation with Delcy Rodriguez, the Venezuelan vice president. In this phone conversation, he pledged support to the Venezuelan people in, quote, the face of armed aggression, and that the two countries would continue boosting their cooperation. He also said it's important to prevent further escalation of the situation and resolve any differences through dialogue. There was also a separate statement from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs regarding the situation with the capture of Nicolas Maduro, and the Foreign Ministry said that this is an unacceptable a violation of Venezuela's sovereignty. And also, we've had comments from the notoriously hawkish former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev. He made a post on Telegram. In it, just to give you a gist, he said that the United States showed what kind of truly what kind of peacekeeper it is, carrying out a military operation against a country that does not present any threat to the U.S. Security or sovereignty. He said that the U.S. should focus its enthusiasm and actions and activity on elsewhere, notably saying that the Ukrainian leadership would have been a better target. And thirdly, he said that every country after this should ramp up its spending on defense to protect its sovereignty.
There are those, Dimitri, who say that this capture may set a precedent, particularly to China and Taiwan, the issue of Taiwan, and indeed Ukraine and Russia.
Well, yes, it's definitely an unprecedented situation. I mean, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs earlier throughout the day actually called it into question that this fact took place, even several hours after the US president posted on social media that the Venezuelan president was captured. And the foreign minister said that it requires clarification, and the statement carried a certain degree of doubt whether it actually happened. They said such an action, if it actually happened, should it be true, constitutes a violation of Venezuelan sovereignty. So it seems that the foreign ministry itself was so, surprised at this turn of events that this is the wording that they chose.
All right, Dimitri, that's a picture from Moscow. Dimitri Medvedenko there. Thanks very much. Let's cross from Moscow to London. Rory Challen standing by. And Rory, tell us more about this from the EU perspective.
Well, I think, Nick, once again, Donald Trump has shocked Europe with the realization, the reality that the world that they thought they had built together with the United States is crumbling, that this international rules-based order that they believe they had created in partnership with the United States means little anymore if the US seems to disdain it and European opinions so much. We have had lots of comments from European capitals today, all remarkable for how little they actually say, but through the vagaries of the language you can feel a palpable sense of European discomfort and that unspoken realization that their ally, their longtime protector, is doing things that they can't condone. So we have heard from Kaja Kallas, the EU's foreign policy chief, saying that the principles of international law and the UN Charter must be respected. We call for restraint, she said. Keir Starmer, the UK's Prime Minister, Britain was not involved in the strikes and he wants to establish the full facts first before commenting further. Spain has urged de-escalation, moderation and respect for international law. Germany has expressed great concern about the situation and has said that it's monitoring developments very closely. What we don't have in any of that is any full condemnation. But European leaders know that a charge of hypocrisy is very easy to make against them if they don't condemn it. And that's basically because, for years, the Europeans have been condemning Russia for its actions in Ukraine. And now its longtime partner and ally is doing things that you could also say were violations of international law and violations of sovereignty. When Russia does it, European leaders call it aggression. When the United States does it, well, it's complicated. It also has knock-on effects on what European leaders might be feeling about things like Greenland and Denmark. Donald Trump has said that he wants to essentially annex the Danish territory of Greenland. Might that be more likely now? We have, of course, NATO in the mix, with the United States essentially being the key guarantor of NATO. If the European leaders condemn Donald Trump for its seizure of Nicolas Maduro, might that threaten NATO solidarity and, of course, the Ukraine-Russia peace situation, which is hanging by a thread at the moment, and the European leaders don't want to upset that apple cart either. So you can see why, at the moment, they're being pretty mealy-mouthed about things.
All right, that's a picture from Europe. Rory Challen's there in London. Thanks, Rory. Well, Mariana Ernst is an associate fellow for the International Security Programme at Chatham House, and he says the US is engaging in a show of force.
I think what the U.S. is doing is a kind of massive show of force. I mean, the way in which it's attacking Venezuela by air, probably if Maduro has already been captured with his wife using special forces, but it's not a typical invasion as we saw, for example, in Panama. From a military perspective, it's not really an invasion with boots on the ground. It's an attack by air. It's an attack using, the Air Force, using missiles, long-distance missiles, and avoiding, which is a big issue for Trump and for his constituency, avoiding the implication, avoiding the invasion, as I said, with boots on the ground. At the same time, I said that it's a show of force because what it's trying to show to Latin America and showing to the world is that the U.S. has not only hegemony, but has the power, a very powerful coercion capacity to impose its willing on the continent, and particularly on the Atlantic area, from Greenland to the Patagonia, is trying to show that this is an area that it is and will be under the control of the United States. Because at the end of the day, although many analysts has been said that oil is the key issue, or trying to bring democracy to Venezuela, the fact is that the U.S. had already access to all the resources in Venezuela. Maduro in the last few days offered already everything to the U.S. It's not only economic, it's a kind of, I think it's a matter of ideology, and it's a matter of a kind of legitimacy from a very authoritarian perspective.
Well, Venezuelans living in Spain have reacted to the explosions in Caracas. In Madrid, members of the Venezuelan community say they're worried about family back home, but also hopeful about what they see as possible change.
Nervous but happy at the same time about what is happening. All Venezuelans want freedom, and although what people are going through in Caracas is tough, I believe that beyond that there is a light that will lead us to freedom.
It's surprising because we have been waiting for this news for years and never believed it would happen. At least I was one of those who didn't believe it.
It was bound to happen. Perhaps for many people it's not the most ideal or correct way. The peaceful route is best, but unfortunately, the regime we have there in Venezuela said many times that they would not give up peacefully, that they would rather die than relinquish the power. The United States always warned that there could be an intervention that could help us. The time has come and we must celebrate, because they are helping us to escape from all this tyranny.
We're going to hear now from the former Venezuelan diplomat Vanessa Neumann, and also the founder of Asymmetrica, a defense technology advisory. And she says Maduro's government should resign to prevent an escalation with the United States.
There is a risk of escalation within the U.S. And if there is an escalation, the blood of Venezuelans will be on the hands of the Maduro regime. The Maduro regime was voted out in 2024, and Maduro should have relinquished the presidential palace on the 10th of January of 2025. It is now nearly a year later, and they refuse to leave. And therefore, if Delcy Rodriguez, Diosdado Cabello, and Colonel Granco, who's in charge of the military counterintelligence and therefore the torture machinery, remain and cling to power, then we might see an escalation. And particularly if there is further repression or arms against the Venezuelan people, we could see an escalation from the United States. So really, if the Maduristas want to present themselves as defending their people, they should leave. The military support for Maduro project, basically, the Chavez project is very ideological, right? The Bolivarian revolution, etc. There are still a few ideologues, but by and large, the support for Maduro has been fracturing for years, which is why Venezuela continues to send oil, or did until the recent blockade, to send oil to Cuba, because Cuban intelligence operatives with Granco supported the counterintelligence to prevent a military coup. The military has been fracturing for a long time. Now that they can't get that support, and they were also there because they were receiving money. They are part of the illicit trade part of the narcotics trafficking, the oil trafficking, the food supplies. They used hunger as a tool for repression and enrichment of the military. So all of these things are now gone. So I don't see how Maduro can really retain the support of the military if the reason why they're there, which is money and power, are essentially gone.
Well, Paul Dobson is a journalist and political analyst based in Venezuela. And he says that while a large swathe of Venezuelan society oppose the Maduro government, they would also oppose foreign intervention.
Great amount of built-up anxiety in Venezuela. Most Venezuelans who have not emigrated have been struggling and surviving on $1 a month wages now for 3 or 4 years. And I think it's fair to say that the majority of the population oppose this current government. But of course, in the current situations in Venezuela, where terrorism charges are handed out to anyone criticizing the government, most people will have kept these desires to see a change in government in a very private environment in their home and would have not spoken about this publicly. So if Donald Trump's tweet that Nicolas Maduro has been kidnapped alongside his wife, illegally kidnapped, if this proves to be true, then I think we will see a great outburst from many sectors of Venezuelan society of joy and contentment. However, it's also important to point out that there are huge swathes of the Venezuelan society which don't necessarily equate opposition to Maduro's economic policies and his government with support for a foreign military action like we are currently seeing. There are important sectors of the society which will oppose both the Maduro government for the reasons I've explained, but also will fervently oppose these attacks on Caracas, will oppose the illegal attacks on Venezuela's sovereignty and the attacks on the Venezuelan political system.
Well, some Venezuelans who left the country and settled in Florida welcome Maduro's capture.
Today, justice is being served. Justice is being served for all the Venezuelans who left our country to demonstrate who we are. We are fighters, we are entrepreneurs, we're good people, but we want to return to our country and rebuild, move forward and continue being that force that we have always been. Long live Venezuela.
I would like to take advantage of this platform to say thank you to President Donald Trump, who has been on top of this the whole time, working to help my country, Venezuela, hand in hand with Maria Corina Machado to achieve liberty.
Phil Gunson is a senior analyst for the Andes Project at the International Crisis Group. He explains the US argument for its attack on Venezuela.
I suppose they'll put forward the argument that they have been doing over the last few months. They say Maduro is not the president of Venezuela. He's an illegitimate ruler. He stole an election back in July of 2024. And rather than the head of a government, what he is the head of what they call a narco-terrorist cartel who's engaged in an attack on the United States in the form of sending drugs that kill US citizens and also allegedly sending groups of criminals to undermine US society. That will be what they focus on. And also, as mentioned previously, this indictment 2020, I believe it dates from, in which Maduro is indicted by a grand jury in New York on charges of drug trafficking. So that will be what they'll focus on. There was always an element within the administration of Donald Trump that was interested in the drug trafficking angle. And, there have been different motivations. It's not about just one thing or another. It's not just about the oil. It's not just about drugs. It's not just about regime change. Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, clearly has wanted regime change for some time. Steve Miller, the Deputy White House Chief of Staff, has other fish to fry, if you like. There are people in the administration who wanted to go after the drug cartels in Mexico with direct action, with military action inside Mexico. Venezuela, for them, has been a kind of a consolation prize. I think there's a sort of a coalition within the Washington establishment. And clearly, Marco Rubio must be delighted at the moment because what he's always wanted appears now to have happened.
Well, the military assault on parts of Venezuela is the latest in a 100-year-long list of US interventions in Latin America. Excuse me, Mariana Sanchez takes a look back now.
It is a common saying that Latin America is the United States' backyard. One, however, with a wealth of interest for the powerful northern neighbor. For more than a century, the U.S. profited from the sugar and fruit trades and other commodities in Latin America. By 1920, it's estimated that the U.S. had 1/3 of its worldwide investments in this region. And the Monroe Doctrine, poised to defend it with military interventions, occupations, and regime change agendas. Military invasions in Cuba, Haiti, the Dominican Republic, and Nicaragua seemed a prequel to the following decades. Then the Cold War brought about a new discourse. A series of Marxist insurgencies flourished, inspired by Fidel Castro's revolution in Cuba. Throughout Latin America, leftists took power. The U.S. backed right-wing dictatorships in South America with covert operations, military tactical training, and financial support to silence those on the left. Operation Condor left thousands dead and disappeared during the repression or dirty war.
With Reagan, an argument emerged as to why it was morally permissible to support repressive anti-communist dictatorships. It said right-wing dictatorships are temporary instrumental dictatorships. On the other hand, communist regimes would be virtually immovable once established. So it was better to have a period of right-wing regimes which would also be US allies as opposed to left-wing dictatorships that would most likely remain in power without any US influence whatsoever.
The defense of freedom and democracy were reasons the U.S. used for its military occupations in Panama and Grenada. The rise of a socialist movement with Venezuelan President Hugo Chavez and his allies in Bolivia, Brazil, and Ecuador also saw China's growing influence in the region. Analysts say what the U.S. wants now is to prevent any extra-regional powers' influence growing.
What has been a constant for more than a century in U.S. foreign policy toward Latin America is to ensure that it is not used by any extra-regional power against U.S. interests. That was first the European monarchies, then Soviet communism, and now Chinese capitalism.
President Donald Trump says he authorized covert CIA actions in Venezuela, looking for ways to undercut Venezuela's Nicolás Maduro's regime from the inside. Some analysts say drug trafficking from Venezuela to the U.S. may not be the only reason for Trump ordering a military buildup in the Caribbean. Recent amphibious assault drills are part of a broad troop deployment in Puerto Rico. Once again, U.S. assets in the Caribbean on show in a display of military might and overt political pressure. Mariana Sanchez, Al Jazeera.
I'm Cyril Vanier in Doha with your continuing coverage of the developments out of Venezuela. President Donald Trump is about to address the nation after the U.S. carries out a large-scale attack on the Venezuelan capital and captures President Nicolás Maduro and his wife. Trump says the couple is aboard a U.S. warship and will head to New York to face prosecution. Rival rallies across Caracas with President Maduro's supporters demanding his immediate release. And Maduro's allies strongly denounce this U.S. move. Cuba calls it criminal. Russia says it's an unacceptable violation of Venezuela's sovereignty. It is 16 GMT, that's 11 a.m. in Florida, where President Donald Trump is about to address the media after a dramatic military operation inside Venezuela. U.S. Special Forces captured President Nicolás Maduro in Caracas in the early morning hours of Saturday.
Touchy, to say the least. PDVSA, the Petróleos de Venezuela, has taken control of the country's oil.
The national oil company.
But 50 years ago, right? This is why I say you have to think about what's the reason and what's the pretext. 50 years ago, this is not a reason. What is the reason? I think that the underlying point is President Trump means what he says. In the national security strategy released just a month ago, yes, President Trump and his staff said that they were going to establish the Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, which would be to keep the hemisphere free of any outside powers. And if you're going after that, Venezuela is the first place to start.
I'll give you the quote. in assistance of your point, the quote from the National Security Strategy that was just put out in November, the U.S. must be preeminent in the Western Hemisphere as a condition of security and prosperity. And then for anybody who's, curious to read this, it's pretty short. It's 3-4 pages, and it tells you they feel that the U.S. needs to control pretty much everything that happens in the Western Hemisphere. So that's North America and South America. And they need to enlist friends, and they need to, it explains they need to expand the friend list, as they write it, as they put it, right, to help them in their goal.
Right. No, that's exactly what they say. And reading those words 6 weeks ago, you would say, yeah, this is ambitious, but do they really mean it? I think J.D. Vance's tweet really demonstrates that actually they mean this, that they really mean to exert U.S. power throughout the Western Hemisphere, not just in a way that the U.S. did during the Cold War, but during the 19th century. And I think that this is something that probably has, you'll think this is weird, Denmark worried because President Trump has
Greenland.
Exactly, has talked about Greenland as part of strategic resources and keeping Russia and Chinese influence from the hemisphere. They really seem to mean what they say. And I think that we should start taking them literally at their word.
Yeah, and maybe it should have Panama worried, because around the same time that Donald Trump was speculating, well, not speculating, but saying he wanted to take Greenland for U.S. national security interests, he was saying the same thing about the Panama Canal, where, to his liking, China has too much influence. Okay, these are things we'll come back to, but this already gives us a good idea of where we are from an analytical standpoint. Now, with Maduro now being captured, Al Jazeera's Teresa Bow takes a look back at his political career.
Nicolás Maduro started out as a bus driver and union leader, but his left-wing activism soon drew him close to his mentor, former Venezuelan President Hugo Chavez. Maduro rose quickly through the political ranks, first to President of the National Assembly and then to Foreign Minister. Unlike the fiery Chavez, Maduro earned a reputation for being more diplomatic and conciliatory. What he lacked in academic skills, he made up for with mild manners, while rarely leaving the side of the popular president. But all that changed when Chavez became gravely ill with cancer, and Maduro was thrust into the role of head of the Council of Ministers. Shortly before dying in 2013, Chavez made it clear that Maduro was his chosen successor, and he was elected president by a slim margin. Either from the pressure of filling the shoes of the charismatic Bolivarian revolution leader, or because of a sudden steep drop in the price of oil, Venezuela's main export, Maduro's personality seemed to change dramatically. He became louder and more eccentric. As the economic crisis escalated, opponents overwhelmingly won control of the National Assembly. Opposition demonstrations were met with brutal force and the imprisonment of their leaders. Hyperinflation and acute shortages of food, medicine, and basic goods fueled a mass exodus of Venezuelans. Maduro announced he would rewrite the constitution to give himself additional powers, and he survived at least one assassination attempt. Despite pressure to ease economic sanctions if competitive opposition leaders were allowed to contest the presidency, Maduro refused. Opposition leader María Corina Machado was banned and chose Edmundo González Urrutia to run in her place. In July 2024, Maduro was re-elected in what were widely described as uncompetitive and non-transparent elections. The Electoral Council failed to show the tally sheets that proclaimed him the winner. A new wave of mass protests and repression began, followed by an unprecedented challenge to the president's power. Already tense tensions with Washington worsened, leading to crippling new economic and diplomatic sanctions. The U.S. also offered a $50 million reward for information that led to Maduro's detention. President Donald Trump accused him of being a narco-terrorist and deployed warships and fighter jets in the Caribbean, attacking boats allegedly transporting drugs to the U.S. Maduro denounced the U.S. strikes and resisted all calls to step down.
With Maduro now in American custody, who will take power in Venezuela? Vice President Delcy Rodriguez is next in line, according to the Constitution. She may continue Maduro's policies if she becomes president. Rodriguez is a 56-year-old lawyer and has been vice president since 2018. She served in ministerial roles under former President Hugo Chavez, but her career has risen with Nicolas Maduro's. In the long term, the path could be open for Maria Corina Machado, we mentioned her earlier, to return to Venezuelan politics. The opposition leader has supported Trump's policies towards Maduro. In October, she was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for what the committee said was her tireless work promoting democratic rights for the people of Venezuela. Maduro banned her from running against him in 2024's election, and her chosen ally, the man who stepped in for her, is Edmundo Gonzalez, former diplomat. He stood in the election, but he lost the widely contested election to Maduro. And Venezuela's opposition leader, Machado, has released a statement, and she says this: Venezuelans, the hour of freedom has arrived. Nicolas Maduro faces international justice for the atrocious crimes committed against Venezuelans and against citizens of many other nations. In the face of his refusal to accept a negotiated solution, the U.S. government has fulfilled its promise to enforce the law. The time has come for popular sovereignty and national sovereignty to govern in our country. We are going to bring order, to free political prisoners, to build an exceptional country, and to bring our children home. Venezuela will be free, end of statement. Maduro's capture by the U.S. triggered strong reactions across Latin America. On X, Argentinian president and strong Trump ally Javier Milei posted, "Freedom advances, long live freedom." Brazil's president, Lula da Silva, called it a flagrant violation of international law, which sets a dangerous international precedent. Lula has long warned against U.S. intervention in Venezuela. The president of Cuba, another U.S. adversary, accused Washington of a criminal attack, adding, "Our zone of peace is being brutally assaulted." Mexico's foreign ministry said the actions were a clear violation of the UN Charter and said it is willing to help facilitate dialogue. The outgoing leftist president of Chile, Gabriel Boric, condemned the U.S. military actions in Venezuela and called for a peaceful solution. Boric leaves office in March and will be replaced by Jose Antonio Cast, a far-right leader who supports Donald Trump. Al Jazeera's Daniel Schweimler has more from Buenos Aires. Daniel, we'll get back to the regional response in a moment, but first, what are you finding out on what's happening inside Venezuela, especially what's happening around the power structure? We know that constitutionally, the number two, the vice president, should, by all constitutional rights, take power, but we have no official confirmation that that has taken place yet.
And as I understand it, Delcy Rodriguez, when all this transpired in the early hours of the morning, was actually in Moscow, so not even in Venezuela when all this was happening. So whether she will be allowed to get back into the country, whether she would be allowed to stand, I think the whole nation, those Venezuelans in exile and those within the country, the international political community, all watching really and waiting to see what the United States does next. Until they know that, I don't think anybody really knows quite how to react. As we've been hearing from some of your previous speakers, really great uncertainty, various possibilities. We have to see how the people on the street in Venezuela will begin to respond to this. We're seeing polarization across the region, marked by some of those comments from regional leaders that you've just mentioned.
In full transparency to our viewers, we would, of course, much rather be reporting from inside Venezuela, the streets of Caracas and the regions of Venezuela, to see what's happening for ourselves. But we have been denied entry to the country, like other foreign media outlets, by the Venezuelan authorities. Daniel, what is your best assessment and understanding of what's happening inside the country, excuse me, from a population standpoint? What are Venezuelans saying and doing from what you can pick up?
I mean, we've seen here there's a large Venezuelan part of the Venezuelan diaspora here in Buenos Aires, as there are in many of the cities and towns across Latin America. And this afternoon, what we're seeing is what they're calling a happiness rally, supporters of the U.S. military intervention in Venezuela, gathering around the obelisk, the main point of protest in Buenos Aires, to support that move. At the same time, others in Argentina, Argentines and Venezuela, Venezuelans marching to the Venezuelan embassy here to protest against that action. So I think that those kind of feelings, those sentiments would be reflected in the diaspora. And we're talking about several million people, 6-7 million Venezuelans who in the last few years have left the country for political, for economic reasons, to try to make a life elsewhere, all watching and waiting, bated breath to see what that next move will be. Will they be able to go back? That depends on who takes over. Will there be repercussions for those who supported the Maduro regime? We've heard the president of Colombia, Gustavo Petro, saying that he's sending troops to the border. That's to monitor the situation, but also because they fear there will be another great wave of migrants, people leaving the country, either to escape repercussions, depending on what their political stance was before this happened, or because they don't see a future, having held on for so many years. So a great deal of uncertainty, very difficult to pinpoint exactly which forces in this very polarized situation will gain dominance in these next few days and weeks.
Daniel, not to put too fine a point on it, for the moment, as far as we know, there isn't a countrywide uprising. The people of Venezuela, I know there's been one gathering and a counter gathering, but from if we look at this from a national perspective, the people of Venezuela are not rushing to the streets one way or another yet.
No, I mean, it's fair to say that despite the opposition we often hear about and the millions who have left the country, Nicolas Maduro, up until the early hours of the morning when he was taken away by American forces, certainly enjoyed some support. I mean, that support, it seems, has been waning over the years. I mean, as did his predecessor, Hugo Chavez. I mean, he did a great deal for the country's poor. You go to some of the shanty towns around Caracas and other major cities, he did enjoy some support. And people will, for nationalistic reasons, for sovereignty reasons, will not like to see a foreign force coming in and telling them how they should run their business. So there will be opposition to the American actions within Venezuela. Whether people come out onto the streets with all this uncertainty,
I'm going to jump in here for a quick second. Daniel, if I can jump in. You wouldn't know this quite yet because but just as you were speaking to us, the President of the United States posted on Truth Social a picture of Nicolas Maduro. We're all seeing it together for the first time. And the caption reads, Nicolas Maduro on board the USS Iwo Jima. And so you see Nicolas Maduro wearing sports gear, and I'm looking at this closely. So he's carrying a water bottle, and it does seem that he has glasses, or more likely something to block his view and his vision, something also over his ears. I don't know if that's because it's a military plane and therefore would be very loud and that would be typical, or whether it's because he's a prisoner and so he is not allowed to see or hear exactly what's happening around him. It's hard to see whether he's being restrained, either his hands or the rest of his body. But that is the president of Venezuela right now, posted,
which is
on the social media platform of the U.S. president. Sorry, go ahead, Daniel.
Yeah, I was going to say, obviously, designed, I would imagine, to humiliate the president and his supporters, the supporters he still has within the Venezuelan military, among those people, to show how far he has fallen. He's a very vociferous speaker, very passionate. He certainly manages to whip up the crowds in support certainly in the run-up to this situation. So I would imagine, those photographs designed to humiliate him and show that he is very much a defeated former president.
I want to bring back in Paul Musgrave on this, who was speaking to us earlier in the hour and who's waiting in the studio with us for the press conference of Donald Trump, which could start momentarily. Paul, this is, I don't know what to say. This is wow.
Yeah. I think Daniel had it exactly right. This is an act of humiliation. This is an act, releasing this photo is designed to show that President Trump has brought to heel somebody who has been a major thorn in his side, who has challenged his authority, somebody that the United States went after during Trump's first regime. And it is designed to show that basically the United States is, in fact, running the Western Hemisphere, that the national security strategy and the Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, that these are being carried out. And releasing this sort of photograph is not statesmanlike, it's not sportsmanlike, but is designed to show who's number one. And that's President Trump's modus operandi.
And this comes minutes off a tweet by the U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance. And one of the sentences in that message was the U.S. President, Nicolas Maduro, is the last person or the most recent person to realize that Donald Trump means what he says. A picture speaks 1,000 words. This one, I think, is headed for the history books.
I think this is pretty eloquent, and I think it shows that, the United States. So there's a lot of people for that this is for. For one, it's designed to show the people of Venezuela, who some of them do approve of this, that the United States has him. This is meeting Vice President Delcy Rodriguez's challenge for proof of life. Well, here's the proof of life. Here's the hostage. It's also designed to show an image to the United States that President Trump has got his man, that he really carried out a successful raid. And then I think that it also speaks to the rest of the hemisphere. There are, I like Daniel's word, polarization. There are countries, leaders, peoples in the Western Hemisphere who view Maduro as a dangerous socialist and somebody who has to be stopped. And then there are people who are very sympathetic to his anti-imperialist message. To the former group, it shows the United States is listening and they're on their side. And to the latter group, it says, watch out.
What does it say to Venezuelans?
To Venezuelans, I think it says that whatever else happens, Maduro is gone. And there's nobody, I think, with the same kind of charisma or legitimacy as a successor who could take Maduro's place as he took Chavez's place. And for Delcy Rodriguez, for instance, to be in Moscow when the event happened, it's not great optics, and who's really in charge? And after years of President Maduro saying that he and his military could stand up to the United States, in a span of minutes, that illusion was destroyed.
Paul, thank you very much. You're staying with us. We'll speak again shortly. Let's look at the international reactions. Maduro's capture by the U.S. has sparked very strong reaction across the world. Colombian President Gustavo Petro announced the deployment of military forces to the Venezuelan border, calling U.S. actions an assault on the sovereignty of the region. Spain's foreign ministry offered to mediate and help find a peaceful solution. And the EU is calling for restraint. Its Vice President Kaja Kallas says the principles of international law and the UN Charter must be respected under all circumstances. Russia has condemned the U.S. move as an act of armed aggression, expressing concern over its destabilizing effects on Venezuela. Al Jazeera's Rory Challenge joins us now live from London. Rory, what stands out to you in the international reactions so far? I'll preface this by saying that, one thing that you can detect from the reactions when a major event happens like this that challenges the sovereignty of an international leader is you can tell what countries think it's okay and what countries, really do not want this to ever happen to them. And usually, if you read between the lines of those statements, you can kind of tell who's where.
I think this is a very uncomfortable moment for European politicians, particularly. This is another Trump shock to the European continent, another nail in the coffin of the world that Europeans thought that they had built in partnership with the United States, that rules-based order that supposedly abhors naked power geopolitics, the kind that we see Donald Trump engaged in right now. So we have had plenty of comments from European leaders, all of them pretty remarkable in how little they say, how vague the language is, but how little it gives away of what they're actually feeling. Now, you just mentioned the tweet from Kaja Kallas earlier on, talking about the principles of international law. The UN Charter must be respected. She says we call for restraint. Britain's Keir Starmer says Britain was not involved in the strikes and he wants to establish the facts first before commenting further. Spain has urged de-escalation, moderation, respect for international law. Germany has talked about great concern about the situation and said it's monitoring developments very closely. No condemnation in those or any of the other comments that I've seen so far from European leaders. But they must know that the charges of hypocrisy against them are pretty easy to make unless they do condemn this in some way, because European leaders for a long time, for at least a decade, have been criticizing and condemning Russia for pretty similar behavior to what we have just seen the United States engage in Venezuela, of a seeming violation of territorial integrity, a seeming violation of international law. So when Russia does it for the Europeans, it's aggression, but when the United States does it, well, it's complicated. There are obviously lots of other ramifications for European leaders. I think earlier on in the program you were talking to one of your guests about Greenland and Denmark. Donald Trump has designs on Greenland, and might this action from him in Venezuela presage a much more muscular approach to his stated desire to bring Greenland under American control? You've also got the issue of NATO, with the United States being Europe's primary security guarantor. Would any condemnation of US behavior in Venezuela threaten NATO unity? And you've got the United States' key role at the moment in ongoing negotiations to bring about some kind of resolution to Russia's war on Ukraine, all of which makes this a very, very delicate time for Europeans. And you can see from what they've been saying at the moment, nobody is really sticking their neck out and saying anything too volatile at the moment.
So, Rory, international reactions split along pretty predictable lines, therefore, because the supporters of Venezuela, Russia and China, have been very critical of this move.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yeah, we've had comments from Russia basically saying that this is a violation of international law, that Venezuela's sovereignty has been trampled upon, and that this is, another act of U.S. aggression. This is unsurprising. We are seeing, as you say, international reaction basically splitting along the lines of whether nation states are allied with Venezuela or ideologically sympathetic to Venezuela, or whether they are allies of the United States. And as I was saying, with Europe, this is a delicate moment, because although they are allies,
okay, Rory, I'm going to have to jump in. The U.S. president now speaking live from Florida. Let's listen in. Thank you, Rory.
Late last night and early today, at my direction, the United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela. Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea, was used to launch a spectacular assault. And it was an assault like people have not seen since World War II. It was a force against a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice. This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history. And if you think about it, we've done some other good ones, like the attack on Soleimani, the attack on al-Baghdadi, and the obliteration and decimation of the Iran nuclear sites just recently in an operation known as Midnight Hammer, all perfectly executed and done. No nation in the world could achieve what America achieved yesterday, or frankly, in just a short period of time. All Venezuelan military capacities were rendered powerless as the men and women of our military, working with U.S. law enforcement, successfully captured Maduro in the dead of night. It was dark. The lights of Caracas were largely turned off due to a certain expertise that we have. It was dark. And it was deadly. But captured along with his wife, Celia Flores, both of whom now face American justice. Maduro and Flores have been indicted in the Southern District of New York. It's Jay Clayton, for their campaign of deadly narco-terrorism against the United States and its citizens. I want to thank the men and women of our military who achieved such an extraordinary success overnight with breathtaking speed, power, precision, and competence. You rarely see anything like it. You've seen some raids in this country that didn't go so well. They were an embarrassment. If you look back to Afghanistan, or if you look back to the Jimmy Carter days, they were different days. We're a respected country again, like never before. These highly trained warriors operating in collaboration with U.S. law enforcement caught them in a very ready position. They were waiting for us. They knew we had many ships out in the sea, just sort of waiting. They knew we were coming. So they were in a ready, what's called a ready position. But they were completely overwhelmed and very quickly incapacitated. If you would have seen what I saw last night, you would have been very impressed. I'm not sure that you'll ever get to see it, but it was an incredible thing to see. Not a single American service member was killed, and not a single piece of American equipment was lost. We had many helicopters, many planes, many people involved in that fight. But think of that, not one piece of military equipment was lost, not one service member was, more importantly, killed. The United States military is the strongest and most fearsome military on the planet by far, with capabilities and skills our enemies can scarcely begin to imagine. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. There's no equipment like what we have, and you see that even if you just look at the boats. You know, we've knocked out 97% of the drugs coming in by sea. 90%. Each boat kills on average, 25,000 people. We knocked out 97%. And those drugs mostly come from a place called Venezuela. We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. And it has to be judicious, because that's what we're all about. We want peace, liberty, and justice for the great people of Venezuela, and that includes many from Venezuela that are now living in the United States and want to go back to their country. It's their homeland. We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the good of the Venezuelan people in mind. We've had decades of that. We're not going to let that happen. We're there now, and what people don't understand, but they understand as I say this, we're there now, but we're going to stay until such time as the proper transition can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it, essentially, until such time as a proper transition can take place. As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust, for a long period of time. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping and what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country. And we are ready to stage a second and much larger attack if we need to do so. So we were prepared to do a second wave if we needed to do so. We actually assumed that a second wave would be necessary, but now it's probably not. The first wave, if you'd like to call it that, the first attack was so successful, we probably don't have to do a second, but we're prepared to do a second wave, a much bigger wave, actually. This was pinpoint, but we have a much bigger wave that probably won't have to do. This partnership of Venezuela with the United States of America, a country that everybody wants to be involved with because of what we were able to do and accomplish, will make the people of Venezuela rich, independent, and safe. And it will also make the many, many people from Venezuela that are living in the United States extremely happy. They suffered. They suffered. So much was taken from them. They're not going to suffer anymore. The illegitimate dictator Maduro was the kingpin of a vast criminal network responsible for trafficking colossal amounts of deadly and illicit drugs into the United States. As alleged in the indictment, he personally oversaw the vicious cartel known as Cartel de las Solas, which flooded our nation with lethal poison, responsible for the deaths of countless Americans, the many, many Americans. Hundreds of thousands over the years of Americans died because of him. Maduro and his wife will soon face the full might of American justice and stand trial on American soil. Right now, they're on a ship they'll be heading to, ultimately, New York. And then a decision will be made, I assume, between New York and Miami or Florida. But we have people where the overwhelming evidence of their crimes will be presented in a court of law. And I've seen it. I've seen what we have. It's both horrible and breathtaking that something like this could have been allowed to take place. For many years after his term as president of Venezuela expired, Maduro remained in power and waged a ceaseless campaign of violence, terror, and subversion against the United States of America, threatening not only our people, but the stability of the entire region. And you all saw it. In addition to trafficking gigantic amounts of illegal drugs that inflicted untold suffering and human destruction all over the country, all over, in particular, the United States. Maduro sent savage and murderous gangs, including the bloodthirsty prison gang, Tren de Aragua, to terrorize American communities nationwide. And he did indeed. They were in Colorado. They took over apartment complexes. They cut the fingers off people if they called police. They were brutal. But they're not so brutal now. And I just have to congratulate our military, Pete and everybody, and our National Guard, because the job that they've done, whether it's in Washington, D.C., where we have a totally safe city, where it was one of the most unsafe cities anywhere in the world, frankly, and now we have no crime in Washington, D.C. We haven't had a killing. We had the terrorist attack a few weeks ago. A little bit of a different kind of a threat, but we haven't had a killing in a long period of time, 6-7 months. We used to have on average two a week in Washington, our capital. We don't have that anymore. The restaurants are opening. Everyone's happy. They're walking their daughters. They're walking their children, their wives. They walk to restaurants. Restaurants are opening all over Washington, D.C. So I want to thank the National Guard. I want to thank our military. And I want to thank law enforcement. Been amazing. And they should do it with more cities. We're doing it, as you know, and we're doing it in Memphis, Tennessee right now, and crime is down. We've just sort of started a few weeks ago, but crime is down now 77%. And the governor of Louisiana called, great person, and he wanted us to help him, as you know, in a certain very nice part of Louisiana. And we have done that. And it was a rough section, and we have crime down. I understand it's down to almost nothing already after 2.5 weeks. New Orleans, it's down to almost nothing. And we've only been there for 2.5 weeks. Can't imagine why governors wouldn't want us to help. We also helped, as you know, in Chicago, and crime went down a little bit there. We did a very small help because we had no working ability with the governor. The governor was a disaster and the mayor was a disaster, but it knocked down crime. But we're pulling out of there. When they need us, we'll know. You'll know. You'll be writing about it. And likewise, Los Angeles, where we saved Los Angeles early on, where the head of the police department made a statement that if the federal government didn't come in, we would have lost Los Angeles. That's long after the fires. That's when they had the riots in Los Angeles. We did a great job. Got no credit for it whatsoever, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. We don't need the credit. But we'll be pulling out when they need us. They'll call, or we'll go back if we have to. We'll go back. But we did a great job in various cities. But the thing that we're very proud of is Washington, D.C., because it's our nation's capital. We took it from being a crime-ridden mess to being one of the safest cities in the country. But the gangs that they sent raped, tortured, and murdered American women and children. They were in all of the cities I mentioned, Tren de Aragua. And they were sent by Maduro to terrorize our people. And now Maduro will never again be able to threaten an American citizen.
Can you tell us where
Maduro from Venezuela? There will no longer be threats. For years, I've highlighted the stories of those innocent Americans whose lives were so heartlessly robbed by this Venezuelan terrorist organization. Really one of the worst. One of the worst. They say the worst. Americans like 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungari from Houston. Beautiful Jocelyn Nungari. What happened to her? They, as you know, they kidnapped, assaulted, and murdered by Tren de Aragua animals. They murdered Jocelyn and left her dead under the bridge. There was a bridge that will never be the same to so many people after seeing what happened. As I've said many times, the Maduro regime emptied out their prisons, sent their worst and most violent monsters into the United States to steal American lives. And they came from mental institutions and insane asylums. They came from prisons and jails. The reason I say both, they sound similar. Actually, prisons a little bit more hostile, a little bit tougher. A mental institution isn't as tough as an insane asylum, but we got them both. They sent from their mental institutions. They sent from their jails, prisons. They were drug dealers. They were drug kingpins. They sent everybody bad into the United States, but no longer. And we have now a border where nobody gets through. In addition, Venezuela unilaterally seized and stole American oil, American assets, and American platforms, costing us billions and billions of dollars. They did this a while ago, but we never had a president that did anything about it. They took all of our property. It was our property. We built it. And we never had a president that decided to do anything about it. Instead, they fought wars that were 10,000 miles away. We built Venezuela oil industry with American talent, drive, and skill, and the socialist regime stole it from us during those previous administrations, and they stole it through force. This constituted one of the largest thefts of American property in the history of our country. Considered the largest theft of property in the history of our country. Massive oil infrastructure was taken like we were babies, and we didn't do anything about it. I would have done something about it. America will never allow foreign powers to rob our people or drive us back into and out of our own hemisphere. That's what they did. Furthermore, under the now deposed dictator Maduro, Venezuela was increasingly hosting foreign adversaries in our region and acquiring menacing offensive weapons that could threaten U.S. interests and lives. And they used those weapons last night. Potentially in league with the cartels operating along our border. All of these actions were in gross violation of the core principles of American foreign policy, dating back more than 2 centuries. And not anymore. All the way back, it dated to the Monroe Doctrines. And the Monroe Doctrine is a big deal, but we've superseded it by a lot, by a real lot. They now call it the Monroe document. I don't know. It's Monroe Doctrine. We sort of forgot about it. It was very important, but we forgot about it. We don't forget about it anymore. Under our new national security strategy, American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again. Won't happen. So just in concluding, for decades, other administrations have neglected or even contributed to these growing security threats in the Western Hemisphere. Under the Trump administration, we are reasserting American power in a very powerful way in our home region. And our home region is very different than it was just a short while ago. The future will be, and we did this in my first term. We had great dominance in my first term, and we have far greater dominance right now. Everyone's coming back to us. The future will be determined by the ability to protect commerce and territory and resources that are core to national security. These are core to our national security. Just like tariffs are, they've made our country rich, and they've made our national security stronger than ever before. But these are the iron laws that have always determined global power. And we're going to keep it that way. We will secure our borders. We will stop the terrorists. We will crash the cartels, and we will defend our citizens against all threats, foreign and domestic. Other presidents may have lacked the courage or whatever to defend America, but I will never allow terrorists and criminals to operate with impunity against the United States. This extremely successful operation should serve as warning to anyone who would threaten American sovereignty or endanger American lives. Very importantly, the embargo on all Venezuelan oil remains in full effect. The American Armada remains poised in position, and the United States retains all military options until United States demands have been fully met and fully satisfied. All political and military figures in Venezuela should understand what happened to Maduro can happen to them, and it will happen to them if they aren't just fair, even to their people. The dictator and terrorist, Maduro, is finally gone, and Venezuela people are free. They're free again. It's been a long time for them, but they're free. America is a safer nation this morning. It's a prouder nation this morning because it didn't allow this horrible person and this country that was doing very bad things to us. It didn't allow it to happen. And the Western Hemisphere is right now a much safer place to be. So I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank General Raisin Kane. He's a fantastic man. I've worked with a lot of generals. I worked with some I didn't like. I worked with some I didn't respect. I worked with some that just weren't good. But this guy is fantastic. I watched last night one of the most precise attacks on sovereignty. I mean, it was an attack for justice. And I'm very proud of him, and I'm very proud of our Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, who I'm going to ask to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, can you explain how the U.S. will run Venezuela?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Finally, a commander-in-chief the world respects and the American people deserve. And as the president said, words can barely capture the bravery and the power and the precision of this historic operation. A massive joint military and law enforcement raid flawlessly executed by the greatest Americans our country has to offer. American warriors are second to none, the best in the world and the best of our country. What all of us witnessed last night was sheer guts and grit, gallantry and glory of the American warrior. I'm simply humbled by such men. And I tip my hat to our chairman, Dan Raisin Kane, and all those Americans who stood watch last night. Our warriors are the elite of America. And again, President Trump has your back. No other country on planet Earth, and it's not even close, could pull this kind of operation off. And no other president has ever shown this kind of leadership, courage, and resolve. The most powerful combination the world has ever seen. As the president said, our adversaries remain on notice. America can project our will anywhere, anytime. The coordination, the stealth, the lethality, the precision, the very long arm of American justice, all on full display in the middle of the night. Nicolas Maduro had his chance, just like Iran had their chance, until they didn't and until he didn't. He effed around and he found out. President Trump is deadly serious about stopping the flow of gangs and violence to our country, deadly serious about stopping the flow of drugs and poison to our people, deadly serious about getting back the oil that was stolen from us, and deadly serious about reestablishing American deterrence and dominance in the Western Hemisphere. This is about the safety, security, freedom, and prosperity of the American people. This is America first. This is peace through strength. And the United States War Department is proud to help deliver it. Welcome to 2026. And under President Trump, America is back. I'd like to welcome now our chairman, Chairman Raising Cane, to give a few more details about the operation. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning. Last night, on the order of the President of the United States and in support of a request from the Department of Justice, as the President said, the United States military conducted an apprehension mission in Caracas, Venezuela, to bring to justice two indicted persons, Nicolas and Cecilia Maduro. This operation, known as Operation Absolute Resolve, was discreet, precise, and conducted during the darkest hours of January 2nd and was the culmination of months of planning and rehearsal, an operation that, frankly, only the United States military could undertake. What I'd like to do this morning is talk to you through some of the preparation and the details without compromising any of our tactics, techniques, and procedures. There is always a chance that we'll be tasked to do this type of mission again. Our interagency work began months ago and built on decades of experience of integrating complex air, ground, space, and maritime operations. While the past 2 decades have honed the skills of our special operations forces, this particular mission required every component of our joint force, with soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians working in unison with our intelligence agency partners and law enforcement teammates in an unprecedented operation. We leveraged our unmatched intelligence capabilities and our years of experience in hunting terrorists, and we could not have done this mission without the incredible work by various intelligence agencies, including the CIA, NSA, and NGA. We watched, we waited, we prepared, we remained patient and professional. This mission was meticulously planned, drawing lessons from decades of missions over the last many years, many missions over these last many years. This was an audacious operation that only the United States could do. It required the utmost of precision and integration within our joint force. And the word integration does not explain the sheer complexity of such a mission. An extraction so precise it involved more than 150 aircraft launching across the Western Hemisphere in close coordination, all coming together in time and place to layer effects for a single purpose: to get an interdiction force into downtown Caracas while maintaining the element of tactical surprise. Failure of one component of this well-oiled machine would have endangered the entire mission, and failure is never an option for America's joint force. Those in the air over Caracas last night were willing to give their lives for those on the ground and in the helicopters. Let me talk a little bit about the preparation. After months of work by our intelligence teammates to find Maduro and understand how he moved, where he lived, where he traveled, what he ate, what he wore, what were his pets. In early December, our force was set pending a series of aligned events. Key was choosing the right day to minimize the potential for civilian harm and maximize the element of surprise and minimize the harm to the indicted personnel. So as the president said, they could be brought to justice. And as the president said earlier today, weather in Venezuela is always a factor this time of the year. And over the weeks through Christmas and New Year's, the men and women of the United States military sat ready, patiently waiting for the right triggers to be met and the president to order us into action. Last night, the weather broke just enough, clearing a path that only the most skilled aviators in the world could maneuver through. Ocean, mountain, low cloud ceilings. But when tasked with a mission, this organization does not quit. At 10:46 p.m. Eastern Time last night, the president ordered the United States military to move forward with this mission. He said to us, and we appreciate it, Mr. President, good luck and Godspeed. And those words were transmitted to the entire joint force. Over the course of the night, aircraft began launching from 20 different bases on land and sea across the Western Hemisphere. In total, more than 150 aircraft, bombers, fighters, intelligence, reconnaissance, surveillance, rotary wing were in the air last night. Thousands and thousands of hours of experience were airborne. Our youngest crew member was 20, and our oldest crew member was 49, and there's simply no match for American military might. As the night began, the helicopters took off with the extraction force, which included law enforcement officers, and began their flight into Venezuela at 100 feet above the water. As they approached Venezuelan shores, the United States began layering different effects provided by Spacecom, Cybercom, and other members of the interagency to create a pathway. Overhead, those forces were protected by aircraft from the United States Marines, the United States Navy, the United States Air Force, and the Air National Guard. The force included F-22s, F-35s, F-18s, EA-18s, E-2s, B-1 bombers, and other support aircraft, as well as numerous remotely piloted drones. As the force began to approach Caracas, the Joint Air Component began dismantling and disabling the air defense systems in Venezuela, employing weapons to ensure the safe passage of the helicopters into the target area. The goal of our air component is